Lyrically. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. Me and B-Mitch holding it down out west, Ashburn, Virginia. We are here. It's the beginning of Giants week, man. It's pretty interesting. They're going to have played the Giants twice before any other NFC East team once.
Yeah, let's beat them twice.
Huge opportunity this week to get to 7-2. That hasn't happened since you were playing for Norv.
Long time ago.
Yeah. Well, and that was a very hot start and a very cool finish, I would say.
Yeah.
How are you, dude? How was yesterday?
I'm good, brother. Everything was fantastic.
We had a running debate that we weren't sure where you were. Were you getting paid, playing golf, or both? The Venn diagram of both is really the sweet spot.
I was helping someone else get paid.
There you go.
I was helping raise money for Fisher House. So
okay. Well, that's great.
What it was.
Enjoy yourself. It was a beautiful day, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I guess it was a little chilly, but nothing crazy.
All right, nothing was chilly yesterday, dog.
I bet you had fun.
Warm yourself up. A little internal alcohol rub. You'd be good.
You came in hot about the Yankee fans.
I think fans like that people are now celebrating this idiot, they need their asses kicked. Because what if him, by grabbing what's called an arm, mess his shoulder or something up? And I think the ultimate thing is fans, yeah, you're in the game. Cheer. When you start touching people, you got a problem. And I have always respected fans. But I think anytime you touch a player, that player is allowed to beat the hell out of you. Do something. Because I think that was absolutely ridiculous what he did. Grab the glove and trying to force the ball out. And the other little idiot next to him was trying at first. Then he realized we're about to lose our stuff. And he quickly pulled his hands off of him. But the other dude should never be able to go to a sporting event again in his damn life. So
I guess ESPN or The Athletic, somebody caught up with these fans. If you live under a rock and are unaware of what happened last night, it was right in the first inning. There was a foul ball going down, and Mookie Betts of the Dodgers runs over to try to catch it. And these two Yankee fans, you ready for these names, B?
Mm-hmm.
Austin Capobianco and his friend John Peter grabbed the glove and then grabbed Betts, and all hell kind of broke loose. And the ump immediately called that it was an out, called fan interference.
Of course.
All right, so here are the quotes from this dude.
I got some names for him.
Well,
I can't say them on air.
All right, so here ESPN somehow got quotes from this guy. We always joke about the ball in our area. Capobianco, 38, said at a local bar after the game. We're not going to go out of our way to attack. If it's in our area, we're going to D up. Someone defends, someone knocks the ball. We talk about it. We're willing to do this.
And both of them should be willing to never, ever attend another Yankees game or any MLB game, and other sports should say you can't come to our games either.
Capobianco and Peter were escorted out of Yankee Stadium, but said they were told they would be allowed back for Game 5 Wednesday night. The Yankees did not immediately respond to ESPN's request for comment regarding if that was indeed the case.
If they allow them back and those same guys do something else, how does that look on the Yankees' part? Major League Baseball is about to send them one of those little secret little letters and say that fool better not be in that game.
Well, you know me, and I tweeted this out last night, and I imagine thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people had the exact same thought. That the fact that it was immediately ruled an out made me so freaking mad and took me back to 1996 when that little weasel twerp dork, Jeffrey Meyer, reached over the wall and took a fly ball out of Tony Tarasco's glove in the ALCS against the Orioles that became a Derek Jeter home run.
Mm-hmm.
Where the hell was the call and the ump that night?
Well,
and I'm mad about it.
But you got to realize
30 years later.
Things have changed 30 years later, Jay, where the ultimate thing now is you have to – they always talk about integrity of the game. The leagues have changed things a lot to make sure they don't have to deal with that. But these little fools, I'm not one going to be happy about it. Because I tell you, if I was playing a game and somebody was doing – I'm going to have some issues. But what if Mookie Betts had done something? Major League Baseball be trying to find him? Everybody be mad at Mookie Betts?
I don't think so.
I mean, you say that, but every time a player responds to stupidity, the player is supposed to be so under control all the way to the end. And when coaches are never that way, fans are never that way, I just have issues with that.
I get it. Listen, if Mookie had punched one of them or something, it would have been fine by me, frankly. And Mookie said after the game, when it comes to the person in play, it doesn't matter. We lost. It's irrelevant. I'm fine. Everything's cool. We lost the game, and that's what I'm focused on. Because they did end up, for the first time, kind of getting smoked. The Yankees' bats came alive. Mm-hmm. Good morning to the boys in the aquarium. We got a pair of Yankee fans in the aquarium. I ask you gentlemen this. As the Yankee fans on the program, open up the stream. I think Jeff emailed it.
I did.
Oh, so we're just waiting on Jeff to make it live.
Don't tell me about what.
If you're looking to watch us on the stream, text Jeff. But
hold on, stop it. You just got in there. You just got in there, B. You wasn't in there for a minute. I know you were, JP.
But still, when I hit it, you should be ready to go. I mean, I hit it like 2.5 minutes ago. I mean,
anyway.
So,
Jeff, do you support that guy, Capo Bianco, trying to grab the ball?
Not at all. Dude, it's just crazy because you know how they always paint like crooks and sleazy people of New York? The 5 o'clock shadow, the black hat. He looked like he should have been like one of the thieves in Home Alone. Like he just looked like an overall sleazy guy. Look, JP, if I wasn't watching the game and I just seen that film come across like X or something, I would be like, oh, this is no way this is real. This is staged. I couldn't believe it, dude.
Yeah.
It does. I mean, it really, he looks like central casting of who the Yankee fan that would harass a Dodgers outfielder trying to catch the ball. It is, he really does look like straight out of central casting. Do you, Jeff, apologize for Jeffrey Mayer, whatever his name is?
Well, I'm not going to apologize for the actions of no other man, but just know all Yankees fans are not like that. He's an outlier.
You should. And Landini, what about you? Speaking on behalf of your Yankee fan brethren, Capo Bianco. Why is he wearing, you notice he's wearing a sliding mitt? You know the mitts these guys wear to steal bases with now? The weirdo's wearing one. Like, that is so bizarre. Maybe that's the guy next to him. And this guy, I mean, is literally trying to take it out of
yes.
It is. I mean, that is, I don't know. Those guys look like they got a lot going on. And I'm just going to choose my words carefully there. Okay. Ovi scored twice last night.
Yes. And I saw that, JP.
Everybody thinks it's next year. If Ovi just gets red hot, it could be this year.
That's exactly what the commentator said. They say, you know what? We were thinking about next year. Well, hell, if he keep going like this, we may be talking about this year. And they came out on fire. They score, Ovi scored, and boom, 53 seconds later, bam. The Rangers score. Boom, he comes right back. So I just, they seem to be a little faster this year. They said they got younger or whatever, but they got some veteran guys came in. They're a little stronger than they were last year. And like last year was a happenstance, and they got to the playoffs.
They got red hot as everybody else was kind of barfing on their shoes.
Yeah, this year,
the Caps are just
they're
legit
expecting
right
it now.
Yeah, I mean, they're still, so the Devils are in first in the Metro, but they've played 12 games. So they've got 14 points in 12 games. The Caps have 12 points in 8 games. Like they're cruising, man.
Yeah.
And if you remember last year, there a lot was made. I believe I have this correct, that the Caps had the worst goal differential to make the playoffs last year.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the case now. They're +7 right now and kind of cruising. Dude, I take some joy in this, and I don't apologize for it. The Pittsburgh Penguins have long been the Caps' hockey nemesis. The Penguins have so Washington had played 8 games, 12 points, right? Mm-hmm. And you get points for wins. And then you get 1 point, I guess, for the overtime if you go to overtime. The Penguins have played 11 games.
Yeah.
How many points do you think they have?
You get 8 points for
You get 2 points for a win.
For a win and nothing
And
for
you get 1 if you go to overtime.
Okay.
I think that's right. Lampe,
I
correct me if
think
I'm
they
wrong.
may have like 8 points.
7.
I was close.
Yo, the Pens are 3-7, 3-7-1. They've lost 6 in a row, and their goal differential's minus 15.
Damn.
Good luck with all that, Pittsburgh. All right, B. There's a lot of stuff I want to talk to you as we kind of gear up for another week, man. Week 9, going to the Meadowlands. There is so much to discuss here. But yesterday I noticed something. I get all these emails from all these betting places. Dan Quinn is now the favorite to win Coach of the Year in the NFL.
You shocked? I mean, he should be. A man that walks into this and they're where they're at right now this quick. That should be hands down. Who else is having a better year than him? What team is having a better year than this team based off of what you just saw for the last 20 plus years?
I think it was Kevin O'Connell was the favorite because of, they started 5-0 and you got Sam Darnold as your quarterback and blah, blah, blah. But they've now lost 2 in a row, I think.
They were in the playoff last year, were they not?
The Vikes were definitely in the playoffs 2 years ago. Last year, remember, Kirk got hurt. I think
he did get hurt last year. But my ultimate thing is, you come in this team, you basically overhauled this team. This team basically were 32nd, 31st, 29th in everything that they could be named in.
The defensive numbers now.
To be where they are right now, I don't think anybody else should be up for it compared to what he's done so far a year.
I agree, man. And it's tough because you don't want to get too out in front on this, but they're 6-2, 5 games to go until the bye. It's like entirely possible. 8-5, 9-4 at the bye is honestly a fairly modest prediction. And you've got to give Quinn a ton of credit. And Quinn, the type of staff Quinn put together.
Yeah.
And all of it is just working, man. I did this interview with Will Montgomery today, right? Who played for the Skins for 5 or 6 years, played throughout the NFL, was the center for Peyton Manning in Denver, like a lot of experience. And he was talking about how much he loved this offense, watching it, and how elements of it remind him of the Shanahan zone run scheme. Mm-hmm. But then it's not. Like, it looks similar, but it's different.
Yeah, far from it.
Well, I mean, Anthony Lynn goes back to that tree, right? Like, Anthony Lynn won 2 Super Bowls running that Shanahan zone run scheme in Denver. But you've got this group where you've got so many people with so much input from so many different spots. And I think it's all coming together just in the right way. And then you combine that you have a quarterback that looks like a legit MVP candidate for years. And that just changes everything.
Yeah. Hey, man. Right now, everything seems to be working. And I don't know if we can put one person or whatever, but it all seems to be working. And that man he runs the football operations. He's the one talking to the actual people that are going on the field on a consistent basis. Yes, Adam Peters goes and get people for him, but that coach has a lot of influence. And when you start seeing how these coaches are, how the players interact with the coaches, the difference in 1 week to the next, the difference in, like, when you see something, can they correct this? All of a sudden you go, damn, they corrected it. When you see all that comes from your head coach. And there are a lot of other people around, but you know what? Somebody sets the tone, and he set the tone. So I'm with it.
He sets the tone. How about this? I just saw this on the wire here. The Jets are Zerline's been terrible for the Jets. Honestly, they'd probably have 2 more wins if they didn't have Zerline, if they just had an above average kicker. But they stuck it out with Zerline, releasing Seibert back in late August, right?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Eventually, now the
Is Zerline Aaron Rodgers' friend?
He might.
Seibert wasn't his friend, so they told him to go, and he got his friend over there now.
So the Commanders.
That's a mess.
The Commanders traded for Cade York, later released him. signed Seibert week 2. Seibert's been nails since he's gotten here, right? Everything inside of 50, I think he's made. He's got the 2 misses that are outside of 50. It is weird. There were similar misses where he like chunks the ground first. But listen to this. The Jets are signing Riley Patterson to their practice squad. Remember him here?
Yeah.
I believe Patterson was the kicker when we were in New York for those practices. That I have never seen a kicker with an innate ability of hitting the crossbars more often than Patterson. And it's both sides. It's not like a consistent fade or a consistent draw. Like it is, he's going to hit that crossbar one way or the other. And I just find it so bizarre. And like some of this stuff is karma or kismet or serendipity, whatever you want to call that. Like the fact that the Jets released this dude Seibert, who is absolutely killing it here, and are now at least signing to their practice squad a guy that Washington had to cut, is just such a bizarre full circle moment to me.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes when you're hot, right? Like it just seems like everything is kind of going well for them. And, you know, a few weeks back when the Panthers were coming to town, you were getting mad at me because I was telling you they're going to kick their ass. I didn't think Carolina was good. I thought Washington was good. I'm not making any designations about this week's game because I think it's a division game. You're going to the Meadowlands. You never know what's going to happen in these situations, right? The Ravens just went to Cleveland and lost to the Browns. Like division games are a different beast. The Ravens also have a problem of playing down in their competition. 2 of their 3 losses this year are to the Raiders and the Browns. Like that's something they got to work on. Anyway, I there's no proclamation coming about what should happen this week. I do think Washington's more talented.
Yeah.
But the one thing, especially watching the Giants, but I'd say watching the Cowboys, like within the division, I think the Eagles still have the most talent. Just if you look at the roster, they're pretty loaded. But I think Washington plays the cleanest and is the best coached. And I think you see that week after week after week. If you watch,
you know what happens.
I didn't get to talk to you. Did you watch the Monday Night Football game, Giants Steelers?
I watched some of it.
Did you see the play call and the 2-point conversion?
No.
I'll send it to you. It's asinine. It was swinging gate.
Yeah.
Like it was.
Look, man, I'll tell you like this. Talent doesn't always win.
Right.
Okay? If you have talent without work, you're going to get your ass kicked. A lot of talented people, you know what they do too? They're selfish as hell. Everybody wants to do their own thing. That's what the Eagles are dealing with right now, where everybody wants to be the guy instead of just what everybody on this team is doing, sacrificing to make sure that the team wins. And if you could find a way of doing that, which is another reason I think you look at Dan for Coach of the Year, everybody thinks the same. They just want to win. They don't care about who's getting the credit. They want to win. Hell, Jaden comes on the show with us after the game. First thing he does is give credit to the defense. You know, we've seen times in this town where a guy play bad, but they win. He gonna come and say it was all about him. It happens, but they seem to have a common mindset of one common goal: let's win as a team. And if they keep being like that, good things can happen even farther along.
Packed show today. Greenberg joins us at 11. Pat Leonard checking in on these New York Football Giants at noon. Pat Leonard, of course, our friend from the New York Daily News. We should hear from Dan Quinn around 12:30. Aaron Schatz, the father of DVOA, joins us at 1 o'clock. We're actually going to get into power rankings next. Make sure we have time for it. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. And right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off and buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA to get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner, 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. After 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Washington Capitals defeat the New York Rangers 5-3. Alex Ovechkin with 2 goals, number 855 and 856. Ovechkin now 38 away from Wayne Gretzky. Connor McMichael and Alexei Protas also scoring. Protas on the good response after the loss to the Lightning.
Every game is hard in this league. You have to be on your best every night if you want to win. And, I think we played good in Tampa and just it didn't go our way like chances. And I think it was a very good bounce-back game for us, and we have to keep it rolling at home.
The Capitals stay home to host the Canadiens on Thursday. The New York Yankees defeat the LA Dodgers 11-4 in Game 4 of the World Series. Anthony Volpe with a grand slam, and Austin Wells and Gleyber Torres also homered. Yankees scored 5 in the 8th inning to put it away. Game 5 is tonight with Garrett Cole taking on Jack Flaherty, 8:08 p.m. The Washington Wizards against the Atlanta Hawks tonight at 6:45 p.m. on Team 980. In the NBA, the Chicago Bulls' Lonzo Ball with a sprained wrist to be re-evaluated in 10 days. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
All righty. Good morning to all those in the chat. We got to say good morning to the first comment we got. Who do you think it is today, B? It's one of our regulars.
Tay,
Nope.
Locked,
Nope.
Deb.
Nope. The Comandante.
I was about to go next. I can't believe he first.
Commander Tequila is in there first. Says, good morning, Commander's family. Good morning, everybody. If you want to be in the chat, one of these days I'll remember. YouTube.com/@1067 The Fan. Did I get it right, Jeff?
Something like that.
Something like that.
Just say that 1067 The Fan YouTube page.
1067 The Fan.
Go to the
YouTube
search
page.
thing, put in 1067 The Fan. It'll pop up for you.
All right, B. Who's best team in football?
Best team in football. Oh, Lord. I don't know. It goes week in and week out. Hell, it may be the damn Commanders, to be honest with you. I still go the Ravens.
The Ravens.
Yep.
Coming off the Browns loss?
Yeah, I mean, one thing about losing in your division, that's different, bro.
There was a team I thought
Some teams overlook them.
You're not saying the Chiefs.
I'm not. Man, why I say the Chiefs when everybody going to tell you why, okay, they shouldn't be because they're not playing well. They are the best team in football until somebody else beat them in the Super Bowl.
This is not the week I would have said Ravens. I would probably still say Chiefs because they're undefeated. And to me, winning the games matters. Every week we use NFL.com for our power rankings. And Eric Edholm, we've had on the show. I think he's not trying to be hot take. He's trying to be legitimate about it. This week he went with the Lions. And I do think the Lions.
Didn't they put 52 points up on somebody?
Yeah, the Lions are starting to make a real case for it, man.
The Lions are one of those throwback type football teams where in this day
they
and
just
age,
won 52-14.
Everybody wants to just toss it around, and everybody on defense don't tackle. They will maul you, and they will knock your blank in the dirt. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do.
You ready for a stat? Late in the third quarter of their 52-14 win over Tennessee. Tennessee's awful, but still, what are you supposed to do? Beat the hell out of bad teams. Late third quarter on Sunday, the Lions had 49 points. What do you think? How many yards do you think Jared Goff had thrown for at that point? 49 points on the board.
And he probably threw for about 100, 200?
57 pass yards.
That's all he had to do?
Yes.
They were mauling the hell out of him. He ended up with, like, what?
He ended up with 85 passing yards.
Yeah, I remember that now. I remember because he was like 12 or 15 for 85 yards, 3 touchdowns.
3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
12 of 15
remember
for
now.
85 yards and 3 touchdowns. Jahmyr Gibbs went 11 for $127 with a touchdown. David Montgomery went 9 for 33 on the ground with a touchdown. I mean, they are just an absolute freight train. They spread it around a little bit. It helps.
And that's
when
another team. Just like
Tennessee had 4 turnovers, so there's a lot of short fields and stuff.
Yeah, but that means the whole team's playing well. You know, then they don't care. You know, they don't care about who gets the credit.
So I maintain that for me, it'd be the Chiefs until they lose. They are undefeated. This is the first week where I think there was a stretch in there, maybe when the Ravens beat Washington, honestly, where you could have said the best team in football was the Ravens. The Chiefs went to Vegas and won. And listen, the Raiders are bad, but they always play Kansas City tough. Division games are just different. I'm aware of the picks with Mahomes. It is odd for a guy that's really controlled the football most of his career I think he's leading or at least tied for the lead in the NFL in interceptions thrown. Doesn't that just feel weird to say?
It feels weird to say, but you know what the ultimate thing is? It doesn't make a difference how many yards you throw, how many interceptions you throw, win the damn game.
Yeah.
And when it comes down to it down the stretch, he makes all the right plays.
Sure.
You know, as I've said before, if you throw your interceptions early in the game and then you throw touchdown late, people still praise you. That's what he seems to be doing. Unlike some other guys, like Romo didn't throw a lot of interceptions, but he always threw it at the most inopportune time, which makes people think he was a turnover machine, which he wasn't.
Right now, Baker Mayfield, Pat Mahomes, and Jordan Love are all tied for the NFL lead in picks with 9. And if you care about these things, Love has 9 picks in just 6 games and maybe missing time again. Dak and Gardner Minshew right behind them. For Mahomes in his career, the pick numbers, what stands out to me is just that he's on a pace that it would be really high for him.
Yeah.
We'll see if he settles it down. Dude, this is astonishing, Brian. Right now, the Chiefs are 7-0. And for the first time, I'm going to say ever, Mahomes is upside down on TDI&T ratio. He has 8 touchdowns to 9 picks, and they're 7-0.
Yeah.
What if he gets it together?
See, that's the thing.
What if he tightens up?
See, we have gotten into an era where we just look at stats all the time. But there is something about right now, their passing game is not as good as it is, but they're doing enough other stuff to win.
You think DeAndre Hopkins will make a difference?
Hell yeah. And then once they start throwing the ball around a little bit better, then what the rest of the league gonna do? You know, it's just there. It's not about the stats or what people think, the analytical mindset of it. How do you end the game with more points than the other team? It's all that damn matters. And Pat Mahomes and his crew is showing that to you right now.
They got what could be a pretty cool game, Chiefs Bucks this weekend. All right, here's what I want to ask you, B. I have not looked. Have you looked at have you scrolled down on the power rankings yet?
Mm.
Okay. He hasn't.
I haven't even opened it.
Okay, I have it open, but I've only gone through 2. The best record in the NFL is the Chiefs, 7-0.
Yep.
The next best record in the NFL is the Lions, 6-1. They only have the 1 loss. The next group of teams, there's a bunch of teams with only 2 losses. There's a bunch of 6-2 teams, okay? The Ravens are no longer in this category. They're at 5-3. They have a 3rd loss.
Mm-hmm.
The Vikings aren't in this category because they're 5-2. They only have 5 wins. Eagles, 5-2, only 5 wins. A lot of this is dependent on when you had your bye week, right? And Washington hasn't had theirs. Some teams have. But of the 6-2 teams, B, Steelers, Bills, Packers, Commanders, Texans. 5 teams are 6-2.
Mm-hmm.
How would you stack them up? Because to me, that should be the next batch of teams here. Like that Ravens loss was bad, and they now have 2 bad losses. You can go Ravens if you want, but the teams with the next batch of best records, there's 5 of them. Washington's in that bunch.
Washington's in that bunch, but you got to realize people are jumping on the bandwagon now of Washington, but they're not completely on it yet because they're still saying you got to prove it. They're probably going to put the Bills ahead of them. Since the Texans did what they did last year, they may go ahead of them. And I would think that it's a toss-up between them and Green Bay.
All right. 1, Lions. This is NFL.com power rankings. 2, Chiefs. 3 is the Bills. Bills kind of went to Seattle and beat Seattle's ass. It was tight for a while, and then they just pulled away late. I think it was the 3rd quarter. They scored, 3 straight touchdowns or had 3 straight scores. Josh Allen's still protecting the ball pretty well. He has the lowest interception percentage rate of his career, and the fumbles aren't there.
Look at that.
Yeah.
He's doing his best, and Pat still got a better record.
Yeah.
Just weird, bro.
I'm reading now. The Bills still live dangerously at times as they made some first half gaffes that might have sunk another team playing at Seattle. But the Bills, not any other team. They're high on this list, even with their warts, for their ability to overcome penalties and turnovers. And if you miss out on your chances against them, they'll cut you. Their run game is really strong. I really like that kid, Ray Davis. He runs hard. You add Amari Cooper and then Keon Coleman, the Florida State rookie, really starting to kind of perform. They've won 3 in a row. I think I'm buying this Bills team largely because it seems like Josh Allen more and more is realizing you can't be Superman every play. But that AFC playoffs is such a dogfight that outside of KC, I don't know that you could trust anybody.
If KC keeps winning and you got to go through Kansas City, I feel sorry for Josh. He's going to be very much like Jim Kelly.
Yeah.
You keep dealing with that dude.
I mean, listen to this. The NFC is not – I think the NFC has more depth, but listen to the top heaviness of the AFC. Chiefs are 7-0. They'd get the 1 seed. They'd get the bye. There's a lot of football left, but just saying how it currently projects out. Texans are the 2 seed, 6-2. Steelers are the 3 seed, 6-2. The Steelers with Russ Wilson, this is a different thing. Russ looks like he can play. Tomlin looks like he's calling the right shots there. Bills, 4 seed, 6-2. Then you've got the Broncos at 5-3. The Ravens are now the 6 seed at 5-3. The Chargers are the 7 seed. There will be a lot of movement on this. If the AFC playoffs started right now, you'd have the Broncos going to Buffalo, the Ravens going to Pittsburgh, and the Chargers heading to Houston. What do you think? A hypothetical, understanding that this is a long way off. I don't even know if they've played a regular season game yet. Ravens going to Pittsburgh for a wild card round playoff game. What do you think that line is? So we're talking January 13th.
Ravens would go to Pittsburgh. So Pittsburgh be a home team. And I think
they haven't played yet.
Steelers defense is good. It will probably be about 3.5 Ravens.
Ravens as underdogs. Or you got the Ravens favored in Pittsburgh.
It would be the favorite.
Wow. I would take the points. That's a system pick all day, baby.
Yeah.
I don't know that this will come to fruition. I think it's junk that the Commanders in 3 weeks have to play 2 teams coming off a bye when their bye is not till mid-December, but whatever. Pittsburgh's on a bye this week. Then they're down here to play Washington. They do have the Ravens the following week. I don't think a Mike Tomlin coach team and his record coming off the bye week is outstanding.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they'd be looking ahead to a big-time division matchup, but you never know. But honestly, Washington's in a slot now where the notoriety that comes with winning and then especially the exposure that comes from a Hail Mary win like that, nobody's looking past Washington now.
Mm-hmm.
And that feels weird to say, but it's the truth. Here's what we know on the power rankings. 1, 2, 3 goes Detroit, KC, Buffalo. We'll tell you where the Commanders land when we return. It's B. Mitchell Finley. Shout out to Dr. Rhythm on Twitter. Says, good morning, fellas. From
Everybody.
beautiful Roseville, California.
Roseville.
But born and raised in Northeast DC. Go Commanders.
All right, brother.
Thanks for listening, dude.
Hey, DJ.
All right,
play
1,
that
2,
song.
3 in the NFL power ranks goes Lions, Chiefs,
On and
Bills.
on and on.
I think you can make an argument about the Bills.
Lions, Chiefs, Bills, you said?
There's a whole bunch of teams that are 6-2. At 4, B, they actually have the Ravens, who have 3 losses and are coming off a terrible, terrible loss to the Browns. What a difference Jameis makes. But if Kyle Hamilton holds on to that pick, it goes the other way. I think it's football. It's the NFL. You got to expect some weird stuff. Shout out to me, who wanted to bet on the Browns plus 9.5. Shout out to Ahmet, who wouldn't let me do it. But it's all right because the Raiders got me home on the weekend parlay. Regardless, Ravens at 4 sound fair to you, even with the loss?
Well, like you say, when you go head to head, they did beat us.
Number 5 on this list.
Okay.
Commanders.
I
read now from NFL.com. When Jaden Daniels is named Offensive Rookie of the Year, we'll look back at Sunday's Hail Mary as the moment he really pulled away. Daniels, who seemed unlikely to even suit up for the contest throughout much of last week, outgunned Caleb Williams for most of the game, but still needed the rabbit to come out of the hat. There was luck, sure, but Daniels also made that play happen by wearing out the Bears rushers, keeping a confused secondary in scramble mode, and delivering a well-placed teardrop that was tipped into the hands of Noah Brown. Clearly, Washington practiced that one well. One play, you saw the seeds of the offseason plan paying off. The significant coaching upgrade, the brilliance of the Daniels pick, and the payoff of a slew of hungry veterans such as Brown, all filling key roles for a 6-2 football team. Don't forget a game defense that has now turned in impressive showings in 4 of the past 5 games. This team is real. What do you say to that, B?
I agree. I mean, you got to, at this point, you have to give them their due. You know, what we always say, I say I wait after 4 weeks. They're at 8 weeks now. And they're still doing these things. And you look at the game when they end up getting the game, you know, it's a miracle thing in the end, but still didn't play their best, but kept themselves in the game.
Yeah.
You know, and that's the sign of good teams. Good teams always have a chance. You know,
if you look at the last 5 games, they've held their opponent under 20 points 4 out of 5 times. They've held them under 15 points 4 out of 5 times. Mm-hmm. The only team that was able to score on them was the Ravens, and that game was probably a lot closer till the fourth quarter. 2 teams have been able to score on them really this year is Cincy, Baltimore, and Tampa. Sorry, I said 2. I meant 3. I think this team, the way they're playing now, is significantly different. It's weird because there's a 17th game now, but the way coaches talk about this, you divide it up into quarters. Mm-hmm. The first quarter of the season, Washington was offensively driven, right? Like they could just outscore. The second quarter of the season, this past month, all of a sudden their defense is playing pretty well. Their defense has climbed up to 10th in the league in points allowed, 13th in yards allowed.
Defense playing well, but offense did not look bad either.
Sure.
So, and I think when your offense can put up points like they have, you allow your defense freedom. You know, and then the way that they have drives of 6 minutes, 7 minutes, 8 minutes, the offense is on the field fresh. I mean, the defense is on the field fresh.
Complimentary football,
yes,
man.
Yes.
I do wonder kind of what happens. You know what you'd love to hear today or see today? That Brandon Coleman is cleared from concussion protocol.
Cool.
Well, we don't know that that's going to happen. I think today would be the day where you hear it. But this Cornelius Lucas thing, I saw him leave the locker room with a boot on his foot. I think if you don't have Coleman and you have Lucas, you're cool. If you don't have Lucas and you have Coleman, you're cool. You don't have either of those guys, and then it's Trent Scott starting against this Giants D line. I do think you'd be better off knowing it ahead of time and being able to game plan for it.
Didn't Lawrence get a little banged up the other night?
Dexter?
At one point I saw him like limping off the field.
He was in there at the end.
Okay.
He was dominant as usual. And that, Dexter's more of a problem for Biotish and
I'm not,
Allegretti.
I'm not worried about no problem. Biotish is okay.
Yeah, Lawrence is a player, but Trent Scott had some trouble the other night against Chicago, and you'd love to hear Coleman's clear. But B, I just pulled this up.
One of them will be ready, Jay. Think positive.
I think we hear that Coleman's clear today. Honestly, that's what my gut and my intuition is telling me. Of the power rankings, Commanders at 5, and I think that's legitimate. Rounding out the top 10, Green Bay at 6. Jordan Love injury. This will now be a second injury this year. It's a little weird. Vikings at 7. You wonder if they call the face mask in the end zone, but still, it would have been first to goal from the 20 or first and 10 from the 20 with like 30 seconds left. Houston at 8. How big of a deal do you think this Steph Diggs situation is? Done for the year?
Oh, he's done for the year. That's huge. But I mean, the thing about it is they wanted Steph to come in and do some things, but they were good already.
Yeah, but now Nico's out too. You need Collins back.
If Nico's
the
out,
way Mixon's running
be a
the football.
problem.
Yeah.
If Nico's going to be coming back, he's not out for the year.
No, I think he's supposed to be back within the next 2 weeks.
So they'll be, and they run the ball effectively too.
Dude, Pittsburgh at 9. I think people might be sleeping on Pittsburgh. Russ looks somewhere between good and good enough.
I think Russ, as the quarterback, makes that team more dangerous than it was at Fields.
They have a vertical passing attack, and you don't have that with Fields.
You got to at least say Russ is no longer an alien.
He seems to be an earthling. But, dude, Highsmith, everybody talks about Watt, who's fantastic. I mean, he had the strip sack on Daniel Jones. Watt is fantastic, but Highsmith is out of this world good, too.
Yeah.
And when you have two bookends like that, Hayward in the middle, Minko on the back end, that defense is so loaded. I am really fascinated to see what that looks like in 2 weeks against Washington. But, B, I pulled this up. We went through the AFC scenarios. Give me a line. You ready? If the NFC playoffs started today, and they don't, but just as a fun exercise, the Lions would be the 1 seed. They'd get the bye. Your Washington Commanders would be the 2 seed.
Mm-hmm.
They would host the 7 seed. You know who that would be if it started today? The Eagles.
All right.
Set the line.
If they will be hosting them, I'm going
Washington by 4.
Washington minus 3.5.
Yeah, I think that's about right. When we come back, we might ask an expert. Neil Greenberg joins the program.
The Washington Capitals dispatched the New York Rangers easily 5-3 with Alex Ovechkin scoring 2 goals number 855 and 856 of his career. Ovechkin now 38 away from Wayne Gretzky. Connor McMichael scored his 4th of the season. Alexei Protas his 2nd with 2 assists, and Logan Thompson had 16 saves. Ovechkin on the team being in a good groove.
First couple of games, it was, we just play out there and try to find the right thing. And right now it's kind of clicking, and you can see Stromer play unbelievable, win the face-off, feeling the puck. And when you have two guys, when they feel the puck, it's very important for you just try to get open and find the shot.
The Capitals stay home to host the Canadiens on Thursday. The Yankees extend their season at one more game with a resounding 11-4 win over the Dodgers in Game 4 of the World Series. Anthony Volpe with a grand slam speaks to the team's mentality.
We're just going to play our game. We feel like if we do that and we play the way we know we're capable of playing, they're obviously a good team and they can do what they do and whatever they want to do. But like I said, we just have so much confidence in us that if we play that way, we feel like we'll win.
Game 5 is tonight with Garrett Cole taking on Jack Flaherty at 8:08 p.m. The Chicago White Sox will name Will Venable as their next manager after a 121-loss season. The Wizards take on the Hawks tonight, 6:45 on Team 980. Wizards looking for 2 in a row against Atlanta. Commanders practice at 1:05 p.m. today. The Colts have benched Anthony Richardson and go to Joe Flacco. Byron Kerp on The Fan.
Gotta let the guitar come in here. Greenberg might have the best walk-up song on our program. Rosenberg's good too. They're different strokes for different folks. It's B. Mitch at Finley. Whenever you hear Ozzy, it means Neil Greenberg joins the program. Greenberg is a sports writer and stats geek, not nerd, for the Washington Post. You can follow him at @ngreenberg. He's a friend of the program and almost always gets the people talking. What up, Neil? How are you, buddy?
I'm doing great. How are you?
We're good, man. I just had a fancy fruit roll-up. They make fancy fruit roll-ups now. They probably have barred regular fruit roll-ups. B. Mitch is drinking some ginger tea. We're chilling. We're in Ashburn. I want to start here. We go through NFL.com power rankings every week. They have Washington at number 5 in the NFL. Washington is 6-2. If the season ended today, they'd be the 2 seed in the AFC. Obviously, there's a lot of football left. If you want to be a skeptic, you could say they're a Hail Mary and a hurt kicker away from being 4-4. I don't agree with that, but I've had people throw that at me. Where is Washington in the Greenberg power rankings?
They are 11th. They are 2 points per game better than an average team. They're right behind like the Houston Texans. I think that's a pretty good spot for them. I'm comfortable with where they're at. Like you said, a couple of bounces here and there. Maybe the record is different, but the NFL is like a fraud league, and what I mean by that is if you beat the teams that you're supposed to, the teams that you beat were frauds. And if you lose to teams that you weren't supposed to, you're a fraud. It's like there's a lot of no-win situations for NFL teams these days, especially in the echo chamber of social media. But I think the Washington Commanders need to be respected. I think they need to be taken seriously. And a lot of people just don't want to do that. And if you think my power rankings aren't giving them enough credit, I understand that. But they've moved quite a bit from the bottom third of the rankings into the top 10. And I think when you look at some of the NFC teams, I mean, I think that's a pretty fair assumption that they're among the top NFC teams. And being a top 10 team in the NFL is pretty good.
You say it's a fraud league, and I understand what you're saying about that, but like my thing is you're in this thing to win games. And whether you win it by 1 point or somebody fumble or whatever, you win the game, right? San Francisco,
Absolutely.
49, Kansas City right now, if you go by stats and analytics, they are horrible. But they're 7-0.
Yeah, and Minnesota, we saw it with Minnesota, the year that they won 13 games 2 years ago. You look at the analytics and maybe they were only supposed to win 8 games. That's the beauty of the NFL being a relatively small sample size of a season. A lot of people are saying, well, they can't keep it up, they can't keep it up, they can't keep it up. But they can, because the season is short, relatively speaking. And, you look at the offense playing very well. And I've tweeted about this. I think the improvement of the defense is not getting nearly enough credit for where Washington is. The defense was not good at all during the first couple of weeks of the season. It has improved dramatically. You got to give credit to the staff for disguising coverages and blitzes and all that other stuff. And I really do think that that's the underlying piece of this, where you need to take Washington a lot more seriously than a lot of people are.
Well, dude, to that point, we talked about this yesterday. It's chicken and egg. I like your reference about like week to week, somebody's a new fraud, right? But ultimately, all you can do are play the teams on the schedule.
That's right.
Is Washington's defensive improvement a result of playing some bad teams and, Caleb Williams having a god-awful performance?
Or they could have been the reason
or
they
the reason that these bad teams can't get their offense going and Caleb struggled so much?
Yeah, so I actually asked Aaron Schatz about this. He does the DVOA, which is just adjusting efficiency for strength.
He'll be on the program at 1:00.
Okay, so great. So okay, perfect. So, I asked him about this, and he seems to agree that the defense is real even after adjusting for strength of schedule. And like you said, you can only play who's put in front of you. You don't get to choose your opponents. But if bad teams play worse, then you've done your job, right? Like if you prevent the team from scoring, any team from scoring, you've done your job. And I think people kind of want to have their cake and eat it too, right? Like they want to say how much parity there is in the NFL, and they also want to say there are teams that are so bad that you should get no credit for doing anything against them. And I just don't think that that's fair. I mean, we've seen very bad NFL football teams put up a lot of points. We've seen them have very good defensive plays. That's just the way the NFL goes. So yes, I do think that even after you adjust for that, Washington's defensive improvement is real. We'll see if Aaron corroborates that. I think he will. But you look at, objective measures like his, subjective measures like Pro Football Focus. I think they're all trending in the same direction. And when you're trending in the same direction, then there's real improvement happening. I think that's, obviously that's good for the franchise.
Is it any way, Neil, that you can look and see how a certain player has impacted? Because Johnny Newton was a man-child on our Sunday. I mean, I saw a few plays that Baldy broke down. The dude is in the backfield past the lineman before they must get their hand off the damn ground.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of where like Pro Football Focus's game ratings come into play, because they are looking at what the player did, not necessarily what the result of the play was. He was the highest rated player on the squad this past week. Like you said, he had a sack, 7 total pressures, 2 stops at or behind the line of scrimmage. That'll play in the NFL, right? I mean, if you can have a dominating pass rusher, that's going to work. And, we've said this before, most important player in the field, quarterback. Second most important player, probably a pass rusher that can help neutralize the passer. And he certainly did that. And I think that's, again, that's a credit to the organization. I mean, Bobby Wagner is playing really well despite being an advanced age for football. The coaching staff had a lot of high pressure strategies against the Bears. You think that they're going to pressure with more than 4, and they don't. They're using Tampa 2 very well. There's just a lot of things going on with the defense that we kind of praise for the offense camouflaging what they're doing. I think the defense is doing it as well. This is a good football team, and I get that people were pessimistic at the beginning of the season, but it's time to make some new decisions based on new information. And there's a lot of things that are working for this team right now.
There are a lot of things that are working for this team. Dude, I wondered this, and I don't know if you have these numbers readily available, and I'm putting you on the spot, so forgive me. How often do Hail Marys work? And then particularly
they don't work very often. There's been a lot of that stuff kind of going around.
And then particularly to win a game like that. Because I have seen,
I mean,
I've seen two in person, right? The Broncos last year, where they then needed a 2-pointer and didn't get it. But go years back, the Saints hit one going into halftime with Jameis Winston. Like, I saw that in person. Yeah. So I've seen a few, but never to win a game.
Right. Well, that's why they stick in your brain, right? Because they're so few and far between, and it becomes they're just rare, right? Like they stick out because of how rare they are. You're not going to see that. I mean, there was a lot of things that had to happen, right? I mean, you had to have a defensive player taunting the crowd a little bit.
And then his chip helps out.
You know what I mean? Like that type of stuff. There's a lot that needs to go right in order for a Hail Mary to work, period, let alone for it to happen with a couple seconds left in the game and for the win, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, they don't even work in practice.
It was great. Yes?
They don't even work in practice.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a reason why they call them Hail Marys, right? And not like gimmies.
Right.
You know, I mean, and it's funny because you look at someone kind of like charted where the passes were first touched for these, just the tips that go in the end zone, and a lot of them are before the actual end zone themselves, right? Like the Hail Marys are usually tips that you need a lucky deflection and a lucky bounce of sorts to get in the hands of your guy in the end zone. So yeah, it's fluky indeed, and but I mean, what a story, right? And I actually tweeted like this is a team of destiny of sorts, because what's not working for this club, right? Like everything is working right now. So we see these once in a while, and I do believe that the Commanders are the team of the moment.
It's wild to say that and have it be a real sentence. What, I don't know, worries, concerns. The Giants, I think, are better than the 2-6 record, but I think they're poorly coached. Do you have any metrics on coaching? Like that 2-point conversion play the other night's a great example. They're just undisciplined. The penalties add up. Dable flips out. They pull the kid, Deonte Banks. Maybe he deserved it, but like I don't know that he deserved it at the moment. Is there a way to quantify Washington where seemingly the right calls are coming in at a number of, I mean, just think about Bobby Johnson, right? Bobby Johnson was canned by the Giants last year, and they tried to make him the scapegoat. Think about Brian Johnson, canned by the Eagles last year. They tried to make him the scapegoat. I couldn't help but notice Jaden Daniels dapping up Brian Johnson after the Hail Mary. You know what I mean? Like something, can you quantify that? Is there any of that?
Well, I think it's a lot of it is the quarterback play. And I think Daniel Jones is probably the last of his kind in terms of letting a young quarterback just keep being mediocre or worse and not making a change, right? Like Daniel Jones has gotten a lot of bites at the apple when a lot of other franchises are starting to pull the plug earlier and earlier. I think it's also showing like how much the draft process can set you back if you don't get that right, even if you're changing coaches, even if you're changing schemes or you're getting some new players in there. They're sticking with Brian DeBall despite some less than great circumstances, largely off of a 2022 campaign where he went 9-7-1. They're not a great football team. And I think it's more of just the collection of players that they have around them. It's tough. It's tough to overcome mediocre to poor quarterbacking play, and that to me seems what's sticking out the most.
When you look at, I don't know, I kept looking at Caleb and Jaden. Jaden seems to be the guy who seemed to be so under control. Caleb seemed to be the guy who has to have a lot of stuff, just run around to try to make plays, backyard type, instead of being a guy who's more of the pro style. I'm confident. I drop back, I read, I let it go, and then I take off. Caleb seems to want to start taking off before.
Yeah, I think Jaden Daniels has the it factor, right? Like that's really the only way for me to describe it. Like he knows what to do. Like he is the right guy in the right situation doing the right things. That's not to say that Caleb Williams is a bust or won't be a great quarterback in this league or anything else. It's just Jaden Daniels, for whatever reason, has all green lights in almost everything that he does, right? It seems like almost every decision he makes is the right one. It seems like he is, reading defenses really well, knowing what to do at the right moments. Even taking the Hail Mary away, like this is a guy that is getting a lot of, has already kind of gotten all the momentum for Rookie of the Year. I personally think that he deserves more MVP talk than he's getting. So I think it's probably unfair to Caleb in that he was supposed to be the guy, and the other guy is getting a lot of the spotlight because he's just playing better right now. It doesn't mean that his career is going to be better, but
yeah, he's making the plays, so
playing better now, right? Like there's more to highlight on Jaden Daniels on the football field than there is Caleb Williams. It's almost like I'm really reducing this, but it's almost like a PR type thing, right? Where there's just so much more to talk about with Jaden Daniels being the quarterback for this team, the Hail Mary, the runs, the wins, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That for right now, it's just, I just don't see how Caleb Williams can compete on that front.
Yeah, I agree with that, dude. It's the rookie
momentum
of the year
is
stuff.
already too great for Caleb Williams to overcome. Like he would have to be like Joe Montana plus Brett Favre plus, like Randall Cunningham over the rest of the season, carrying the Bears on his back to kind of switch the narrative back to his favor over Jaden Daniels at this time. Not because, he's that far off, but it's just because the PR momentum, it has just gone so much in Jaden's favor. It'd be almost impossible to reverse that tide right now.
I agree with that. Yep. Totally. Hey, I'd be crazy not to ask you this quickly while we got you. Ovi scores twice last night.
Yeah.
Where is he at? Where is he at kind of going forward? And where do you have him breaking this record? Like, could that happen this year?
It could. I mean, it certainly could. We're out of superlatives to discuss this guy, right? Like, it's just impossible to talk about like how good he is and everything at this point. You got to give credit to the coach for kind of flipping him on the wing there and still getting hit, so much production out of him. Cause obviously we've seen that be tried before and it doesn't work. And, Ovechkin 39 years old, et cetera. I don't think he's going to break the record this year. I'm not convinced of that, of course. I mean, it certainly could happen. But I do think that we are on like a very early watch next year.
Yeah.
And I didn't even think the Capitals would be this big of contenders, but here they are, very much one of the better teams in the NHL with the greatest goal scorer to ever live. And as much as the football team is getting a lot of the pixels, if the NHL was just a little bit more popular, I think that the Ovechkin story would also be dominating headlines locally and nationally because we just don't see these things happen. And so literally this is what a generational talent looks like. And he's just going to be the absolute best, hands down, lock, whatever, in almost all of sports at what he does once he hangs up his skate.
You have another couple of games like he had last night in the next 2-3 weeks. We're gonna start thinking about just this year's gonna happen.
You're absolutely right. Like I said, I am not. I am saying no, but I am not convinced. Like I would not bet money on that. I would not bet a kidney on that. I would not
You would
even
not
bet a
short
crayon
him.
on that. Like I am not. I am not doubting this gentleman any more than I have in the past, because he's just a super powered person that can do whatever he wants.
Greenberg, always appreciate your time, brother. Thank you.
All right, love you guys. I'll talk to you soon. Be safe out there, Halloween.
Take care, brother. All right.
Happy Halloween, Neil. That's our guy, Neil Greenberg. Give him a follow at N Greenberg. Interesting to talk to him. We're going to talk to Pat Leonard. Then we're going to talk to Aaron Schatz later in the program. Nobody go anywhere, only getting warmed up.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. If you're in need of a midweek boost, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, has you covered with Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. Now, every Wednesday, you can get parlay profit boosts on everything from spreads to over-under. So take advantage of the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack. Who knows? It might just become your favorite day. Look for the Hump Day Parlays Reward Stack in the FanDuel app to find your profit boost. New to FanDuel, visit FanDuel.com/Brian, BRIAN. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. You have to be 21 years or older. FanDuel Sportsbook is also the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Max wager amount applies. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration. See terms for both offers at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Another impressive win for the Washington Capitals, defeating the New York Rangers 5-3. Alex Ovechkin, 2 goals. So he now has 856 in his career, 38 away from Wayne Gretzky. Connor McMichael and Alexei Protas also scoring. Protas on the victory.
It's been a fun game, a big test for our team. It's actually fun games to play where you have to step up and show your best, and I think that's what our team did today overall. We had an outstanding game, and I think we deserve that win, and another statement game for us.
World Series has the New York Yankees defeating the LA Dodgers 11-4 to stay alive. They're down 3-1 in the series. Anthony Volpe with a grand slam, and Austin Wells and Gleyber Torres also homered. Yankees enjoyed a 5-run 8th inning. Game 5 is tonight with Garrett Cole against Jack Flaherty at 8:08 p.m. The Chicago White Sox are going to name Will Venable as their next manager. Washington Wizards are back home against the Atlanta Hawks tonight at 6:45 on Team 980. Commanders will practice today at 1:05 p.m. as they prepare for the Giants. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. If you missed any of our conversation with Neil Greenberg there, get on that Odyssey app, hit rewind, and figure it out. Yesterday, B, we had a good conversation. We opened the phone lines up.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what changes when the football team's good, right? Like, sadly, this time last year we were debating, is how old a guy, right? Like, is this offense right? Is Ron going to make it? I think we probably
We knew the answer to the last one.
by Halloween we kind of knew
all the answers.
This year's lost again, and who knows what happens next?
Yeah.
This year it feels so different. So I just pulled this up. By Halloween last year they were 3-5.
Yeah.
So maybe there was some level of hope still at that point, but not really.
No.
This year is entirely different, and we're not debating the future or how you make it work or any of that. It is, how good is this team right now, and what could they possibly do, and are they top 5, top 10 in the power rankings, these sorts of things. And through 8 games, through the halfway point here, if there's one Achilles heel, I think it would be the red zone. Offensively, they're scoring. They've scored 18 touchdowns on 35 entries into the red zone. They are 24th in the NFL ranking of red zone offenses. Mm-hmm. That's bottom third of the league. Offensively, you're not going to find a whole lot of warts. That's kind of the only one. We just saw it in the Bears game, their inability to score in the red zone. Mm-hmm. There have been penalties.
I think the penalties have derailed them several times, other than just not the ability. The fact that they can score from distance helps them out some too.
Right. Like the fact, if you're going to be third in the NFL in scoring and yet 24th in red zone scoring, you're still scoring a ton.
Yeah.
But think about how good that could be. How do you get your red zone offense to become more efficient?
The thing about the red zone is that is the place where you can have those mistakes and hiccups and things that set you back because it's so, tight. You get down there, it's first and goal at the 5. You're more than likely going to leave with a touchdown. But boom, somebody jumps. Now you're first and goal at the 10. Something else happens. You back at the 15. It now limits what you can run. But if you're first and goal at the 5 with no issues going on, you run what the hell you want to run. So they have to stop being their own Achilles heel. And things are completely changed.
Yeah, it would certainly help. I don't know if it's that simple. I am really curious why Brian Robinson didn't get much work in the second half last week. We know he's dealing with. He had been dealing with that knee issue. I think they just weren't on the field very much. I mean, their offense wasn't great against the Bears. Do you think they maybe limited Jaden running down near the goal line last week, knowing he was battling back from the rib injury?
Yeah. I don't think they wanted to have any more hits than he normally was going to get. We were already complaining about putting him in. Well, people, I'm not complaining, right? Oh, why are they calling these design runs in this position? If they called more design runs in that game, people will lose their damn minds. So they were trying a little bit cautious, but then again, when you're playing with a guy of his mindset and his ability, it's kind of hard to be 100% cautious.
Yeah, I agree there. And you know what else? I looked at this one. There was a lot of concern. If they don't hit the Hail Mary, this would have been a heavy talking point. But a ball bounces off a DB's hands into a wide receiver's hands, and therefore we don't talk about it. DQ's decision to punt from the Washington 12 on 4th and inches, I still think that was the right call. I'm not mad about that one.
Man, you backed up. And what if you're
at the 12-yard line?
See, everyone that people are great at being the couch part of the couch coach and the second guesser. If they don't make it, what would everybody say? See, they just thinking about, oh, why didn't he go for it there? It's not 100% chance you're gonna make it. You can lose it. You cannot make it. And if you give him the ball right there, you basically gave some points up, did you not?
Oh yeah, I think for me, the situation where the thought process there is if you go for it and they don't and they get it, cool, you run out the game. If you don't get it there, say Chicago scores, you would have been in the same position, but you would have had a lot more time to drive down the field.
Yeah.
I think that's the theory is rather than needing a Hail Mary, maybe you can just hit a real drive.
Yeah.
And if that's a scene, then maybe you only need a field goal to win. Like it gives yourself more options. The one that we didn't really discuss, and I'm curious what you think about this. This was early in the fourth quarter, so it wasn't as things became so, Chicago hadn't taken the lead yet. I was surprised by this, and I wonder if this one was maybe injury related too. 4th and 3 from the Bears 49. Mm-hmm. You're at midfield, and they punted. I feel like they've been pretty aggressive in those situations throughout the year. That one surprised me a bit. And I'm not necessarily arguing it was or wasn't the right play call. I think people get a little too caught up in that stuff. But that punt was the drive where the Bears went down the field, and then they got bailed out because the play caller decided to hand the ball to a tackle at the goal line.
But overall, the defense had played well against their offense.
To that point, for
they
sure.
Have given them great chances. And I think
that was the drive where Chicago started being able to
But when you're making that decision, the decision is based off of how well your defense has been playing. You take that chance because you feel, okay, we can go stop them, but we can play the field position battle right here. Hell, they went on a run then. And they still end up taking the ball away from them anyway. So no harm, no foul in that situation. You know what
Barely.
I mean?
By the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, but still, I think that is the thing about coaching where I have to tip my hat to coaches because I would probably be cursing out media people and everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Every time I make a decision, you're going to tell me what I should have done.
I'm not saying wrong,
I'm just saying.
But that's a curious one to me because they've been aggressive in other situations.
But I would say in that situation where you have a hurt quarterback and your defense is playing well, why not? I mean, if I don't get it there, because I think people always think about if they get it. What if they don't and you give it to them at the 50? I guarantee the same people that said they should go for it will be knocking them the next day. So I think you got to go when your defense is playing good, you take the chance with that. And I wanted to make this comparison earlier. We were talking. I watched my man Johnny Newton on some plays. He reminds me of number 99.
Donald?
He's not that tall.
Mm-hmm.
Donald wasn't that tall, but the quickness out the stance. I'm not saying he's Donald, but there's a lot of similarities in what he does because he jumps out off the ball. And when the guard lifted his arm to hit him, he was already here. Couldn't even hit him. That's the one when Caleb went to try to do the screen.
Yeah.
He was already gone. You know, he got some stuff with him, man.
Oh, I agree with that. I mean, they were really, really thrilled to be able to get him. I listened to Ryan Russillo's
Did I say
podcast.
99? You said Donald. You didn't say Sap. So you know.
Well, I definitely wasn't saying Chase. That was the 99 that came to mind.
No. Inside.
I know. But listen to this. So we need answers on Brandon Coleman and Brian Robinson. You know when his last carry came in that game against the Bears?
Late in the second.
Late in the third.
Late in third.
2nd and 5, Washington 12, Brian Robinson off the left end for 2 yards. He didn't get another carry in that game. And there was, especially if you go to the late drive where they ended up punting, that a lot of people questioned that punt. Dude, you're at your own 12-yard line. That's a punt for me, dog. If you look at that drive, I guess B-Rob got a carry on 1st and 10, 2nd and 9, and they just couldn't get anything done. 4th and 1, you punt. So it's, I don't know. I think specific to the red zone, I think they got to lean on the run game more, especially you get down inside the 10, inside the 5, and go fullback, whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like, just if they're going to play games in January that matter, maybe a second game in January that matters, a third game in January that matters, the red zone efficiency is going to have to creep up.
It will. I mean, it has to creep up. I think the ultimate thing at this point right now, like you said, they're third in scoring. We went through the thing where they scored, 8, 12, whatever, 13 straight drives or whatever it was. They know how to get down the field. But I would say every time they get in the red zone, for the most part, they make a mistake. They have a penalty. They do something weird or whatever. And that has to be eliminated because what you have a momentum going. You have a rhythm going. And then now all of a sudden you're at the 10-yard line and then boom, your rhythm is stopped. Now the guy that just jumped, you know what he does next play? Comes off late. That's that defensive player getting to his chest,
right.
Knock him back, you lose some yardage. Now you were going from, we were inside the 10, now we back up to the 15, 16, and we got to go for the end zone. Or you settle for the field goal. I think a lot of times they did not make the mistake to try and force something where you can get an interception, and yes, they will get the 3 because they score so damn often. It's ridiculous.
Pat Leonard joins us at noon. B. Mitchell Finley, 1067, the Fan. Live out in Ashburn, Virginia. Whole bunch of comments going on. Jeff, people are still just randomly. Shout out Commander Tequila. We're telling him not to send money randomly on YouTube, and he just keeps doing it.
Yeah, I told him his donations just get lost. And if you want to dump some money in a random cash app, I told him $ Jeff 2 or Venmo Jeff 2 funny if you want to just waste money like that. But they got to stop. I don't want them losing it.
I think Bickle starts the show every day giving out his Venmo, right? On the Junks.
Hey, man.
Give him your Cash App, Jeff. Fire away.
Tequila, he's different, man. That's all I'm going to say.
Commander Tequila is definitely different. B, I wanted to ask you about this Aaron Rodgers thing.
Which one?
He's got a fountain of youth drink.
Obviously, you saw him playing the last few weeks. He's not getting very much younger.
I actually think you've drank this.
What's the name of it?
He does a cayenne pepper water drink.
Just cayenne pepper and water by itself? Nothing else?
Trying to get specific. It sounds like it's just cayenne pepper and water.
Nah.
Didn't you do that with one of your cleanses or something?
Nah, you got to have some honey and some lemon juice and other stuff when you do that drink. I would drink.
Well, maybe that's it. Landville, I don't know if you have the audio. Maybe he explains it. I'm sure there's more.
He needs to just go play better football and stop being an ass, and then people will care about what he's saying. Nobody care about no damn drink.
On a scale of 1 to 10, are you more annoyed by Aaron Rodgers or everybody that tries to hype up Josh Allen until he wins some playoff games?
Oh, no, I don't worry about them hyping up Josh Allen. I mean, I'm annoyed by Aaron Rodgers, though. This dude does everything to disrupt the chemistry of a team and then try to play victim when somebody asks him or come at him about something. So, no, I don't deal with people like that very well.
I think that's fair. I find Rodgers pretty annoying, but I've come to enjoy how much it annoys you. So I kind of ride it out. The Jets, though, all right, this is Aaron Rodgers talking about his fountain of youth elixir.
Timo gave me a little fountain of youth. He said he's been taking for a while. All legal, of course. I've been kind of gassing him up. That's why I've been feeling a little bit better. But he's been taking like cayenne pepper and water. So he gave me some before the game. Felt pretty good, but I've been kind of gassing him up. That's why I'm feeling so good. I'm not sure how much that's playing a factor, but
I mean,
the thing I'll say this, okay?
In the last game, he went for
him to bring it
230
up,
and 2 touchdowns, and they lost. Like, I don't know. Rodgers went for 230 with 2 touchdowns, and they lost to the Patriots. It wasn't on him. I think there were some really bad coaching decisions. But that Jets team is just an absolute train wreck, and I don't see him digging out of it, no matter how much cayenne pepper you drink.
Cayenne pepper is one of those things that's supposed to help with information and things of that nature. But the thing about Aaron Rodgers for me is he playing so great to where you're going to say, I want to go drink that drink because he's doing it? Or is he trying to help one of his boys out by saying it, knowing that there are people that's going to follow whatever an athlete does?
I don't know. But that is one of those he tries to act like he's just one of the guys.
Yeah,
he told me to try this, so I'm
like
trying
my mom always said, when people volunteer stuff that you don't ask, that's probably what it is. When he say, oh, and it's legal too, it's probably illegal as hell, whatever he's talking about. See what I'm saying?
My boy Chris Strickland, if this is a Chris I'm thinking of, I know this dude. He says he just drinks tequila, that it works. And he's got a company that has ginger in the tequila. And a little bit of that every
Chris,
morning.
that may work better. Seriously.
Cayenne pepper, not exactly for me. What is for me, Pat Leonard joins us next. High noon, Pat Leonard from the New York Daily News.
This update brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Washington Capitals defeat the New York Rangers 5-3 with Alex Ovechkin scoring 2 goals, numbers 856 and 857 in his career. He's now 37 away from Wayne Gretzky.
Back along the near board. Up now to Ovechkin. And brought down the wing, back to Wade. He shoots, he scores! Alex Ovechkin from the slot, kept it low on Igor Shesterkin. 16:37 to go. It's 1-0 Washington.
The call from the Capitals radio network. Connor McMichael scored his 4th of the season. Alexei Protas had his 2nd. Team had a good response after the loss to Tampa Bay.
Every game is hard in this league. You have to be on your best every night if you want to win. And, I think we played good in Tampa and just didn't go our way like chances. And I think it was a very good bounce-back game for us, and we have to keep it rolling at home.
The World Series Game 5 is tonight after the Yankees beat the Dodgers 11-4 thanks to Anthony Volpe's grand slam and home runs from Austin Wells and Gleyber Torres. Chicago White Sox will name Will Venable as their next manager after an historic 121-loss campaign. The Wizards are back against the Atlanta Hawks tonight, 6:45 live play-by-play on Team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Let's be real, folks. B loves this song. He requested it.
Nope. I chose a number. I don't know anything about what song it is.
Crank it, Landfill. Say goodbye. All right. Either B. Mitch requested it or Pat Leonard requested it.
Pat Leonard.
Pat Leonard joins us now from New York. You can follow Pat at P. Leonard, NYDN, New York Daily News. Check out his podcast, Talking Ball with Pat Leonard, wherever you get your podcasts or on YouTube. Pat, what's up, dude? How are you?
Man, that was a smooth intro. The vibes with the Commanders, I can tell, are just sky high.
You know things are going good when you can play Wilson Phillips unironically.
No doubt.
We can, if you have some vibe questions, we're happy to discuss them. What are the vibes in the Meadowlands, dude?
Oh, they're bad. 3 straight losses, 10 points combined in their last 2 home games against the Bengals and Eagles. And as bad as the season's going, JP and B. Mitch, at home, the Giants have been absolutely horrendous. They are 0-4 at home. They barely score any points. In those 2 games against the Bengals and Eagles, they actually scored a total of 3 first-half points in the 2 games combined. It's like the pressure that they're under increases tenfold when they're in front of the fan base that is just tired of seeing the same old thing. And frankly, you guys, it's an interesting juxtaposition because the Commanders franchise obviously revitalized a new life with a new staff, but of course led by the new quarterback, and the Giants are stuck in neutral with the quarterback that they really don't believe in anymore, but they're still trotting out onto the field.
It's crazy. We had this debate the other day, and it was kind of just internally. But if you go back a few seasons, do you think the Giants wish they lost that playoff game in Minnesota? Because Daniel Jones looked really good in that game, and it was based on that. They paid him, right?
Yeah, no, they would not trade the playoff win, but I think what they would do is, to your point, I don't think they'd be able to do it because this is who they are, but they would try not to overreact to that game, and then 2 weeks prior to that, he had a big game against the Colts at home. So it's like when they have to write this like on a whiteboard when they're about to make these decisions. Like, we're about to pay this guy $40 million a year because he had 2 great games against the Colts and the Vikings. You know what I mean? Like, you just say it out loud, you're probably not going to make that investment. No, I think to your point, JP, they just overreacted to one result. And it's been their MO, whether it's how they handle their coaches or how they handle their quarterbacks. I mean, if you guys remember when they extended Eli's tenure past his due date, his expiration date, it was cited by Dave Gettleman at the time that Eli had this great game against the Eagles in December during a season that didn't matter. It was like one game where he had thrown for like 200 some yards. And so when you're making decisions like that, you're going to get what you deserve, really.
It's I understand how the fans are with the play on the field and things like that, but it's pressure mind on the people making decisions.
Yes, there is. But what I wrote about today for the New York Daily News, B-Mitch, is I don't like the way that I think everyone agrees that they need to move on at quarterback. But to me, it feels like, what I'm calling it is Operation Dime Out Danny. I feel like it's, hey, everything is the quarterback's fault. Once we get a new quarterback, everything will be fixed. Please don't look at everything else that's hiding behind this curtain over here, because their roster decisions, their draft picks, the fact that they have a first-round pick quitting on the field, now benched last week. You look at the general manager's first-round picks. You have Kayvon Thibodeau on injured reserve. You have Evan Neal not playing. You have Deontay Banks benched and not giving maximum effort. And you have Malik Neighbors, who is a special talent, but has had a tough couple of weeks and really is coming off his worst game so far with several drops. So I think, to your point, B-Mitch, Dable is grasping at straws here, and the operation that is supposed to be the foundation of what they're running here is just as much in question as the quarterback.
Here's my question for you, Pat, and I'm not trying to rub this into Giants fans, because I know we have Giants fans that listen to us, right? But just because they live in DC and they get used to it. I understand John Mara, every time he gets a chance, says nobody's job's on the line. We're trying to grow this thing. We're trying to do it the right way, etc. And I understand if you look at the turnover since they fired Coughlin, it's been significant and it's been consistent. And I get wanting continuity, but how can you watch this product and think, okay, Danny Dimes the problem. We're going to get him out of here, and then we're going to let these guys find us the next guy. And how do you want to reinvest with the Shane Daboll group?
Yeah, I think, JP, that John Mara saying what he said to us the other day was a little bit of okay, what else am I going to say right now? If I put more pressure on them, I'm essentially saying the firings are coming. Just give it a few weeks. So I think what he was doing was buying himself and trying to buy the team some time there. I mean, despite John Mara saying, I did believe him at the time when he said, we're not making changes in season. He did leave the door open though to I don't anticipate making changes after the season. I mean, I'll tell you guys right now, I think this coaching staff is going to be done at the end of this year. I mean, that's what I think. I mean, I'm not reporting that, but
right.
If this stays on the same trajectory and they don't turn it around, John Mara's stated barometer at the end of every season is, when I walk off the field at the end of the year, I want to feel like we're headed in the right direction. And to your point, objectively, you cannot write everything down and look at it and say that Shane and Daboll have this team in a better place now than they did when they took over.
Does one have it better than the other? Are they in the bed together?
Well, the Giants' history, B-Mitch, is always to give the general manager a longer rope, and also to not want to blow up the entire kind of back-end processes of how they've done things, especially because they've changed it over and really given Shane, total control as far as how they operate, how they draft, all of their operations, and how they scout. But from my vantage point, Shane is as involved. He's more involved in this operation than I've ever seen a GM here. And I think you could probably equate it to the way that Howie Roseman is involved in Philadelphia and kind of that like baseball GM model. I mean, he's involved in film studies, reviews with the team. He's, connects to the locker room. He's out there at practice every day, very close out on the field. So it's very difficult to me to separate the two. I personally think if they're being honest about it, you're evaluating both of them either way. You're either keeping them or firing them both, is how I view it based on the objectivity of kind of how it's running.
Specific to this week, you know what? I do want to ask one more. I think Bobby Johnson has gotten here, and the offensive line has been really good here. I think it's kind of interesting. He was run out up there. There were a billion injuries, and maybe they didn't play well either, but I don't know that any O-line coach was fixing that thing with all the injuries the Giants sustained last year.
Yeah.
Watching the Monday night game and seeing all the penalties, seeing Daboll flip out, seeing them bench Deonte Banks weirdly. Maybe he deserved it, but I don't know that he deserved it in the game like that. How do you think the actual coaching is going up there? In-game preparation, that 2-point conversion, what the hell was that? Like, how is the soup to nuts of the teaching, developing players going?
Yeah, Daboll actually said in defense of that play, he was trying to rationalize, like, we spend a lot of time on these things, we should be executing them better. But he said in an interview yesterday, basically, that they've practiced that play as much as any play. So that really didn't come off very well as much as he intended it to. It's like, well, that's pretty worrisome. If Bobby, if you're listening, I would tell Bobby Johnson, it's like in Good Will Hunting when he says, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. Like the Bobby Johnsons and the coaches who got either run out of here or who, when they left of their own accord, were blamed for the shortcomings of this operation. I think everybody, if they're looking at it, understands that they were not the reason this team was losing and was dysfunctional. In fact, a great example is like Josh Izudu, a player who Joe Shane drafted in the 3rd round out of North Carolina as a guard. Last year, they moved him to tackle pretty late, and he ended up really struggling. That's how Daniel Jones injured his neck. And it was clear that Izudu just couldn't do it and had been put in a bad position. So it's like, okay, let's give him a year. Let's give him a new offensive line coach, and everything's going to be better because, the way we were coaching him, all these things that we were doing with him were not good enough. Well, he steps in as the starter at left tackle when Andrew Thomas gets hurt against the Eagles. He lasts exactly one full game and gets replaced this past week after one game by a guy they got off the street, off the Niners practice squad, Chris Hubbard, who gave up about 12 pressures to Alex Highsmith in their loss to the Steelers. So that's just one example of how the reputations of these coaches get smeared when they leave and they get kind of scapegoated and pinpointed. And that's really the similar thing that, to me, that's happening to Daniel Jones right now. It's like it's always somebody else's fault. It's never the guys who are actually running things. And, it was interesting in the week 2 matchup with Washington and the Giants because the offensive line for Washington obviously was winning that matchup, especially in the run game against the Giants D-line. But they just had those false starts and those penalties in the red zone that prevented them from getting it in the end zone. So I'm expecting this to be kind of a complete kind of full circle moment for Bobby Johnson and that unit. Because as long as they don't shoot themselves in the foot in those spots, I think they're going to have their way on Sunday.
You were describing to me that they always pass the buck. And I don't think that no organization ever want to be consistently good if the people making the decisions blame all the people that they pick. You picked them, so it got to be your fault.
Exactly. No, and that's, and B. Mitch, like you've seen this in the league too, but you can move on. Like, it's not going to feel good, right? If someone gets fired or someone gets cut or someone gets demoted on the depth chart, but there are just different ways to do things. And, that is not the right way to do it. And that's what you're going to see with Jones, I just called today in the Daily News. I just called to the Giants and said, like, listen, if you don't believe in the guy, just bench him. Just bench him. Just sit him down. Don't play him anymore. Or stand behind him, show that you believe in him, but don't say that he's our starter. And then after a loss to the Steelers where a zillion bad things happen and you have Dexter Lawrence screaming at teammates on the sidelines, not in a good way, you come out in the post game and you reveal to the media before we speak to the quarterback that the quarterback was the one at fault for the critical game-changing play in the fourth quarter. That is just not the way to do things.
It's crap.
The pick was terrible. You know what I mean? Like, he messed up, but the whole thing was just a mess. Tyrone Tracy has been running the ball really well. Does Shane Daboll, do they feel a little validation on letting Saquon walk? Or have they tried to puff their chest about that? Or do they know there's no right way to try to handle letting Saquon walk?
They have not puffed their chest about that. They deserve credit for that pick. I mean, the kid's a good player.
Yeah,
and
he's been good. Yeah,
he's really good. And he's hurt right now. He has a concussion. He's in the concussion protocol on a short week. That's one of the things to watch this week is how he recovers and whether he plays on Sunday, because that is a big deal for them. He's got some power to him as well as some get up and some speed as a former wide receiver. But they haven't puffed their chest because especially after what Saquon and the Eagles did to them, there's not really much that they can say about that topic and come off well. And then the other thing is they know it's about consistency. Like one big issue with Saquon, especially when it comes like from the Giants perspective and Joe Shane's perspective, anybody who believes in that positional value, part of the argument is that they'll say, look, running backs don't stay healthy. They dip off. And so right now their promising running back is hurt, right? He had a shoulder injury. He had a concussion. It just comes with the position. You're taking a beating. It's a violent sport. So, that's what I would say about that. But yeah, really good player.
Expect him out this week?
Yeah, I don't know. We're kind of today and tomorrow will be the day. I know I see him tweeting, but that doesn't tell us anything about his ability to play football. I would think that he's a tough kid, but it's just you never know how somebody's gonna react to this. Usually, JP, when the weeks are shorter like this, like they're coming from Monday concussion to a Sunday game, usually that makes it tougher for guys to go. But we'll see.
I wish we knew exactly what they look for. Just like you're saying, when it's a
protocol?
short week, they don't make it. Longer week, they normally come in. Some guys is there in a week. Some guys 2-3 weeks. I would love to know what they're looking for. I've had a concussion, and I look at all the stuff that's going on today, and I never seen anybody that had one that deals with a lot of stuff that they see that they put out there today.
Interesting. Well, they definitely have a baseline test. So when guys are healthy, they give them the same test as a baseline that they do if they feel like they might be concussed, so they can compare the results to that baseline. That's one. And then the other is, let's say you sustain a concussion and you have certain symptoms. Let's say it's headaches, right? Like Malik Neighbors had like bad headaches. And so his symptoms didn't go away after 1 or 2 days. He still felt it in his head. Then after, I think it was maybe like 5-ish days or so, he started to feel better. So once you get to the point where you can report the absence of the symptoms, then they let you do, non-contact, weight work or jogging on the side. And then if your body responds to that the next day, then they let you get on the field and do non-contact route running, practicing. And then if you respond well to that, then they graduate you that way. So, there's a specific protocol and they have to follow it and it has to be steady. So that's why, like, if he's not practicing today on Wednesday and then he's not limited and ramped up tomorrow, Thursday, then it becomes difficult to get the player to the game on Sunday.
Yeah, I think, I'm sure you've heard the same kind of stuff I have, how guys do try to game this like anything else. I mean, this is their livelihood and the checks aren't guaranteed, right? That if you do real bad on the baseline to start, that it's a lot easier to pass it when you are in the protocol. But let's hope that the docs and the people in charge are smart enough to figure that out if we can come up with a theory anyway. Dude, so looking at this week particularly, I think Washington is a much better team now than they were week 2. But still, that week 2 game kind of came down to Dable not having another kicker on his roster,
Exactly.
which is just asinine. But will you confirm for me, Pat, did they have an empty roster spot in that game?
They had an ability. Yes, they had an ability. Yes, they did have an empty roster spot.
They had 52 dudes, and they knew the kicker might be hurt, and they just left that roster spot empty.
Yeah, interesting part of it, JP, is to your point. What we were just talking about concussions, but when the player says I'm fine, I can do it, sometimes that complicates it too, right? Like Graham Gano trying to push through, and then them deciding not to, and then that happens versus. Like a few weeks ago, their punter, Jamie Gillen, sustained a left hamstring injury in practice. And he could have said, I can do it, I can power through it. But he knew that based on where the injury was, if he tried to kick with it, he might be out 8 weeks instead of 4 weeks. Now he's going to hurt himself and the team. So he says, yeah, I can't go. And so part of it's on the player, but that was complete negligence on the Giants' part. I think it was Jordan Rodham from ESPN who had an interesting kind of report about like a big meeting that happened that Saturday where there was some tense conversations, not knowing exactly what specifically it was about, but might have been a debate about whether they were going to elevate a kicker or not.
Man, you care about the health of the players these days, man.
that's just crazy. But my greater point
while we're
there,
still trying to get an 18 game,
right, is that the last game was close, and I think the line isn't particularly big in this thing. What do you expected Sunday in the Meadowlands?
Yeah, no, you're right. These games, they always feel like they end up being tight. To me, this has to do, whether the game is close, has to do with the Commanders' defense. Like I think I talked to you guys maybe about it at the time afterwards. I don't remember, but Washington's defensive plan when the Giants and Commanders played in week 2 didn't make any sense to me. They just ran like a lot of cover 1 with man-to-man on the outside, and they left Neighbors in kind of one-on-one coverage, and often they gave him a cushion. And the Giants just kept getting like easy completions, catches, and runs to him. And really, I know you're not trying to get beat over top, but I think you play a zone against the Giants. It's a much better way to handle it, and you don't let a guy get beat by Neighbors because he will win a lot of 50-50 balls, and that's how the Giants have to move the ball, is unlock number 1 big time. The Giants have the worst run defense on the other side of the ball in the NFL. They allow 5.4 yards per carry. I know the Commanders still allow 5 on their side of the ball, but I think Brian Robinson Jr. is going to have a huge day. And frankly, if you watch the Steelers game, the only time the Steelers got themselves in trouble on offense and shot themselves in the foot is when they didn't run the ball. They were throwing the ball well in the second half, but like they went and shotgun and threw the ball on like a 3rd and 1 in the Giants territory. And the Giants defensive line does lead the league in sacks. They have 35 sacks, not just the line, the defense as a whole. So you're playing into their hands if you throw the ball when you could just hand it off to a punishing back like Robinson Jr. But, I think the Giants are going to get whooped. I think Washington, I would hope. I mean, if I were a Commanders fan, I'd be go watch the first half tape or the whole game tape of week 2 against the Giants. And you're wondering what Joe Witt Jr. and Dan Quinn are not adjusting to in that game. If they come out of that and they understand there's a different way to defend the Giants, I don't even think this game will end up particularly close.
Pat, last thing. When you say whooped, what's the right spelling there? WHOOPED? How would you
whooped?
That's
exactly right. Yeah, that's how I would spell. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but yeah.
Pat Leonard says run the ball 50 times.
I'm sending the tweet right now. Talking with Pat Leonard about week 9, Washington versus New York. Quote, I think the Giants are going to get whooped. Thank you, Pat.
Thank you for putting me out there like that. I'm looking forward to checking my mentions.
Just join the crew, Pat. Join the crew.
Do you want me to holster my sidearm here? I don't have to send.
Yeah, that would be nice of you. But if you don't holster it, you let it fly. There's nothing I haven't said before. So
all good. I owe you one. I holstered it. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
All right, bro.
That's our guy, Pat Leonard from the New York Daily News. Does a great job. Check out his podcast. He goes all over the league. When we come back, you will hear from Dan Quinn.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The NBA is back, and FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. And right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off and buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA to get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. After 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In hockey, the Capitals got a 5-3 win over the Rangers yesterday. Alex Ovechkin with 2 goals in the first period. He now has 4 on the season and now is at goal number 857, just 38 away from passing Wayne Gretzky. Alexei Protas, Connor McMichael, and Nick Dowd scored the other goals. The Caps back in action tomorrow at Capital One Arena. In basketball tonight, the Wizards taking on the Hawks for the second time in 3 days. They won on Monday against Atlanta in Atlanta, 121-19. They face off again tonight at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. In baseball, the Yankees beat the Dodgers 11-4 last night, forcing a Game 5 tonight back at Yankee Stadium. 8:08 first pitch. Jack Flaherty takes the hill for L.A. Garrett Cole for the Yankees. The Dodgers looking to close it out as they still lead the series 3-1. And in football, the Commanders gearing up for the Giants game on Sunday. And last night, the Vikings traded for Jaguars left tackle Cam Robinson. Minnesota replacing their left tackle Christian Darrisaw, who they lost last Thursday for the season. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Be Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you live from Commander's Park. We all know Dan Quinn talks to us every Wednesday. Let's go out to the park and take a listen.
All right. How's everybody doing? Good, thank you. As we get started for today, for us, that's back to Competition Wednesday. And we have really established a precise nature in getting ready, and we never assume it. And that's why we put the work in, and the process of the week is really, really important. What we do on Wednesday and Thursday and Friday, because all that work has to be done before go time. And so you can't look ahead to the game. You just have to stay right in it. And that's where we're at today. So glad to get rocking with you guys. If you want to open it up.
Starting with a specific one, how close is the linebacker tandem of Bobby and Frankie to what you guys imagined when you signed them back in March?
I think a lot has come to life for that. In terms of the blitzing, in terms of how we feature the guys. I think Joe's done a really good job, and Ken as well, of knowing what everybody's strengths are. Obviously, with Bobby, it was easier to see that with Ken's history and my history with him. But with Frankie, I had a really clear vision of what he could become. What I didn't know as much was the energy and the confidence and all the support he brings as a teammate. And that has been a really big lift for our team.
Specifically, you've known him forever. How has he evolved the most, I guess, since you first got with him in 13?
Definitely from the communication aspect. And I thought in this last game, it was really him at his best, where there were some calls that had to get checked and communicated back to people. And then after the last second, step around somebody to make a tackle. But I thought in this game, he really demonstrated real poise about it. He always has that, but there was another level I thought that it went to in and out of checks to go because of the nature of Chicago's offense with the shifting and the motioning to go and on the ball. So some of the calls he made on himself, not from the sideline.
Do you have an update just on how Jaden's feeling coming out of the game, but also Cornelius and Brandon Coleman?
Yep, I'll hit on all three of them. So Jaden will do some practice today. Brandon Coleman is doing well, and he'll also work back into practice. And Cornelius Lucas won't with his ankle injury. So we'll see where he looks like as the week goes. But both Jaden and Brandon will get some practice in today.
Well, is Jaden's injury something you'll just have to kind of monitor as the season goes on?
Yes.
The rookie class, I mean, you've gotten some really strong contributions from pretty much most of them at this point. I mean, how have they kind of come along? How have they developed in your mind?
Yeah, that's an awesome question, Nikki. I think what makes me think about those guys first is like the maturity of this group. And they have, really leaned into one another and spend a lot of time together, whether that's, I see McCaffrey and others that just on the field, off the field, the spending the time, but they were really ready for the challenge. And I think some of that comes with their maturity. A lot of them have been 4 or 5 year guys into that space. So they've really bonded, and the older guys have a lot of respect and regard for them because of the way they compete, and they can be counted on. I think the older players, that's what you want to see in a young guy. Can this guy help us? Will he be the same? Will he deliver? And so when they're able to do that, that's a big deal.
Of a win like this, have there been teams in the past that maybe you worry how they respond, and what gives you the confidence that this team will respond exactly the way you want them to?
Yeah, it's a great question, John. I think because of the precise nature that we do to get ready, it does allow you to get right back into it. You know, all the things that we have to do on a Wednesday and a Thursday and a Friday. And so today we spend so much time on tackling and breaking tackles. And then tomorrow it's into the ball and ball securities and takeaways. Happy New Year. And then after that on to Friday, you know, winning time moments. So we really work hard at that, John, to make sure the process of the week can take care of all the learning. So it doesn't leave you a lot of time for that. And then also tell the truth is a big part of it too, because to be a good team, you have to handle the stuff. And the stuff can be a lot of things, from injuries or a big win or anything that comes down the pike. And so handling the stuff, it's something that we talk about with them. I'd rather have the discussion about it than not. And so handling the stuff is part of becoming a good team. And you have to prove you can do that.
And then with Jaden, he's had some touchdown passes that are big time throws that have low probabilities for success in general. Why is he able to, you think, complete some of those? The Hail Mary with the one couple, you know, the Bengals one, I think one of the Ravens one. Why is he able to complete those in those situations?
Yeah, I think let's take the one from Sunday out, just because that's not normal. So like we'll take that one out. But I think when you're talking about like at the Cincinnati one, a blitz coverage. Okay, I got a shot. It's 1-on-1, but it does have to be in a precise nature to get there. I'd say a good bit of it comes from the work that the guys put in together. And you can remember even from training camp, extra early. I can remember when Noah Brown first got here, him doing extra with him. They hadn't had time to connect. And so little overtime moments like that, not overtime game, I'm saying extra work to put in with people pays dividends. But you have to have, you know, space to do that. And I think that's a big piece of that.
You mentioned Johnny Newton stood out to you in the game the other day. What has your view of him in terms of like how you see him ultimately playing out his role? Has that changed at all since you've had him here? And just in general at this point, what do you kind of see him being?
I think it probably sped up some, Ben, you know, due to the injury to John. And so, of course, when we got him, you know, when you had setbacks with injuries, that's not something that you're prepared for. But I knew the player, and I knew, you know, days like Sunday were coming. And so to see that come to fruition and the confidence that goes along with that, I think that's really important. But I knew that part of his game was there, and we had seen it in practice. You guys hadn't seen it in the game yet, but I knew we were knocking on the door for that.
And with regards to Jaden and Malik Neighbors, obviously another game with both of them here. They both have clearly come into the league very strong. I don't know how much you studied Neighbors because you were focused maybe on the quarterback, but what do you sense of the competitiveness between the two of them? How that maybe pushed them both to get to this point and to succeed as they are? Yeah, and I think
both of them, I think you said the right word. It's the competitive nature of them, and that's true with a lot of players who, you know, come through LSU into that space. You know, like some guys that have really stood out into some spaces, and they're two that, you know, are demonstrating that over and over again. But oftentimes you can take that competitive nature a little higher when you have someone to do it with. And I sense that was probably the case with the two of them, and spending extra time and doing it together. There's a certain level that your skills will get to, but then if you get to do it with somebody else, it can rise up even more. And I sense that was probably the case with them. I don't know Malik, obviously, like I know Jaden, but man, was I impressed on the tape of what I saw.
Hi, Dan. You mentioned all the stuff, handling all the stuff. With that stuff comes the success, the limelight with all this winning. How do you want your team, your players to embrace that success element?
Well, I think you've heard me say the word before, but it's poise, of knowing that there's, with confidence comes like you put the work in and you're confident to go play, but you have to have poise. And that's what you want, to make sure that like all the moments happen because of the work that you put in. not just because they happen. And so I think that's what poise and confidence do, knowing that like we're able to do some things because of the work you put in, and that generates confidence to go play well. And so if you do that over and over again, then you start to, create an identity and have confidence. And this team has a lot of humility as well. And that also, I think, is a big piece of staying in the moment and going to the next thing. And stuff can be lots of stuff. It's on the field, it's off the field, and just staying with a lot of poise, I think, is a big piece of that.
NFL trade deadline is next week. There's been a lot of trades already this year. As a head coach, in your experience, how do you evaluate kind of your roster and try to figure out when to make a move, not make a move? Take me kind of through that process.
Yeah, and fortunately for me, that's Adam, and we talk about the team every day. And we'll be after practice going through the injury report and the game of what's next. So at this time of year, lots of phone calls are made. I don't know how many deals are made, but it's increased for sure over the last, 5 or 6 years. And especially with the trade deadline moved back just a bit, I think that's added a little bit to it. But Adam's really the one that keeps me up to date and up to speed onto that.
I know you say that the schedule kind of precludes you from concentrating on what just happened, but do you have to say something to this team at all about, because the way that game ended, to move them forward?
Yes. And like most things, Chick, I'd rather talk about all of that. To say handling the stuff is dealing, both left tackles were out, and you handle the stuff, and dealing with injuries and coming back from being down, or the emotions that go with it. That's also part of it. How do we handle ourselves in the locker room, on the field? The next one, fortunately, there's some really cool leaders on this team that are able to step in and maybe be in the spaces that I'm not. And that's the guys like Wagner and Ertz and Luvu and many others that are ready to step into that space, and knowing, hey, this is where we're going to lock in to go do our stuff. So you do have to reset. I'd rather talk about it than assume it would happen. And so let's acknowledge it and then put the work back in before we get to go time.
All right, that's Dan Quinn talking to the media here at Commanders Park. We're going to take us a quick break. We get back, we'll talk about the things that he said. Be Mr. Finley, 106.7 The Fan. We'll be right back.
All righty, folks. Honestly, the answers we were expecting and wanted to hear, you got right there. Specific to Brandon Coleman. Dan Quinn said Cornelius Lucas won't practice today. I imagine he's not practicing this week. We'll get more information on that. But for right now, Brandon Coleman is expected to practice. You got to get back on the field before you can get cleared from the protocol. But my lean as of Wednesday at 12:50 is that Coleman starts at left tackle in the Meadowlands. Do you have a similar lean, Brian?
I mean, if the other guy's not practicing, then I would guess that's how it goes.
Yeah. I also with Jaden, I think barring a setback or something that like specifically hits him in the ribs or whatever, I think we don't need to update the injury status anymore. Like he's going to play. He played last week. He's playing this week. He might be.
I would agree.
He might be limited on the report or something. But I think that has been proven now that he's going to push through and kind of keep it moving.
Tough as hell.
Yeah, for sure. And he's going to start to feel better. Whatever the time process is, like that is like what he is dealing with is similar to a separated shoulder or something. It's just
I think the average person, they shouldn't even think about how they would react because
now
guys at this level and that does this all the time, they are going to probably react differently. And then Jaden's a young man. He heals differently than half of the people that sit there and think about it. You know what I'm saying? You're in your late 30s on up, you are not going to heal quickly.
No.
Maybe you go.
Do you remember when I hurt my ribs? I was cooked for like 2 months.
Yeah, you trying to get some sympathy. Nobody give you no damn sympathy.
I was hurt. It hurt like hell. I couldn't sleep.
Yeah.
And that was playing golf. Like it was.
Yeah, but you ran into a damn tree.
I did. I ran into a big fella.
Yeah.
I think I really liked his answer on a team has to evolve because they played the Giants week 2.
Yeah.
You know, it was a nail biter.
Yep.
This team is significantly better, but he did say he's like the first tape we watched this week was that game. You are facing the same team, and I imagine
they won't be the same team when you see them.
Right. I imagine they'll have a better plan for Malik Neighbors this week.
Yeah. You would hope.
But I also think Washington's offense can be way better than they were in that game. That was the first time we really saw these red zone struggles when they had to kick a ton. Seibert's first game went 7 for 7, which is just banana land.
Yep.
But I really liked what he said. It's a division game. We know it's going to be a battle, and we have to prepare for 5 quarters.
Yeah.
A lot of Quinn's message and messaging is about hard work, dedication, effort. And that's the stuff that
a lot of people don't try to push today.
It resonates too.
Just because everybody today seems to want everything easy and the world has changed, they want you to become like them. No, he still pushes like they did in the olden days, in the pre-NFL stuff. He doesn't do the stupid things, but he still expect you to go out there and do more. A lot of coaches today don't. But they expect you to still have the success level, but they don't push people anymore. They go right along with it, just like some of the parents are doing, and that's why their kids are running rampant over them.
I think he keeps talking about trying to find this extra gear, right? And I think that is so telling of there's never a feeling of we've arrived.
Yeah.
And I think they have found the perfect marriage of Jaden is like that. And DQ talked about his humility. They found this combination of people that are always chasing.
Yeah.
And as long as you are always chasing, there's no room for complacency.
I agree.
And I think that is what this organization has unlocked. And it hasn't been here in a long, long time. When we come back, Aaron Schatz joins the program.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL, the Commanders are gearing up for the Giants on Sunday, and Dan Quinn spoke before practice and gave an update on some of the injuries. Jaden Daniels is going to practice, but it does sound like he will be limited. Brandon Coleman is doing well, and he'll work in practice, and Cornelius Lucas is not going to practice. Other NFL news, the Vikings traded for Jaguars left tackle Cam Robinson yesterday. Minnesota lost their left tackle Christian Darrisaw for the season. Hockey last night, the Capitals beat the Rangers 5-3. Alex Ovechkin with 2 goals in the night, both in the first period. He has now 4 on the season, sits at .857 for his career, 38 away from passing Wayne Gretzky. Alexi Protas, Connor McMichael, and Nick Dowd scored the other goals for the Caps. In the NBA tonight, the Wizards take on the Hawks for the second time in 3 days at Capital One Arena tonight. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear the game over on the Team 980. The Wizards beat the Hawks 121-119 on Monday for their first win. Baseball tonight, Game 5 of the World Series after the Yankees beat the Dodgers 11-4 last night to force a Game 5. 8:08 first pitch at Yankee Stadium. Jack Flaherty goes for the Dodgers. Garrett Cole for the Yankees. The Dodgers are up 3-1. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
All right, B. Mitchell Philly, 106.7 The Fan, coming to you live from Ashburn Park, out here for the Commanders practice every Wednesday. But join us now on the line. We have our guy, Aaron Schatz, joining us. Aaron, how you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you guys today?
We are doing fantastic, man. Having a lot of excitement around this football team.
Yeah, absolutely. Huh? Really worked out.
Oh, yes, yes. So far it has. Let's just hope it continues.
Certainly at this point it does. Aaron, I mean, you're kind of the founder or the father of a lot of these analytical measures that have become so popular over the years. Through 8 games, what do the numbers tell you about Washington?
I mean, they're fantastic. Based on expected points added numbers, they're kind of legendary. I mean, they're up there with the strongest offenses of the last 20 years. My numbers have them a little bit lower because they've gotten a little bit lucky in a couple of certain ways, but I still have them as the number 3 offense in the league so far this year. And I mean, they're absolutely for real on offense, and the defense has improved. The defense has been 11th over the last 4 weeks. So that terrible defensive start, they've actually improved since then.
Yeah. Defensively, what has changed? Like, how much? It's tricky because they played some bad offenses, and then the bad offenses perform bad, and the skeptics are like, well, they shut down the Panthers. They're supposed to shut down the Panthers, but defensively they should get credit for it too, right?
Yeah, I mean, they shut down the Panthers, but not everybody shuts down the Panthers. I mean, teams do better against the Panthers than they do against, an average team or a good team. Obviously, you're going to give up more offense to the 49ers than you are to the Panthers, but you don't normally completely shut them down the way that Washington did. So, and the other is, if you look at how well the Arizona, I realize that's going back an extra week previous to what I did. Yeah. But the Arizona offense has been pretty good this year, and they held them to 14 points. So it's not like it's just been bad offenses that they've been holding down.
It really has been fascinating. What do you think of Jaden Daniels as a rookie quarterback, and kind of what are the numbers suggesting the conversation he belongs in among all quarterbacks?
I mean, he's fantastic for a rookie quarterback. He's, definitely on pace to be, I don't think he's still on pace to have like the best, most valuable rookie season we've ever measured, but he's close to it. It's among the top guys. And I mean, he's definitely in the MVP.
Stroud last year?
Dak Prescott, believe it or not. Dak Prescott in 2016 had the best total value for a rookie quarterback. The best value per play would be Marino in 1983.
Okay. Wow. I mean,
Wow.
that's
That goes a long time.
What, if anything, in the Commanders' success do you think is unsustainable?
I think that at a certain point, it may become an issue that the receivers are not that good other than McLaurin. And I like Noah Brown, and I thought Noah Brown was pretty good for Houston last year. But in general, there's not really a guy here that you'd be like, yeah, that's a typical starting number 2 receiver on another team. There's nobody who stands out like that.
Can the running game help those guys be more effective? Because I understand you're not going to just go out there and you look at that guy as number 2, but when you got to be concerned with that running game and you got the guy going one-on-one against somebody else, that changes things.
Oh, sure. And when you have the quarterback playing well, it changes things, right? I mean, the quarterback's going to get the ball to the receivers if he's playing well, no matter who the receivers are. But they're definitely, like, when you play Washington, you know who you have to cover. So when the time comes in the playoffs for them to go against strong defenses, those defenses are going to, there's no mystery about who you have to cover. You need to cover, like, double McLaurin and dare the other guys to beat you.
Even with that, though, Terry's 4th in the NFL in receiving yards. Is he hitting a gear you weren't sure he had, or is he finally just getting good quarterback play?
Nah, everyone knew he had it. I think everybody looked at McLaurin the first few years and said, look at how good this guy is with bad quarterbacks. What's going to happen when he ever gets a good one? And this is what happens. Like, I don't think it's a surprise to anybody. Everybody knew how good he was.
What about Zach Ertz? Has he surprised you this year?
Yeah, I figured he was done. It has absolutely been a surprise that he has been a definite useful part of this offense. I think he's second on the team in receiving yards. It's absolutely been a surprise, especially because a lot of people were really high on Sinnott and thought, okay, Ertz is 34 years old. We like Sinnott. Yeah, we know rookie tight ends tend to struggle, but once they realize that Ertz is over the hill, Sinnott's going to break out. And instead, Sinnott's been almost completely absent, and Ertz has been much better than anyone expected.
Looking at the play of this offensive line, how good have they been? Because, they're the reason that this offense is really flowing.
Much better than anybody could have expected. And I think it gives hope to teams like New Orleans and New England, which have poor offensive line play this year, that the Commanders could go out and be active in, like, free agency and build a line in 1 year that's really good. I know the ESPN numbers have them number 1 in the league in run blocking and number 6 in pass blocking, which is just outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, the line has really been terrific. We are talking with our friend Aaron Schatz from FTN Fantasy. Of course, he's the Chief Analytics Officer over there. Check him out at FTN Fantasy on Twitter. You can follow Aaron, of course, ASCHATZ NFL. Let's zoom out a little bit. Actually, let's do one more. The Commanders have their second game of the year, if that makes sense. They're playing the Giants again. They had a nail-biter win over the Giants in week 2. I think clearly they're a different team, different offense, different defense, and NFL franchises evolve over the course of a football season. What do you think about Washington heading up to the Meadowlands?
Yeah, I like this game. For Washington, the Giants are not a good team. They have a great number 1 receiver. You got to do everything you can to try to stop Neighbors. But they have a poor offense and a very average defense, and they've had special teams problems this year. And Washington has just been a much better team than the Giants, especially over the last month.
Can you tell, like, when you're looking at teams, Aaron, and things start getting better, why they're improving and why other teams may be regressing?
Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. In a lot of ways, the way that looking at football is that stats often tell you what, and then film study tells you why.
Okay.
So considering that, what do you think is projecting out, the Commanders have their bye in 5 weeks. I think 9-4, 8-5 is almost a conservative estimation. Like, I want to ask you, I want to go league wide with you, but just what do you think is kind of the ceiling? Where do you think the Commanders kind of finish? Who knows what happens when you get to the playoffs? They've had some red zone problems, but just what do they have this year in total?
I mean, honestly, 8-5 is a pretty conservative estimate. The idea that they would lose 3 of these 5 games, when you look at who they're playing, I mean, yes, the Cowboys will have Micah Parsons back by the time we get to week 12, but that game is in Washington. The Steelers look like a good team this year, right? So that's a tough one. And going to Philadelphia is certainly tough. But I think that 9-4 is a much more realistic idea of what Washington's going to be when they hit their bye week than 8-5. I mean, they could be either, but it's not the hardest schedule of the next 5 games.
Yeah, I mean, 3 of the 4 are division games, so that just kind of becomes a toss-up. The division stuff is crazy, but if they perform to the level they've shown they can, I tend to agree with you. The only real wart, I think, for the Washington offense has been red zone inefficiency. Do you see that as like a statistical anomaly or something to be concerned about?
The good news is that red zone efficiency is often a statistical anomaly. Usually, over time, teams will see their red zone performance match their overall performance. So if they're a good offense overall, over time, they will probably be good in the red zone. And if they're a bad offense overall, over time, they'll probably be bad in the red zone. It's sort of an interesting question about how to coach because, you know, coaches, they assign a specific day to the most important things like red zone and third down. So it's an interesting question, like if red zone tends to regress towards your overall performance, does that mean that you shouldn't assign so much time to it to prepare? Or does it mean that you really should assign a lot of time to prepare to try to break the regression? Right? But it definitely does suggest that Washington will be better in the red zone going forward.
Or you just like I've noticed a lot of times where when coaches put a focus on something, people are more stressed in those areas and they don't just play freely, and that could be a problem too.
It absolutely could be. I mean, it's how to coach is one of the great questions, you know, that analytics doesn't necessarily answer.
Mm-hmm. Let's zoom out from Washington a little bit, and I'm fascinated what your numbers, Aaron, tell you about the 7-0 Chiefs.
They're about the same as they were last year when they were 6-2 at this point.
Wow. So
I have them 4th in the league. Okay, which is still a really good team. That's absolutely a Super Bowl contender. But it's not as good as a 7-0 team normally is.
I think that's fair. I'm curious with the Chiefs specifically. So actually, what is your top 5 then if you have them 4th?
We have Detroit 1, Baltimore 2, and then Minnesota, Kansas City, Buffalo are all basically tied with each other.
Does Darnold concern you? You buy Darnold?
I buy O'Connell. I buy that O'Connell can coordinate Darnold into an average offense. And if that defense can continue to be a top 3 defense, that is a serious contender if they have an average offense.
And where does Washington land in your ranks?
We have them 9th right now, but
cool.
Definitely swinging upward because the defense has improved.
Very, very interesting. What's been the biggest disappointment for you this season? Like what team has truly underperformed in your opinion?
Well, the best answer is Miami, but obviously there's a good explanation for that. The other ones I would say would be Cleveland on defense, that their defense has been very average is a very big disappointment. And then Dallas overall. And obviously Dallas has had a lot of injuries, but the strategy that the front office in Dallas took for this offseason really hurt their depth. So they sort of were in a position going into the season where you were like, if they get hit by a lot of injuries, they're in trouble. And that's exactly what happened, especially at one position, like all their edge rushers are hurt.
Look, we ask you about the good teams all the time. I need to ask you about some of the teams that were supposed to be good, but they're not playing well. What's going on with the Jets?
Oh, what a mess. Aaron Rodgers is definitely the Aaron Rodgers of 2 years ago, not the Aaron Rodgers of 3 and 4 years ago. Right? He looks like a league average quarterback out there.
Yeah.
They can't stop the run. The cornerbacks are not playing as well as they have in years past. Like Ahmad Gardner is not, Ahmad Gardner was fabulous the last 2 years. He's been very average this year. And it's all come together to have this team that, honestly, this is not an analytical statement, but just has some bad juju around it.
Clearly.
That will clearly be the quarterback. That's a bad juju right there.
Do you buy that Rodgers is just kind of sinking this team? Obviously, he doesn't intend for that, but like the level of arrogance that he should be in charge of everything is just kind of, they're floundering. They're 2-6.
I think there's an argument that can be made that it sort of hurt the psychology of the teammates. He always looks so disgusted when they don't make a third down, and there's no question, like they've built this team and they've built this coaching staff to make him happy, and it didn't work, and they're 2-6, and now they're stuck with certain contracts that are going to be really hard for the next few years. Like as bad as New England is right now, you would so much rather be New England and have a young quarterback and a ton of cap space going forward than you would be the Jets with all of the salary cap problems that they're going to have from some of the moves that they made to appease Rodgers.
Yeah, that whole situation is just a fascinating mess. What do your numbers tell you about Caleb and even Drake May, who's been much more limited? He didn't start and then now dealing with the concussion. But what do you think about this rookie? Bo Nix is playing. Spencer Rattler's playing. What do you think about all these rookie quarterbacks?
Bo Nix, we had the Denver offense 24th. He really he's not good throwing deep, but he's been good enough to manage them to a winning record given how well their defense has played. Caleb Williams struggled the first 3 games, and he's been pretty good since then. He's been pretty good. Not so great against Washington this week, but the last couple of games before that, he had been really good. So I think he still looks very promising. May looks like a rookie, right? Like he does things that are just super promising, and then he does things that make you bang your head against the table, and then you're like, well, it's a rookie, so give it time. So it's Jaden Daniels is the one guy who's just truly outperforming what you would expect from rookies.
Love it.
I think it's funny when the eye test matches up with the advanced numbers, because I feel like the numbers support it, and just watching the games kind of clearly supports it. One area, circling it back to Washington, I am curious on is I know that in the analytical community, there's been some question about Cliff Kingsbury's offense. What do you think about what he's done this year that has certainly succeeded?
Oh, man, it's been great so far. I think it's interesting. Nate Tice ran some numbers about this that he put up on Twitter a few days ago. The advantage of motion, I think one of the criticisms of Kingsbury was that he didn't use motion very much, but the advantage of motion seems to have kind of gone away over the last couple of years. Defenses are kind of used to it now, so maybe that's not such a bad thing. I think the thing about Kingsbury is obviously, look, they've managed a rookie quarterback into such a really great season. You cannot criticize the guy right now. We're all sort of waiting for the second half because of that trend of Kingsbury's offenses declining in the second half that goes all the way back to Texas Tech. We're all kind of waiting, like, don't do it this time. Come on, like, don't do it this time. We're waiting for that before we sort of crown Kingsbury as, like, we were all wrong about him.
Could it sometimes be when you get a quarterback like a Jaden Daniels who seems to make the right decisions at all the right times and can get out of certain things that can make the offense look better, and you probably won't see what you've seen before?
No, because when you saw it at Texas Tech, the quarterback was Patrick Mahomes.
He was in college.
Yeah, he was in college, but still,
He wasn't a pro player
that's a
at
pretty
that
good
point.
quarterback. No, but but you saw the same second half decline. I don't know. I don't know if we're going to see it or not. I don't know how real that trend is. We're all kind of waiting for it. And then when we don't see it, I think we're all going to be like, all right, mea culpa, Kingsbury was really good this year.
How much of an impact do you think having guys like Anthony Lynn and Brian Johnson on the staff can impact Cliff? Because you've got, I feel like their run game has so many elements from Anthony Lynn, and I feel like Brian Johnson's work with young passers throughout his career has been so impressive. You know what I mean? Cliff has kind of talked about his evolution. I just wonder if we're not seeing the same stuff we saw from Arizona and even further back.
No, it makes sense. I think, look, you want to get as many good coaches on a staff as possible, right? And you want them to be collaborating so that hopefully you get the best aspects of each coach's game. And each coach can spot problems and weaknesses in what one of the other coaches wants to do so that they get the best of all of them. So I certainly think having a crew, Lynn's got a good track record, right? Having a crew of good coaches collaborating is a positive thing for this team. There's so many positive things about this team right now. It's so different from how we've talked about them so in past years. There's just a lot to be really positive about.
Totally. For sure. What team do your numbers say could get hot in the second half that nobody would expect? Who's outperformed their record?
The Cincinnati Bengals.
Still?
We have them 18th. Despite being 3-5, that's the highest for a losing team, and they have an easy schedule going forward. I'd say the 49ers, who are much better than 4-4, but we're all still waiting for CMC to come back, and the 49ers actually have a hard schedule going forward.
What do you think who wins that NFC West? Because the Niners haven't seemed right all year. Purdy's throwing picks at a much higher clip than he has. Ayuk's gone. It just has seemed really disjointed.
I know. It's still their wins have been really impressive though. So we have the 6th overall, even at 4-4. I still think the 49ers, especially if you believe that CMC is going to come back, I still think the 49ers have the best chance to win that division. But there's no question that of all of the divisions, that's the one that is clearly the most up in the air.
That's it's very interesting. Hey, we always appreciate you taking time with us, Aaron. Thank you.
You're welcome. And ftnfantasy.com, again, that's the website for folks to check out.
Check it out, brother. FTN Fantasy. You can follow Aaron at shots SCHATZ NFL.com. Nobody go anywhere. We got some bets to talk about, and maybe we'll get a Jeff Walker World Series Game 5 preview. Be Mitch Finley.
Be Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV, and just like our upgraded football team, now is the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is night and day. My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, trust me, you're missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV, and if you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. Head over to rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. Always remember, if it ain't rude, it ain't right.
Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. In the NFL, the Commanders gear up for the Giants on Sunday. Jaden Daniels is going to practice today, but before practice, Dan Quinn made it sound like he will be limited. Also, last night, the Vikings traded for Jaguars left tackle Cam Robinson. The Vikings get Robinson and a conditional 7th-round pick. The Jaguars get back a conditional 5th that could become a 4th, depending on playtime. Minnesota lost their left tackle Christian Darrisaw last week. In hockey, the Capitals beat the Rangers last night 5-3. Alex Ovechkin with 2 goals, now 4 on the season. He sits at .857 for his career, 38 away from passing Wayne Gretzky. In basketball, the Wizards take on the Hawks tonight for the second time in 3 days, this time at Capital One Arena, 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear the game over on the Team 980. The Wizards got their first win of the year on Monday, beating the Hawks 121-119 in Atlanta. And baseball, the Yankees beat the Dodgers 11-4 last night to force a Game 5 tonight, 8:08 first pitch in the Bronx at Yankee Stadium. Jack Flaherty takes on Garrett Cole. The Dodgers lead the series 3-1. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067, the Fan. Dan Quinn spoke a little earlier today, was asked about the trade deadline coming up. I think Scott Abraham from Channel 7 asked him. And I think DQ has done a really good job of deferring that question.
Smart man.
Because he's like, that's up to Adam. Adam deals with that.
Yep. Stop asking me those damn questions.
He did say that, this is the time of year where there's a lot of phone calls going around. Doesn't necessarily mean there will be a lot of deals going down, but undeniable that the trade deadline has become far more significant in the NFL than it used to be.
In recent years, yeah.
It used to be nothing. And now in the last 5-ish years, honestly, when I think a lot of this really started, and I don't know that we could actually track this, but when the Rams won their Super Bowl late that season, they traded for Von Miller, who was excellent. And I think they might have traded for – and maybe they traded for Odell Beckham too, didn't they? Maybe Beckham was even, released or something.
Beckham was hurt, most of the year when he went there first time.
I think –
But it's gotten more they've gotten a little bit busier. But ultimately, I still believe that when teams are very, very close, they jump and they do stuff. Because every year you're going to see Kansas City doing something. And they are really a player or 2 away from being there all the time. Hell, they've been there for the last, 3 of the last 5 or whatever. Right now, I think teams going to ask questions, look at it. But I don't know if anybody's going to do as much as the Rams did before.
No. So, that year, the Rams traded for Von Miller, and basically Odell Beckham had complained enough that he got his release from Cleveland to then he signed with the Rams, basically. Uh-huh. So he got released, and then he was traded, and then he was able to sign with L.A. But L.A. did kind of change. They kind of changed a lot of the mindset, which now almost seems like they almost regret. Because of
now they're stuck.
I think the Rams, when you think about teams that could get hot late in the year, the Rams right now are 1 game back of the Cardinals. And I think they beat them head to head. The Cardinals are 4-4, the Niners are 4-4, the Seahawks are 4-4, and the Rams are 3-4. So that whole thing is kind of just stacked up in the NFC West. But Brian, we had this conversation 2 weeks ago because a bunch of receivers got traded. There have since been more receivers get traded. The Ravens add Deontay Johnson, who's a real speedster. That one's interesting to me because his reputation in Pittsburgh, where they're able to deal with anybody, Tomlin has a track record of dealing with anybody. Mm-hmm. He kind of didn't want to deal with Deontay Johnson, but it's not like the Ravens don't know the Steelers well, and they're willing to take him on. Maybe
Yeah.
the Ravens just have enough senior leadership. And
Harbaugh is very similar to Tomlin is. Maybe a little harder, but he's not going to really put up with you very long. But I think that they have a leadership group over there that's good enough to get him in line.
well, and maybe coming into Baltimore with Lamar and Derrick Henry and Kyle Hamilton and just the amount of star power they have that, like, all right, I'm just going to roll with this. Like, I will shut up because evidently he's coming in to be the third wideout, and you already have Bateman and Zay Flowers. That stuff will kind of prove itself.
Yeah.
But my question, they're a week out now, less than a week. They're 5 days out or whatever it is. It's next Tuesday. It's election day. Should they be making a move?
I don't see a move that they can make right now that's going to make them drastically better. I think that they've been improving enough. Now, I would say a pass rusher could help. That helps any damn team. And I think their move is not going to be just try to fill a position. Can you fill a position with someone that you're going to have for some years? I don't think no move should be made of somebody that's going to come in this year and then they go on next year.
Listen to the names that have already been traded this year. Devontae Adams, Amari Cooper, DeAndre Hopkins, Deontay Johnson, Cam Akers, Uche from the Pats to the Chiefs. I don't know that a big move is going to happen, but
what would you consider a big move?
A starter. Get another starter, whether it's a pass rusher, a corner, another wideout. I could see a depth move happening, but to your point, Adam Peters has been crystal clear that he wants to build through the draft. I think the moves we have seen, getting rid of Jahan Dotson for a pick at the top of the list, and then all the veterans that were brought in on pretty much short-term deals, like, I don't think they're going to get off that stance. Frankly, I'm not sure they should. But there is, there is some, it's a finite resource, man. You've got a good team. And who knows, a year from now, you could just be stuck by injuries like the Niners. Or 2 years from now, you got to pay different people. Like, you never want to not push all in. But I think in their minds, they've already gone all in for this team. There's a separation there.
But see, the thing of it, the way I get caught at that, I know every time we get the trade deadline, everybody wants to see people move. You know what could happen? Stephon Diggs. You can trade for a guy and he can be hurt the next game. So ultimately, you'll be stuck with what you have. And if you feel your team is improving and everybody has been together and your chemistry is building, why go out and mess that up? Now, I understand about trying to get better players, but I've been around football a long time. Just plug in one guy, for the most part, that doesn't work.
And I wonder if they had a big injury or something. Like, I understand why Minnesota adds a tackle because they've got a good team, and you just had a major injury at the position.
I mean, see, when you look at the people that have made moves thus far, the better teams that have basically lost somebody. If the Lions go rush and try to get a big-time pass rush, you can understand that. They lost a damn good one,
Right.
But I think a lot of times when you start a season and you have a certain mindset and you start having a level of success, the overall thought process is, we could go do it all right now. And sometimes you forget those things can happen too. And if you're building it for the long haul and you happen to have some success along the way, you have it. But it's not a necessity.
There's also the point, and I think you said this, like, they're 6-2 with a top 5 offense and a top 10 defense.
Yeah.
What if, honestly, I mean, you talk about a receiver, wanting to add a receiver. I've said all along, so when it happens, credit me, that I think for Luke McCaffrey and for Ben Sennett, when those guys come on, it would be a second half of the season type thing.
Mhm.
There's a lot of times you see receivers, you see rookies kind of start to figure it out second half of the season.
Yeah.
That is now going forward. Like, it's entirely possible Luke can even emerge as a number 2 wideout.
Mhm.
But if you want or expect significant pass rush help, right? Because I hear this one a lot. Dexter, the Giants aren't moving. Just looking at like the top 10, top 15 type players, there's not a lot of dudes that are on teams where they'd move them. And then the guys that are actually young enough, there's no chance they're going to move them.
Mhm.
And you could talk about Crosby. The owner came out specifically and said no. Hendrickson with the Bengals, but the Bengals are trying to climb back in this thing too. And Will Anderson was a number 2 overall pick last year. They're not moving off him in Houston, who's 6-2. Will McDonald's kind of an interesting one with the Jets, but
normally when you see
the way Aaron Rodgers is running the show up there, they ain't trading away. They'd be trading for.
when you see a guy that you would want on your team, the team that has him saying, "I'm not letting him go," unless you just go make a ridiculous offer, and they go, "Yeah, we can't pass this up." You think that's going to happen coming from this team?
No. I think of players that could potentially be available, Trayvon Walker, right? I don't think is available. It's a former number 1 overall pick that's probably in his – what year is Trayvon in? His 3rd season? They got 2 more years of team control. Cheap.
Yeah.
A guy, Zadarius Smith, maybe. He's 32. Like, that's a dude. Cleveland stinks. Maybe they're honestly, if these guys are in full self-preservation mode, but the Giants should be looking to trade assets. I don't think they're going to. But dude, what would Dexter Lawrence get you on the trade
Didn't he
block
just
right
sign
now?
like a year or 2 ago?
Yeah, he's paid. He's under contract, but that team's terrible.
I guarantee you anybody, some major players would love to have that one. And then that's another thing you got to be concerned about. When you start reaching out to a guy and another team catch wind of it, you might pay way more than you want to pay. And I have seen it time and time again in this area. We always want to be involved with every trade, and then we don't want to give away now. Oh, if we can get him for this, when you start trying to low play a major trade around this time, you're not getting it. And you can't be serious about it.
We will all watch and learn together as it relates to the Commanders trade deadline. When we come back, we're all going to make some bets. All right, Landfill. Jeff talking trash to me and B Mitch because we're out of the studio. Do you think he talks more trash when we're in studio or when we're out?
He talks. I mean, I think it's pretty equal, to be perfectly honest with you.
Yeah, he's kind of nuts and just talks trash all the time. Is that how you would describe it?
Yeah, pretty much.
I tend to agree. Speaking of trash, the Commanders just provided us lunch. They put some subs out. Love a good sub. And I decided to put the hot peppers on it. And B Mitch is like, man, your stomach's going to be messed up tomorrow. And I was like, man, I'll probably be messed up in an hour. Some things are just good enough to accept and power forward.
Do you know who provided us with lunch here at the station?
Oh, you wouldn't believe it.
All-time
Tailgate
upset.
Ted.
Nope.
No.
Valdez.
Chris Russell.
Wow.
Yeah.
What did the Roost bring in?
All have a stomachache.
He got Emmy squared.
Did he buy it today or did he buy it last Wednesday?
It was fresh.
It was good.
Did he purchase it?
I think he did.
He did.
No.
He ordered it while we were at work.
Why did he do that on the day he very much knew me and B weren't there?
Well, I'm not concerned.
I don't know because he got some for Grant and Danny.
He
too.
did, yeah.
What?
Now they're taking it a little too far. They trying to get you riled up.
No. We're not.
Landfill did send a bunch of pictures of Rooster in the studio earlier, but I don't see any pizza.
Yeah.
Let's make some bets.
Ha.
Heard it here first. Jeffrey.
All right, sitting in last place because I don't even know why bro even felt to text the group chat at 6 o'clock to put a bet in. So sitting at last place, we got B Mitch at 0-2. And you know why I'm really not letting this slide?
Wait, how am I 0-2?
Because you sent a bet in 4 hours after the show was over.
I still sent it in before the game started.
Bro, it don't work like that.
I won on Monday. I won on Monday night.
No, you wasn't here. And you
I
had
have
to
to
take
be
your
there.
L. Yes,
Now,
you do.
you're the one that said if you're not there, you take an L.
Take the L.
That was your rule.
To put a rule in. To put a bet in.
Yeah,
I made the bet on Monday. I was there. I bet on Monday night.
But you
and I
wasn't
took
here
the damn-
yesterday.
You did hit Monday, but you didn't hit last night.
So,
That's your
let
rule.
Jeff try to add stuff else. Look,
Nah,
I didn't give a-
nah.
You know what I'll tell you, Jeff? I don't even give a damn. We ain't making no money anyway. Who gives a damn?
He's 1-1.
Hey,
He's
it's
1-1.
No, I'm 0-2. You ain't getting
Yeah.
no damn red beans neither.
Hey, and then I ain't gonna lie, that was the real reason.
I don't care.
Your response
I don't care.
to my text message is
You
the
will
reason.
not get no damn red
you
beans.
gave
I'm
me
gonna
a
bring them to everybody else.
two-finger salute via text. And
Go to
I
your
say
text.
two because it's with both hands.
Look at your text again. I got more than that for you now.
And the rest of us sitting at 1-1. So for the sake of my red beans and rice, the whole show is sitting at 1-1.
No, I'm 0-2.
You were 1-1 because you hit Monday night.
Yeah, I got Jeff. Don't worry about it.
All right, I got a pick tonight. I was all over, if you recall, last week, Kennesaw State with the points, and they won their first game of the year. We're going to fade old Kennesaw State. We're going to lay the points with Western Kentucky tonight. I think Kennesaw State probably had their Super Bowl and then their subsequent Super Bowl party. I do not believe the 1-6 Owls have turned it around. Give me the Western Kentucky Hilltoppers -24.
I'm going to take liberty tonight. I'm not even going to touch the World Series. Good luck, Yankees.
Give me the Dodgers.
I'm taking the Hawks -5.
That was another pick that was on my radar, Landini.
Give me the Dodgers. Landfill, if it was on JP's radar, get off of it.
I'm just saying the Wiz just beat the Hawks the other night.
It's only on his radar because he's working tonight.
I'm not.
Oh,
I
okay.
am.
All right.
I got all ears at NBC tonight. I'm not working the Wizards.
You got a lot of ears.
JP has big ears at NBC tonight.
Yeah, just call it big ears.
That's what it's called, right?
No, it's called all ears, Landfill. It's a play on words.
I thought it was JP has gigantic ears.
All ears with
Oh,
JP Finley.
No matter how you put it, it all works.
I'll get you a t-shirt, Landini. Thank you to everyone that listened to the program. Thank you to Neil Greenberg for joining us. Thank you to Pat Leonard for joining us. Thank you to Aaron Schatz for joining us. We got to hear from DQ as well. Grant and Danny coming your way next You made it this far. I owe you a bet.
Last ASU after 2 years of college. Went to LSU with a little more knowledge. Leader of the O, truly was a pilot. 55 games later, drafted second with the Heisman. He can run, he can pass, he is the total package. Man, we've been waiting for something that's electric. We could feel it in the air, something big is about to happen. Success is his mission, and the ladder he keep climbing. Jaden, the city we've been waiting for a QB that can lead us back to greatness. I swear we all been patient, and it's you that we got faith in. Let me tell you something about the city you about to play in. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. It's a loyal fan base, they reppin' hard all the time. Some of them are crazy, but it's fueled by the pride. Left hand up, welcome to the DMV. It's time to raise hell and take the NFC. We about to get paid, y'all. For sure.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. The Commanders back out at practice today as they gear up for the Giants game on Sunday. Jaden Daniels and Brandon Coleman did practice, although they were both limited. Cornelius Lucas did not practice. Other NFL news, the Cowboys are activating cornerback Deron Bland off injured reserve, and last night the Vikings traded for Jaguars left tackle Cam Robinson. They give up a 5th-round pick that could become a 4th, and the Vikings get back Cam Robinson and a conditional 7th. In hockey, the Capitals beat the Rangers last night 5-3 at home. Alex Ovechkin with 2 goals in the first period, 4 goals now on the season. He sits at .857, 38 away from passing Wayne Gretzky, Alexi Protas, Connor McMichael, and Nick Dowd with the other goals. Basketball, the Wizards taking on the Hawks for the second time in 3 days, this time at Capital One Arena. 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear the game over on the Team 980. The Wizards got their first win of the season on Monday against the Hawks, 121-119 in Atlanta. And in baseball, the Yankees beat the Dodgers 11-4 in Game 4. Game 5 tonight, 8:08 first pitch at Yankee Stadium. Jack Flaherty goes for L.A. Garrett Cole for the Yankees. The Dodgers lead the series 3-1. Looking to upgrade your office game? Swing by PVI Office Furniture, where we've got everything you need to take your workspace from the bench to the big leagues. Mention the Fan to score 15% off your in-store purchase. PVI Office Furniture, where productivity gets a hat trick. Visit PVIPVI.com because business grows with PVI. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Good afternoon. Welcome in. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Just after 2 o'clock, it's Wednesday, the 30th of October, 2024. Coming up in 2 hours at 4 o'clock, we will be giving away tickets to see the Capitals and the Penguins. And at 5 o'clock, we will blitz the NFC East, the latest on all the teams Washington's competing with in the division. Hello, Danny.
What's up, buddy? Just a quick I'm sorry, if you don't mind. Thinking about all those Rangers fans. Had to watch that last night. That's tough, right? I mean, you're just getting to your seat, and Ovechkin's already scored twice, and one of your tough guys gets his ass kicked, and it's kind of awkward. You know what I mean? I just feel bad. Like I'm excited for the game, and then you get that happen. I'm sorry about that for them Rangers guys.
They activated Matt Rempe to get into a fight so that Dylan McElrath could beat him up.
How'd that go?
And then Ovi scored a couple times in the first period. That was as quality a really just hockey game as I've been at in a long, long time. But certainly the early part of the first period, about 5 minutes in.
Yeah, get to your seats, people.
I got a fist fight between two heavyweights at center ice. They drop their lids. They skate in circles. They might as well have just had a spotlight right in the middle of the ring, so to speak, for Dylan McElrath and Matt Rempe. And then you have Ovi scoring a couple of times. The Caps exploding for their most shots in a couple of years, 46 shots on net. This team can skate. They've got more speed. They've got more skill. That's a really good Rangers team they beat. They hung 5 on last night. People were jacked up leaving the arena, and they should have been.
Yeah, it's a fun one.
That was a blast of a game to be at. I love what Spencer Carberry said after the game. He said, I'm really glad this game was on national TV because this game was good for the sport.
Yeah, we were very fortunate last night, of course, that everyone got to witness it. We were so accountable on both ends of the ice. Dude, some idiot yesterday, I don't know if you remember this, on the radio in the afternoon, 106.7 The Fan, okay? Right before their show ends, they do this Caps preview. You know what I'm talking about? They do this Caps preview thing where it's like, they get you ready, the game's tonight. This is what you got to look forward to. It's a good little hit, right?
They call it their Caps power play.
Yeah, good little segment. It's so they go back and forth real quick, and then it's like, okay, get you set for the game, things you need to know. This one idiot, I mean, a dope, goes, well, the Rangers come in, leading the league in goals allowed. It's probably going to be a low-scoring game. Not going to have that many opportunities, not that many shot chances. What a buffoon. Whoever said that is stupid. Stupid.
After last night's game with 2 goals, Alex Ovechkin has 4 goals in 8. He's on pace for 41 goals over 82 games.
Now, why is that significant?
That would get him just past the threshold.
Would you look at that?
And just like that, he is on pace to break Wayne Gretzky's record. It's not going to be easy.
No.
But it was a fun night last night. I'll give you a little more deets on the Ovechkin performance because I sat about 5 feet away from his wife. So if you noticed, after his first goal last night, he skated right over to me with a big smile on his face and stood in front of me, right on the glass.
Saying
there.
hi to you.
Oh, wait, it was his wife.
Oh.
She was next to me.
Let me get over. Grant is there.
I said to her, she posted an Instagram, like her Instagram was a video of like her reacting to the goal, and then you see me come over and like give her a fist bump. I had no idea she was recording it for her Instagram.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny. But in my mind, I'm thinking, wow, Ovi recognized me and came over and wanted to dap me up through the glass. And I said to her, I'm like, he saw me. He was so excited. She started cracking up. I was like, you see his face? He was like clearly happy to see me.
He was so thrilled. Like, I can't believe Grant is here first row.
What a game.
Awesome.
A lot of fun for the locals last night. I will blitz the East at 5. We got the Caps tickets to take on the Penguins at 4. I want to start with the Commanders, though. They have, according to the ESPN analytics department, they run every game. They have a permutation of kind of the rest of the season that they do with their calculations. And they ran this, and they've got the Caps at the Commanders, more like it, at 45.2% likely to win the NFC East. They have them at over an 80% chance, by the way, to make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
They have them at a slightly below 50% chance to win the division, though. And I got to tell you, Danny, that's too low for me. They think it's more likely that the Eagles, who they give a 51 and change % chance to win the East, finish number 1 in the division than Washington, who's at 45.2%.
This to me was a product, and that's why I said before the season that I thought Philadelphia would win this division. Now, I had no idea Washington would be good at all. I thought it'd be between Philly, of course, and the dumb Cowboys. But Philadelphia's schedule is soft. They're in it now, right? After they beat Cincinnati, that was going to be a game where I wasn't quite sure who would show up, if that was going to be the good group or not from Cincinnati that's fighting for its season. But it's a nice soft landing spot out of their turmoil, out of their bye week, right? Cleveland, Giants, Bengals, Jaguars, all losing teams picking in the top 6 or 7 in the NFL draft. Maybe not the Bengals.
They've already played 3 of those. Let's look at their remaining schedule.
Yeah.
And I want to compare it to Washington's because my contention is that the Commanders have a Charmin soft schedule. Their schedule couldn't be easier the rest of the way. So the Eagles have the Jaguars, not good. The Cowboys twice, right? Washington twice. So those will cancel each other out because the Commanders also play in those 2 games and have the Cowboys 2 times. They play the Rams. I don't think that's going to be that fun. They still play the Ravens. They still get to play the Carolina Panthers as well, who Washington's already played. And then they also play the Steelers, who Washington has, and the Giants. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
For the Commanders, they've got the Giants, the Steelers, Eagles and Cowboys combined 4 times, the Titans, the Saints, the Falcons, and the Cowboys. So the games that are different the rest of the way, Philly's got Baltimore, the LA Rams, and Jacksonville.
Mm-hmm.
Washington has the Titans, the Saints, and the Falcons. The Commanders have an easier remaining schedule than the Eagles do. The idea that you're going to say, and I don't mean Danny Rouillet as much as ESPN, that Philly's got a better chance to win the division than Washington is just you relying upon the history of what these 2 programs have recently been. That you think the Eagles are more authentic because coming into the year, you're confirming your prior that they were better. That you've seen them play in a Super Bowl. You've seen Jalen Hurts play at the NFC Championship game winning level. You haven't seen it from Washington, so you don't believe it yet, which is fine. That's not a crime. But that is the only reason I can come up with why, if you watched the first half of both of their seasons at this point, Washington 6-2, Philly 5-2 with squeaker wins over New Orleans and the Cleveland Browns, who the Commanders blew out. You can't tell me the Eagles are a better team right now than the Commanders. I don't buy it.
So I think they're close, right? It's hard to compare one without the other before we see them play each other. And when you play is probably more important, of course, than whom. But you're right. It's the fact that they're probably eye to eye or close to it, and the pedigree. Like last year when they swooned and were terrible, still won 11 games. You know what I mean? Like that's a pretty bona fide program. And despite all of the turmoil of the first part of the season, where everything was bad and Nick Sirianni's yelling at fans and everything is rotten there, they've turned in their 2 best performances of the season over the last couple of weeks, outscoring their opponents 65-20, including a divisional game. So when Washington plays the Cowboys is going to matter in this equation as well. Micah Parsons' health when he comes back. If it's the same Cowboys team that we've seen, I would certainly favor Philadelphia there in a couple of weeks. But if Parsons is back, maybe they're healthier. That's a different story. Washington doesn't play him until later. But Philadelphia's schedule is pretty forgiving, as is Washington's. I would say. I think that's a good point.
Would you agree with me that the Commanders' remaining schedule is easier than the Eagles?
I would not.
Really?
Yes, because Jacksonville, Carolina, the first Cowboys game, I think are gimmies for them. Cowboys is a bit more of a stretch.
Washington plays the same Cowboys team twice that the Eagles do. So
they play them
are
later.
Washes.
They play them later,
Okay.
which I think is going to matter.
Well, I mean, when they're out of the playoffs, as
If
an
they,
example.
so it could go either way.
I mean, the Commanders are going to play them in Week 18. It won't matter. I mean, that game is going to be a non-factor. The Cowboys will be eliminated.
There is one bad team remaining on Washington's. Two out of it, irrelevant. Probably should trade everyone at the trade deadline teams on Washington's schedule. Tennessee and the Saints, right? Other, divisional games, the Giants aren't any good, but I'll let you know when they pull away from the Giants. I'll let you know when they dominate the Giants at any point in time in my lifetime. I'll see you there. But for Philadelphia, you add up Jacksonville, Carolina, both teams that are relevant, and I've already started to trade people away. So it's pretty similar. And then they're playing Dallas at a better time, I would say.
They play Baltimore still. That is better than any team on Washington's schedule.
Mm-hmm. That is a tough game.
I don't see a game the Commanders play right now on their schedule, and it could change, where they're going to be more than a couple of point underdog, or it's a pick 'em or their favorite. What game, if they played it today, would you be surprised if they won?
None of them.
Yeah, so for me, I would say I'd be surprised if the Eagles beat the Ravens. I'm glad Washington doesn't have to play the LA Rams in a few weeks. I think that's probably the second hardest game either team's going to play outside of the division. You can make the case the Eagles have both of those. Now, the Steelers is maybe harder than that, but both of them play the Steelers. So
They both do.
I'm taking the common opponents out of it and just saying, who are the teams that they each play that the other one doesn't? I think if I'm ranking those, the two hardest games of those are both games the Eagles are going to be playing.
I think that's fair. The Eagles haven't shown a propensity to fall apart against the Giants, I would say, whereas Washington it's going to be a 2-point game almost regardless. I mean, my point is it's not this giant gap where Washington is playing, 1AA schools and Philadelphia's got a buzzsaw. I think they're very eye of the beholder. I think they're pretty close.
Yeah, I think though, like I look at common opponents so far this season, right? And the Browns, as an example, could have easily beaten the Eagles 20-16, and Washington throttled them 34-13. The Bucs blew both of them out. The Saints was a 15-12 game. I guess we haven't seen that game yet, but my guess is it's not going to be a field goal game when Washington plays against New Orleans. But it's the bottom line of a first place schedule versus a last place schedule.
Mm-hmm.
The team that won the division last year gets a harder schedule. And halfway through the season, maybe what the schedule looked like before the year started.
Sure. You're going, Rams, that's a tough spot. Well, and it might turn out to be, but if you asked me 2 weeks ago, dude, they get the Rams. What a gimme. Maybe not now.
What metrics do you use generally to determine legitimacy? Because one of my favorites is just scoring margin. And the Commanders are plus 69 right now, which is nice. The Eagles are plus 39. The Commanders have outscored opponents by 70 points. The Eagles have outscored opponents by 40 points. If you look at where they rank in the conference, in scoring margin, Washington 6th, Phillies 13th. If you look at where they rank overall among 32 NFL teams in scoring margin, points forced, points allowed rank, Washington 13th, Eagles 26th. In terms of like the actual rankings, not the scoring margin. I guess I shouldn't conflate the two. But again, they're twice as good in that ranking as Philadelphia is. Just some of the main metrics I use. What metrics would be used based on these 8 weeks of football to say that Philadelphia is better than Washington?
I can't make that case. I'm not going to.
And that's my whole point.
Well, but so my response is though, I would go, you could say they're pretty close. I mean, you look record-wise, they escaped a couple of games. They've been dominant here lately over the last couple of weeks, playing better football as the year goes, and pedigree. And your point, I think, is a good one. And I think we probably fall into this trap a little bit year over year sometimes, where we assume last year's results are predictive of the following season when teams go from worst to first all the time and vice versa. But there is this Eagles program generally better viewed than Washington's program over a decade, 2 decades, 3 decades, et cetera. And that's correct. So they have earned more benefit of the doubt there, I think.
Is that part of the actual data, though? Because I'm not basing it on a power rankings or a likeliness that some guy who works for NFL.com is putting together for winning the division. This is their ESPN analytics department tells you Washington is 82% likely to make the playoffs, but only 47% likely to win the division, whereas the Eagles are 51% likely to win the NFC East. And I guess my question is, when they spit out that number, you're putting something in. I'm imagining it's record and a winning percentage of remaining opponents and home versus road and all those things. Is there a spot there where part of what you feed the engine that eventually prints out that number, is it, here's the record for this team over the last 3 years? Because that's an idea of, or is it a fluke or is it not? I don't know the answer to that.
I don't either. I wouldn't assume so, right? I mean,
so that's what I'm wondering is like, how does it tell you if it's just using the information without looking like the rest of us are? Because I can look at the Eagles and the Commanders and say, oh, I trust the Eagles a lot more than Washington because Washington's Washington. They're going to Washington. But how does the computer looking at only those numbers say,
it's a great question.
This team with the harder schedule, who hasn't been as good so far this season, is actually going to overtake the team that's been better?
So I would assume, and again, I didn't put any numbers in any machine, so but this is my best guess here.
Yeah.
No, take it back. I invented the whole thing. So my best guess would be they do predictions for week 1, even though we don't know anything yet. We think we do based on last year and off season and whatever kind of data. I would guess if there's a Jalen Hurts in November in his career has done X, does that number get in there? Nick Sirianni has gone for it X number of times after halftime when trailing. Does that go in there? He may not have done it this year yet, but is that part of the factor? Like the more data, the more predictive we can usually be about future events. This is still very limited data for Washington compared to teams that have had kind of the same program going for a few seasons, right? So I'm wondering if maybe has something to it. So not specifically like, yeah, the Eagles were good last year. The Eagles were good 2 years ago, or they got to the Super Bowl that time. I don't know that plays in because there's a lot of roster turnover in this league, but key people or key players might have some data sprinkled in there that maybe gives them an edge. This is me hypothesizing.
Makes sense. I'm looking for hypotheses. I don't have an answer for it. I got a tweet here. I'm at Grant H. Paulson. Danny's at Funny Danny on all things social. Jay just said, are you just writing the Steelers off as a win already? Absolutely not.
I am not, no.
I don't know where you got that idea or what you were listening to. What I said is I'm taking the teams out of the conversation that both the Eagles and the Commanders still have to play. Those are common opponents. So if I'm trying to figure out who has a easier remaining schedule right now, then I'm looking at the games that only one of the two teams has to play and how do those schedules differ? Because otherwise you're playing the same Dallas team twice. You're playing the same Pittsburgh team. Pittsburgh could sweep both of those NFC East games. Would not surprise me. I would tell you, though, I'm not afraid of the Steelers because while their offense has been a lot better the last 2 weeks with Russell Wilson at quarterback, I don't trust him, and I don't think their offense is that good. I can't wait for that game because I think it's going to be a blast to watch Washington's offense operate against the Steelers' defense. And by the way, that game is at home a week from Sunday. That's going to be a lot of fun.
Yes, indeed.
I got some good memories over the years of Steelers games at home. None of them fun memories of wins, but of just the invasion of the terrible towels and the atmosphere being awesome because it's almost like college vibes of half the stadium being Steelers fans, half being Commanders fans. And I actually think that'll be a nice little test for where we are in terms of
Because remember those takeovers. What was it, week 1 a few years ago? I remember that it was the entire stadium was black and gold. Not the new Washington uniforms that they wear as the alternates, but the actual Steelers colors.
That was 2016, I think.
Sounds right. Yeah. They lost the opener.
I think Antonio Brown beat Bashad Breeland for a couple of touchdowns, if memory serves. That was a lot of momentum going into that game. We thought maybe the Commanders were about to be, at the time they were the Redskins, good because they were coming off of their 4-game winning streak at the end of 2015 to win the division. And then remember, they were up 11-0 on the Packers and Aaron Rodgers at home in a playoff game before they lost that playoff game.
One hard count changed the world.
Yeah, it certainly did. Which Robert Saleh probably wouldn't have liked Aaron Rodgers doing.
Oh, you can't do that. You just, we got to clean up those counts.
MGM National Harbor listener lines can be opened up. Let's do that now. Here's the question. This ESPN data churns out that the Commanders are very likely to make the playoffs, but that the Eagles are more likely to win a division that Washington has led for 7 weeks, where the Commanders have, we think, been the better team so far, and I think has the easier schedule remaining. If you had to bet right now on the Commanders or the Eagles winning the division, who would you bet on and why? Do you think Washington wins the NFC East or not? And do you care that much as long as they make the playoffs if they win the division or not in what is starting to feel like a way ahead of schedule, house money type season? You're listening to Grant and Danny. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. Hit us up, 800-636-1067. You want to chime in on our conversation on the NFC East. I think the Commanders should be the favorites right now. That is a different thing to say than they are definitively going to win it. But in my opinion, Danny, they have been the best team in the division through 8 games. I don't even think that is refutable. I think that's pretty obvious when you dig in on any of the numbers. Record, margin of victory, quality of the offense, defense trending up, etc. And I think there's a pretty easy case to be made that they have the easiest remaining schedule. We didn't even take into account travel, by the way, where Washington has been at home for consecutive weeks. Its last road game was in Baltimore. They have not gotten on a plane since they were in Arizona in September.
Yeah,
Think
their
about it.
furthest travel is to New Orleans, which is not an outrageous bit of travel. It's basically Eastern Seaboard. The teams they play from quote unquote further away are home games. Tennessee, Atlanta, and those aren't, you're not going to Osaka for that,
But when's the last time you remember that? I mean, you got to think about this as September, they're in Arizona. That same road trip when they flew out to the Bengals game. How long ago was that you and I were at that Monday night football game with Kondorian Murad and our crew out there, loving life, hanging out with our boy Thami, right? That was the last time they got on a plane legitimately. Since then, they have played at home against Cleveland, taken a bus up the BW Parkway to Baltimore, played at home against the Panthers, played at home against the Bears. They could take a train. I don't know how they're traveling to New York this weekend.
You might fly, you might train.
That's a 4-hour drive. It's a 3.5 hour or 2.5 hour Acela or whatever. They go to New York, then they host the Steelers, then they're at Philly, which is an hour and a half away. Then they are hosting Dallas and hosting Tennessee. Then they have a bye week. So their next legitimate flight is to New Orleans on December 15th, which is still a month and a half away. Who made this schedule? I mean, what a godsend this is. So to see today that an analytic has them less likely to win the division than Philly, not a human being who's taken into account that the DC football organization is going to falter, because of course it is, and the Eagles have just been better, and the Roseman factory of wins over the years and Super Bowl appearances will eventually outlast them. I don't get the sense that's part of the permutation here. So I'm asking not only what I'm missing, but do you agree with me that if you had to make a bet today, it's a better bet to say Washington wins the East than the Eagles?
Well, given the value, the fact that they're under 50%, I'd probably get more money. But just in terms of what I think is going to happen, I still lean Philadelphia. Just again, we haven't been here before, right? We have not. This is new. This is not a 7-10. We win the division because it's the worst division in the history of the sport. This is an unbelievable 6-2. Great first half. Probably ought to be 5-3 if you don't have a miraculous finish. Not that that's bad. That's, again, better than any expectation I had. Philadelphia's played its best football recently. Washington has turned in a better report card over the course of the full season. I think that's irrefutable, as evidenced by some of the numbers that you referenced, margin of victory and some others. Their defense has played better as the year has gone. There's a bit more trust for me for, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts, the tush push, things like that. I've seen it. I've seen them do really, really well for a long enough time where I'm going, I give them a bit of benefit of the doubt. But it's not some outrage. It's not some kind of let me rephrase. It's not outrageous to say, yeah, Washington has as good a shot as anybody. It should be much closer to a coin toss for me. That a 10% difference, give or take. I mean, I know it's like 51-45, and the idea is that maybe the Cowboys or whatever is left. I don't buy that. I mean, to me, it should be really close to as even-steven as it could be.
The tie-breaking metrics are also somewhat favorable to Washington, I would point out. Both teams have won their only division game, but the Commanders have a better conference record. In a lot of ways, it may come down to the head-to-head, and maybe they think that an Eagles team matching up with a Commanders team would win those games. But again, if you're basing it just on this season so far, I don't know why you would necessarily assume that. Let's go to the phones, 800-636-1067. Tony's in Long Island on G&D. What's up, Tone?
Guys, how we doing?
Good, buddy.
Good, bro.
Okay. Listen, before I get started with football, Grant, I have a bone to pick with you for bad-mouthing Yankee fans last night. I know you saw those two buffoons, right? They were buffoons.
Just idiots.
But listen, they are not a true reflection.
Everybody says that.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
Tony. They
But I
came
wanna-
from Central Casting.
Tone.
They absolutely
Tony
did. I mean,
Boombox looked like the Yankee fan I imagine in my dream when I'm at Camden Yards and a Yankee fan's annoying me. It's that guy.
Well, they've already taken away their tickets for tonight's game.
Good.
But let me say this, and there's a couple things I want to say to you guys and to also the people that listen. I know you guys have social media and you guys follow social media, and every week we see all these fist fights and all these fans getting beaten up in opposing parks. And I challenge you to find opposing fans that get beat up in Yankee Stadium. They're very few and they're very far between. But if you look at some other stadiums, especially the team that we're playing right now in the World Series, who's actually a much better team than us, their stadium has way bigger problems than the stadium that they're playing in right now.
No doubt about it. But I would challenge you to find any videos of any fans anywhere ever trying to rip the glove off of a player and then grabbing the
It's the
player's
ripping.
hand.
Yeah.
It's not even the ripping. The other moron grabs him by the hand. What is he doing?
I don't know. It's a horrible reflection. But listen, on a night, and this is what makes it worse, and this is my final take on it. On a night where literally you had a dream scenario where an actual Yankee fan, 9 years old, at the parade as a 9-year-old in 2009, he met Derek Jeter as a little leaguer, and I actually know people that know him and his family. Anthony Volpe goes out there and lives his dream. You have an actual Yankee fan living out his dream.
Amazing.
And then those two buffoons take away a little bit of that thunder.
Yeah. Well, I'll be honest. Like 60% of my anger is toward those idiots, and they are idiots, to be clear. 40% is a pre-anger and me being furious about the 15 minutes of fame that are coming for that clown
Because you know they're
shit.
going to be celebrated.
They will get on talk shows. They'll be on Barstool podcasts or whatever famous podcast wants them. They will get photo ops and high fives. They'll be sitting in a bar eating wings with their picture behind them in a year and getting paid to be there. And I hate how the Sons and Four guy, I hate how we do this in this society where we are just so stupid, where we glorify the deplorable. And we shouldn't do it, but it is coming. Just wait.
By the way, way to put that
I'll
Hornet's
tell you
nest on a tee, Tone. Nice job.
Well, listen, it'll be very interesting to see what happens next year. I do know that kid is a season ticket holder.
Well, not anymore.
It should
in
be
my
NFL.
world, he'll
I was gonna
never
say.
be in a game again.
I hope so. I really do. Now, going to Washington, which has actually been the bright spot for my week.
How about that?
Isn't that funny to say?
You're in the World
Hey,
Series.
Your team's in the big show, the Fall Classic, and you're like, well, let's talk about the football team because that's who's good. Amazing.
How you want to hear something funny? I'm 50 years old. I started watching the Redskins and the Yankees in 1981. That was the last time the Yankees, they lost in 81. That was the first memory I have as a Yankee fan. And Gibbs came on in 81. Gibbs retires in 92. Jeter gets drafted in 92, and on we go. I've only seen one season where the Yankees have won a playoff round and the Redskins have won a playoff game, 1999. Literally the only year. So I'm looking to make that 2 years out of my life this year.
That's crazy.
It's crazy, right? Going to what you said, in terms of I think you have to do a little backwards looking instead of forward looking. Where they're coming up with those numbers. We have played one division game each, but they played a road game. We played a home game. We both beat the Giants. So in essence, we have 3 road games in the division, and they have 2. That extra home game that they have at home in the division gives them that edge to win the division. It makes us still more likely to make the playoffs because our schedule is easy. But because 3 out of 2 at home, 3 out of 5 at home for the Eagles, I guess mathematically you almost have to give it to them.
That's possible.
That's their little.
I mean, it's as good an explanation as I've heard, Tone, and great call as always. But there's also still the cushion. Washington is still a half game in front, which needs to be baked in there somewhere, which could counteract that. I will tell him I am rooting for the Yankees in the World Series.
Big Yankee guy.
Not a Yankee guy. I'm a Juan Soto guy. I also like Aaron Boone, who's been great to deal with in my MLB stuff over the years. So, yeah, I'm rooting for the Yankees to beat the Dodgers. And I also want a long series. And that means I need another win to force a game 6 and then another win to force a game 7.
Just real quick, Tone, I love you. You're our guy. No Yankee fan fights. Yankees fans brawl near stadium after walk-off win versus Orioles. 2 Yankees fans ejected after fist fight. Yankees-Mets brawl. Where else I got? Red Sox-Yankees fans. Violent mass brawl erupts between Yankee fans. These fans are pathetic. Yankees fans attack Guardian baseball players. 2022 throwing objects onto the field. Listen, that's every fan base. What I'm telling you is what Yankee fans don't get to do is pretend that it's not you too. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I wasn't even going to Google it because that is every fan base. What he's reacting to is last night I tweeted, just like that, Yankees fans have dropped 8 spots in my who has the worst morons fan base rankings. That doesn't mean worst fans. That means of the worst of your fans, that 1 percentile of your fan base, whose are the worst? Those 2 guys are your 1 percentile, and they're the first 2 guys I've ever seen rip a ball out of a glove, try to rip a glove off, and then literally grab the player by the arm over the wall. It was ridiculous. Let's go to Matt in Round Hill.
Hey, Matt.
Where are you at on the Commanders in the NFC East? Should they be viewed as more likely than the Eagles to win the division they currently lead?
So just based on gut feel, I'm with you, Grant. I think the Commanders have got to be the favorite. I think where the analytics are coming from, and I'm going to take a slightly different approach from the previous caller, and that is to say that I think the analytics are taking into account the result of our home game against the Giants. Because it was so close, if you're replaying that game on the road, I think it makes it more of a 50-50 ball, right? A computer doesn't get to, understand how much we've improved since then and all that stuff. But I think that data is getting put into there. And I think the fact that we have to play the Giants on the road, and to Danny's point, historically, that just doesn't go well for us.
I was going to say, if that is the case, thank you for the call, then this weekend would be the tell, right? If we're saying, oh, but we're a lot better than we were as a team when they played the Giants way back in week 2. Okay, well, good thing you get to play them again this weekend. And
Yeah,
prove that.
what a great way to show that, right?
If they win by 20 this weekend, then what you're saying makes sense. I don't see the Eagles winning that game by 20 if they play again next week or something like that, right? So, yeah, if they are a lot better than they were then, which I think is very possible, then they'll show that in the Meadowlands this weekend. We're Grant and Danny. You're listening to the fans. To the fan, rather.
Well, the fans are calling.
I do want to talk to the fan about the fans of the dummies that grab the glove next hour and what should happen to them. I think that is a worthwhile conversation as well. We've also got Someone Explain to Me coming up on Grant and Danny today. G&D, we're with you until 6:30. We'll blitz the NFC East at 5 today on the Fan. Danny, you know all about Mondays around here because oftentimes now they're Victory Monday.
Yeah, so the Washington wins on Sunday, and then we talk about a win on Monday. That's usually how it goes, right?
It wasn't supposed to be Victory Monday. It was supposed to be Tell the Truth Monday.
Oh.
It still is. But the truth doesn't always have to be painful. The truth can just be Washington's really good.
Oh, yeah.
Jaden Daniels is playing at an elite level. The defense is getting better. That was Dan Quinn's signature Tell the Truth Monday. This is symbolism to me of how much winning and good football play can just change your perspective on things. I hated the Tell the Truth Monday bit initially. I don't care about it anymore. After week 1 with the Bucs when they got destroyed, and I'm like, oh my God, here we go again. That was Ron Rivera's Commanders. It was the exact same thing I'm used to. This is going to be such a nightmare of a season. And we're going to, hey, everybody, we're going to tell the truth today. We need to be better. Let's tell the truth Monday. Take me away. I don't need catchphrases. I don't need slogans. I don't need, every day's tell the truth day, please. We don't need to lie on other days.
Yeah.
But today's a day, apparently.
Oh.
We've got a new day over at the facility. Dan Quinn spoke to the media today. Wednesday is themed all of a sudden.
As we get started for today, for us, that's back to Competition Wednesday. And we've really established a precise nature in getting ready, and we never assume it. And that's why we put the work in.
Back to Competition Wednesday.
Listen, whatever you're doing, just do it.
Keep doing it, man.
Just do it.
Are we at a point now where it's like all the stuff that we don't like is like endearing? Where it's like the stuff that you want to make fun of and that is really cringy and that you actually don't like and you know isn't a real thing, but it's working, so you just go, whatever.
Me too.
Do you?
Well, for us today, it's back to, what is it? Are we back to Competition Wednesday?
My daughter is in kindergarten, and her kindergarten teacher is the sweetest lady. Prototypical, what you kind of get in a movie kindergarten teacher. Older lady. Lovely lady. And she, when she sends her weekly emails or whatever, when you go in and she says hello, every day is alliteration. So, hello and welcome to Magnificent Monday. And when Reagan walks in, Reagan, are you ready for a terrific Tuesday? Happy, wonderful Wednesday. Today is Thorough Thursday. We'll be extra thorough today. It's a fantastic Friday. Welcome to the class.
Yep.
Like everything.
That's about the level for those things.
You know
Kindergarten.
What I'm saying?
Yes.
That is the only other thing like this in my life where on all the emails, it's like the kids had a lovely, that doesn't match anything. Sorry. I got to go back to the
wonderful, wacky Wednesday.
Yeah, exactly. But like, I was going to say like a lovely learning lesson on a wonderful Wednesday. And like, that is what we're doing. And my daughter loves it. She's all the way in. She's bought in. She's ready to follow Dan Quinn over the mountain and through the cave.
So I'll tell you this.
On Wonderful Wednesday. But they're doing that at the park.
Yeah.
It's Tell the Truth Monday, back to Competition Wednesday. That's the new one today.
For us, that's back to Competition Wednesday.
Listen,
Ugh.
Let it happen. I'm just telling you that if this goes south, I'm going to make fun of it. All right?
But right now,
yeah, that's what today is. See what I'm saying? Like my eyes roll to the back of my head and I almost pass out. I can't. It's so cringe. But you know what? It's our cringe.
Manny
it's great.
Being Manny was awesome when Manny was hitting 335 with 30 bombs. So right now, let's do it. Let's tell the truth on Mondays.
Find my due north on Tuesday. My feet are where they're supposed to be on Friday. Whatever you want, buddy.
There is something to be said, though, and this is all that matters. You and I on the outside and grown-up land, we can see that this is cringy. Players are loving it.
It's catnip.
They're shoveling it into their mouths like Ezekiel Elliott after a 12-yard runoff tackle in 2017. They're doing the spoon thing. They can't get enough of To Tell the Truth Day and Back to Competition Day.
I wonder why this one
works.
works.
Let's all wear our Hawaiian shirts day and all that other stuff.
Yeah, like Wacky Outfit Fridays. I wonder why this one works and Ron Rivera's cheesy ones didn't work. I mean, it's not just personnel. You know, like
because you have a good quarterback.
Is it that simple?
Because you have a general manager who picked players well.
Yeah.
Because you're a more talented football team. I think that had a lot to do with it.
For us, that's back to competition Wednesday.
Do you remember when they got on that heater and they had that, I thought it was badass, celebration where Ron would throw one of the guys a stone and they would like launch a rock against the wall. And after each win, I think
they Ron threw a shoulder out on one of those.
Yeah.
It was like 88 to a spot.
Taylor Heineke gets the stone and he throws it against the wall. Like that kind of stuff is awesome. If I was a coach at the youth or high school level, my buddies are coaches. I got a brother-in-law who's a football coach. I got a best buddy who coaches baseball. Like you got to give out the turnover chain. You got to have, the King George Foxes. Who wears the fox hat after the game? Someone gets to put the fox on their head because you stole the base. You had the hustle play. All that stuff plays. And I think it's important to acknowledge it's not that different at the highest of levels. It's really not.
They're still doing the game.
It's still a game.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a kid's game. And you don't have to grow out of that in the locker room setting. I was doing my altcast with Bruce Boudreau. For those of you that aren't hockey people, longtime coach of the Capitals, went to other organizations, terrific NHL coach for a long time. And I was saying what I love about Spencer Carberry, the current coach of the Caps, and his post-game addresses. The team puts them out after every game, after every win. He does what I would do if I was the coach at the high school or youth level. He goes around the locker room and he points to certain guys. And he says, hey, Danny, nice job winning that puck before the OV goal, digging it out of the corner, and everyone claps for him. He grabs the puck for the guy that scored their first goal of the season and tosses it to him. How about Darius getting off the schneid, goal number 1? But it's not just the obvious stuff. It's like anybody see big, money medal Chris out there dropping the gloves? Yeah, we're all clap. GP did something nobody noticed, the stick lift right before the defensive play. And he goes around. And it's like such a youthful, you're playing resting shinny hockey. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's like, you don't got to act like we're all grown-ups. We're just having fun. We're just kids playing hockey. Maybe that's what Dan Quinn's doing. We're just out here telling the truth and getting back to competition.
Yeah, the acknowledgement of the work that's done. I mean, there's different schools, right? There's Bill Parcells, which is, I won't even smile, right? I do your job or you're fired. Like ruling with an iron fist. Then there's this, everybody buys in, we're all pulling the rope, and we all feel that our mission is critical, no matter how small or seeming insignificant. Like the kickoff team flying down with reckless abandon, knocking dudes into next week. There's a pride in that, right? That you haven't always seen here. There's a level of buy-in. So whatever catchphrase you want to use with that hat around backwards, you use it, DQ. You use it, buddy.
They keep winning?
Yep.
I'm going to keep high-fiving.
New catchphrase a week.
Let's tell the truth on Mondays.
For us, that's back to competition Wednesday.
Sure. What's Friday? Let's do Fabulous Friday. Can we do that?
Thursday, everybody.
Thorough Thursday. Let's be extra thorough, like Reagan's kindergarten class. G&D on the Fan. Grant and Danny with you until 6:30 on the Fan. We are all over D.C. on our flagship 106.7. We are in Richmond on AM 910 and FM 105.1. You can listen wherever you are on the Odyssey app. Crystal clear audio. Take it with you on the go. Pause and rewind the show. We are also broadcasting live on video in high definition on our 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. The DMV's football team is a bright future. It's time for you to plan yours as well. The exclusive sponsor of our show is the law firm Condori and Murad. They will help you update your last will and testament. They will set up a trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Go to kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. You'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Beltway Blitz in 1 hour. At that time, we'll give away Caps tickets for a game next week against the Penguins. That is a ticket everybody wants. You better be listening to G&D. Danny, someone explained to me we could go Commanders or NFL here. One of our favorite semi-regular segments on the show. You get the honor of starting.
Somebody explain to me, quick deviation from this, if I may, why the only punishment for these two horses' asses that grabbed Mookie Betts' person and committed a borderline assault only have to not go to game 5. It needs to be a stiffer penalty. We'll talk about this more later.
We will. Someone explained to me why any benching of a young quarterback is seen as malpractice. Why any time an NFL team with more intel than you have and I have benches one of their young quarterbacks, they're quitting on the guy. They're doing a disservice to the player. They should be ashamed. There is a difference between benching someone who looks like he's got a future and someone who is not playable, not startable. Bryce Young had been so bad for the Panthers, it wasn't good for his development, and it certainly wasn't good for the organization to continue to play him. I think we all know what it looks like when a guy doesn't have a clue.
Yep.
When he doesn't have a chance, when it is broken, when your receivers and your line and your running backs and everything about your operation and your outfit is worse because the quarterback is holding you back. The Panthers make the move. Everybody kills them for it. How dare them give up on the guy? They become an immediately better team. He goes and sits for a little while. They work with him behind the scenes, and he looked a little bit better here recently when we got to see him. Now the new one is Anthony Richardson. We don't know if that guy shows up on time. We don't know what kind of worker he is behind the scenes. We don't know if he's getting fined for not being in the meeting or being on time or the leader that is the first one in and the last one out. We don't know anything. All we know is that he's played really, really badly. And that when he wasn't on the field, Joe Flacco was really, really good. And this idea that they have to stick with him because they drafted him in the top 5 and just keep playing him and losing. But yet you're going to be calling for Shane Steichen's head. You're going to be calling for Chris Ballard's head. You're going to want people fired when they lose because they're playing the guy that you're making them play that obviously right now can't do it. Someone explain that to me.
Somebody explain to me how Russell Wilson is good. We saw it, didn't we? He got benched in Denver because he was terrified to throw the ball beyond like 6 or 7 feet away from the line of scrimmage. The numbers weren't terrible, but if you saw, you knew, right? The year before in Seattle, the numbers were bad. It looked like he needed a change of scenery. It looked like he needed to become a different player altogether with how much he struggled at times there and then in Denver. And somehow he's playing his best football in what? Probably 4 years since 2020 when he threw for 40 tutties and 13 picks and was an MVP candidate. He was great that year. It looked like that Russell Wilson didn't exist anymore. Now maybe it does? Question mark.
Someone explained to me why it took until this week for Josh Allen to overtake Patrick Mahomes in MVP odds. The Bills are 6-2. Josh Allen's doing it with a completely remade wide receiver core. His top wide receiver at the moment over the last couple of weeks is a guy they just drafted who's a bit of a project despite being an early round pick. Josh Allen has 14 touchdowns and 1 interception so far this season. 14 touchdowns to 1 pick. Patrick Mahomes has 8 touchdowns and 9 interceptions and went into play this past week as the front runner for MVP because the Chiefs, led by their defense, are 7-0. Someone explained to me why Allen, with a 14-1 tutty to pick ratio, the team being 6-2, 64% of his passes complete, a team that is better offensively than defensively, is finally now just at the midway point of the season getting to a point where he's the leader in the MVP race at 3-1. Some books have him and Lamar Jackson tied at the top of the board. I have no issue with that. Lamar's been incredible. You got to explain to me how it was Patrick Mahomes until this week, when frankly, he's just not playing that well.
Speaking of that guy, I need someone to take a few minutes and explain to me how the Chiefs are 7-0 with a guy that leads the league in interceptions, with a team that has had 5 one-score games. And if you follow the Major League Baseballs, if you follow the hockeys, if you follow the basketball, if you play games that are within one score, sometimes, every once in a while, that other team has more than you do. It happens. It's sports. Doesn't change the fact that they're champs and they're going back to the AFC title game again, because they do that every single year they've had Pat Mahomes. How is this team 7-0? As limited as they are, as oftentimes as they have struggled, I know that defense is really good. You don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm saying they shouldn't be 7-0, and here they are.
Someone explain to me how the Jets are this bad. I did not think they were a Super Bowl contender. If you remember before the season, I was not a big
You didn't buy it. I bought it.
about having them even, winning their own division or maybe even making the playoffs. I don't understand how they are 2-6. I do not get how they've lost 5 straight games. I don't remember a team, Danny, with this much talent that is this close week in and week out and constantly finds ways to lose. They lost to the Broncos 10-9. They lost a 1-possession game to the Vikings. They lost to the Bills by a field goal in a game it looked like they might win for much of the contest. They lost to the Patriots on a touchdown in the final minute with 22 seconds to play. How? This team was 4-4 last year with Zach Wilson as their quarterback. Now you've got Aaron Rodgers, who has not been great by any means, but I don't think he's been terrible either. And certainly in their 2 losses the last couple of weeks, I don't think he's been awful. And they still can't find a way to win. Now they play the Texans with their season on the line. They're already cooked. They are done. They are dead. You can hang them out to dry. But mathematically speaking, I think you're a loss against Houston away from just having to burn the boats. I mean, it is over at that point.
Will someone explain to me how the Denver Broncos have won 5 of their last 6? Remember, they started 0-2. They were 0-2. That means no wins and 2 losses. They're 5-3 now. Do some quick math. Beep, boop, bop, beep, boop. That's 5-1 over their last 6 games. Now, I know they've played a fairly easy schedule as far as those things go, and they lost to the Chargers in a 1-score game. How is this happening? How are they doing this? How is this defense this good? 3rd fewest points allowed in the NFL. Bo Nix has run for 260 yards and 4 touchdowns. Hasn't been prolific as a passer. They don't really have a ton of great weaponry out there in Denver, but you beat some bad teams. You go to the postseason. They're a 5-3 team, having won 5 of 6, and I don't quite get it. Someone explain.
Someone explain to me how the NFC West is this bad. The front runners are all 4-4. 3-way tie. Arizona Cardinals, San Francisco 49ers, Seattle Seahawks. 3 teams, 500 records, tied for the top of the division, and 3-4 LA, who we left for dead, who we said would be trading Cooper Kupp and looking to shop Matthew Stafford. That was the big rumor, right? Never made any sense, but that was the thing that was out there last week. They beat the Vikings on Thursday Night Football. They're back within a game of 500. They're back within a half game of first place. What happened to this division? Where the 49ers were supposed to be the best team in the NFC, where the Cardinals were supposed to have been an upstart playoff caliber team, where Seattle with Geno Smith playing well, new head coach who was defensive minded was going to be a wild card team. And maybe that still happens. They haven't been terrible, but everybody is extremely average in that division. And it just seems like more than any other division, Danny, week to week, the NFC West, you never know what you're going to get out of those teams.
Someone explain to me how the weeks 3 through 8 Saints only outscored the weeks 1 and 2 Saints by 3 points. The Saints had 91 points through 2 games, 45.5 per game, according to my mathematics. They've scored 94 points since then, combined in 6 straight losses. I get the second part. They ain't good. They've been bad. They've needed to retool or blow the whole thing up for a while. They kind of limped along. It's a bad cap situation. They need to blow it up and start all over again. How in the hairy hell did that team that's turned in this over the last 6 weeks score 91 points through 2 games? Someone explain to me.
Someone explain to me, how good are the Baltimore Ravens? Everyone wants to tell me they're a Super Bowl contender, and they certainly feel like it when you watch them play a good team and beat them. It felt like it the day Washington went to Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
They got a potential 3-time MVP when the dust settles on this season, and Lamar Jackson, who's playing the best football of his career for the most part. They lost to the Raiders in a game they led by 10 in the fourth quarter. This past week, they lost to the Cleveland Browns, led by Jameis Winston. Someone's got to explain to me how they can look as good as they do in the first half against Dallas and as bad as they did in the second half in that game. Someone explain to me how a week after they beat the Buffalo Bills by 25, they need a Bengals snafu on special teams to beat a Cincinnati team that has struggled all year long. That they can hang 41 on the Bucs and then 6 days later struggle to fend off the Cleveland Browns and lose a game on the road at a bad team. And if they are that topsy-turvy, inconsistent, undulating up, down, are they really who we think they are?
Somebody, do me a favor. Explain to me why nobody seems concerned at all that the Detroit Lions, who are very good, by the way, they're probably the best team in the NFC right now, even without a defense. Nobody seems bothered or concerned at all that they're running the score up on people. Like when you're winning games by 30 or 40 points, maybe we don't have to run the trick play where the offensive lineman throws it to a different offensive lineman. Maybe we don't have to have David Montgomery chucking it to a tight end or running some hurry-up stuff in the red zone. Maybe we can hand it off and I'll go home when everybody's quit. You're up by 40 points against the Tennessee Titans. You're dominating, and we got to make sure Jared Goff gets one more sling-in touchdown to Khalif Raymond or something like that. They're running up the score. They're doing this very Belichickian, they want us to not score. You got to stop us. 52-7, stumble over Mount Man or Joe Gibbs. They're dominating people. They're really good. Why isn't anybody bothered at all about running up the score? Just seems to be a little classless. That's all.
Ben Johnson alert. Ben Johnson alert.
Did you?
Ben Johnson alert.
You were talking about Detroit.
Oh, Detroit offense. Their offense, yeah.
I'm a little surprised by that take, if I may. I know this isn't a back and forth argue with each other.
It's fine. No, I'll allow it.
I don't take you for a, hey, leave that team you're beating alone guy in the professional ranks. Like Sean Payton was asked, I'll get back to someone explaining to me in a second. Sean Payton was asked about the kind of play calling and the way they went about the second half against the Panthers. And essentially, did you run up the score? Do you feel bad? Whatever. And he's like, this is the NFL, dude. Play better. This is professional football. There's not a higher level. There's no running up the score in this level. I'm not saying I completely agree with that, but I am a little surprised that you're like,
I think there
leave
absolutely
the
is.
Cowboys alone, Detroit.
No, they can mud stop the Cowboys. I mean, this past week, again, they're running hurry up with up 40, like to try to make sure they get one more touchdown.
Getting their work in, man.
It's a little classless is what it is. I mean, like my whole view in sports is stop showing people up because it's going to come down on you at some point, right? Like anytime you got a catchphrase, you're yelling it at people, they're going to yell it back when they beat you, and they will beat you. This game, every game humbles you, right? So that's why you put your head down and run around the bases. That's why when you hit a single, you don't do a look at my belly and I'm scratching my head like I'm an orangutan in the zoo, or I got a choreographed dance where I'm thrusting at the crowd. Get on first base, shake your hand with the coach. Just act like you've been there. But people don't do that anymore, and that's fine. But I know my proclivities are a little weird. But I remember when Joe Gibbs and Joe Bugle, when he was coaching the Arizona Cardinals, where Bugle got furious because Gibbs had the backup quarterback come in and like sling a ball down the field because it was going to feel good for him. He's going, you're running up the score. You're killing us by 30. What are you doing? When you're winning, there's a gentleman's agreement here. We're going to kind of, let's all get out of here intact and not get hurt. Unless you're Detroit, in which you got to get some stats, I guess.
Someone explain to me when teams are going to wise up and stop giving extra time to the uninspiring defensive-minded head coach. Someone explain that to me. New Orleans Saints, Dennis Allen, Chicago Bears, Matt Eberflus. How long are we going to give good situations, more so in Chicago right now than New Orleans, but interesting enough situations that you might have a better head coach option to come in and take over, to these defensive-minded guys that inspire no confidence or excitement because they were the guy you hired back when you did? What do you do in New Orleans, 2-6, free-falling 6 straight losses at this point? I mean, someone please explain to me why teams just stick by their completely unexciting, defensive-minded snooze fest of a head coach year after year after year.
Jeep, someone explain to me, what would you say ultimately that when it boils down to, if you're going to summarize it in one sentence, what do we do for a living?
Talk.
We talk a lot. Can you explain to me why somebody who talks for a job can somehow, in the middle of talking, bite their lips so hard that I think I drew blood in there? Just now, when I was talking about running up the score,
that's going to be painful.
I like this fang right here. See this one right there? I think I bit my lip with this fang right there, and then Nevada somehow pinched it.
I think
while
that was
talking.
Dan Campbell. He thought it was your kneecap. He was pissed that you were calling out the Lions.
Like, what am I doing?
For playing good football.
I bit my tongue 2 weeks ago. I still feel the ghost of that one. I just bit my lip so hard. How does that happen?
Last one for me. Someone explained to me why anyone thought that Jacksonville was the next great team in the AFC last year. Do you guys remember that?
Oh, yeah.
So 2 seasons ago, go back 2 full playoffs ago, they hung with the Chiefs in that game where Mahomes got banged up, I think.
They had that comeback win against the Chargers in round 1.
Yes.
Right?
And then they played Kansas City in the second round to get to the AFC Championship game. And I want to say it was like 31-26, but it was something like that. It was a close enough game. I think at some point, the guy that does the podcast with Diana Rossini, Chase Daniel played. No, it wouldn't have been him. Who was their backup quarterback? Mahomes went out. That guy came in. Chad Henne. Chad Henne came in and played. Anyway, everyone's like, next year, the number 1 seed in the AFC.
You watch.
The Jacksonville Jaguars. The next team to knock off the Chiefs. It has been a disaster since then. Trevor Lawrence has regressed. Doug Peterson still wears visors and has that moppy hair that he has. That salt and pepper kind of bowl cut thing that he's got going on.
It's very visory.
I don't know what that's about. The Jaguars are 2-6. They stink up the joint in the AFC South.
Remember, they were the Texans before the Texans, right? So, like, they were everybody's darling. They've been bad post-Urban Meyer. This was going to be so much fun. And then they were 9-8, which was fine. But this is now a disaster. Somebody explain that for real.
And that is how the segment goes. Someone explained to me. If you've got something you need explained to you about the Commanders of the NFL, you can hit us up now. 800-636-1067. We will get to some of those next. Plus, you referenced those silly geese Yankees fans ripping the glove of Mookie Betts off last night. We will discuss them and the big evening for Alex Ovechkin, now on pace this season to break Wayne Gretzky's all-time scoring record when we continue on The Fan.
Not afraid to throw. Wide to right by Torres. Betts in the corner. Does he have room? Fights with the fan. And they're going to say that it's an out and fan interference. So an out, one gone in this first. And yeah, Betts has that ball in his glove, and this fan literally tries to take his glove off. Pries the ball out of there. A for effort. Well, he won't be watching the game much longer.
Hopefully that'll be the last Yankees game he attends. Won't be allowed back in the stadium. I doubt that'll be the case. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. For those of you that didn't watch the World Series game last night, the Yankees beat the Dodgers. First win of the series. They're down 3-1. On to Game 5 we go. I'm just excited there's more baseball this season. But the biggest storyline of the night was these two ham and eggers who were sitting in the front row acting like geese. Mookie Betts goes over to make a catch. Everyone wants to compare this to Steve Bartman or Jeffrey Mayer or the play the other night even, which is wild. We've had two of these, by the way, in the World Series.
Yeah, right.
But the difference is those plays, you had a fan reaching out over the surface of the play to get involved, grab a baseball, whatever. This was an actual catch made by Mookie Betts. The ball is in his glove. And this dummy grabs at his glove, pulls him in so he can't get away. He's wearing the glove. He literally can't pull away and starts ripping the ball out of his glove. While he's doing this, Mookie Betts kind of reaches up with his other non-gloved hand, his throwing hand, and he's kind of reaching up as if to pull away. And the buddy of this dummy, who's just as dumb, grabs Mookie Betts' arm and hand and pulls him in. So they're now quite literally, I know this is going to sound like I'm wearing my collared shirt and I'm tucked in with my belt, assaulting Mookie Betts.
Yep.
Like, you're not allowed to be grabbing this guy. You can't just walk up and grab someone who doesn't want you to grab them. That's not allowed. So they're just grabbing him by the arm, ripping at his glove, ripping the ball out. What in the hell is going on here? They get kicked out of the game, as they should have been kicked out of the game. I don't know what the punishment is beyond that guy can't go back to Yankee Stadium, but my annoyance is all of the fame that will come from this, that he'll be Mr. Yankee Fan. He'll have his own podcast and his own blog and a book he puts out. And 20 years from now, we'll be hearing about Stupid Head, who was at the Yankees game, who ripped at Mookie Betts' glove, and he'll still be one of the fans synonymous with Yankees baseball, who's a hero within the fan base.
There's not a strict enough punishment on the table for me for this. Again, you can be forgiven. I can be annoyed, but you can be forgiven for the natural instinct of, I see a baseball coming towards me, I'm going to reach to catch it. That's a human response, right? I will never forgive Jeffrey Mayer, and his celebrity annoys me to this day. Derek Jeter flew out to right. Let's all calm down. Anyway, this is a totally different situation, beyond the pale. Beyond. These two goobers are sitting there telling the umpire, he crossed over, so it's fair. You could see these horses' asses reaching well past any kind of imaginary barrier or line, grabbing at the professional player. No, wrong. Not just a Game 5 suspension, a game all suspension. You can never, ever, ever go to the game again, as far as I'm concerned. And there need to be fines. I think jail's probably too much, to be honest with you. Although I wouldn't mind him spending a few hours, just so everybody knows that the amount that this is not okay. Like, again, there is an instinctive moment where you go, oh, I'll try to catch that ball. And then once you realize there's a player, they go, oh my God, you got out of the way. The conscious action to then hold on to the person's glove, try to pry it open to reach in for the ball. His cohort, idiot 1A, then grabs Mookie Betts by the wrist. We're lucky there aren't any kind of injuries to report, any kind of lacerations or twisted whatevers. Insane to me that everyone's like, the Yankees are like, we take this very seriously. They can't come to Game 5. Right? We really put our foot down there. I'd put my foot somewhere else, and they wouldn't walk right. Wrong. Everything about this is so awful and so pathetic. And I'm pretty annoyed about all the things you are. But to me, my biggest annoyance right now, I'll get to where you are in a second. You've cut to the end. Good for you. My annoyance is, this is it. They're just walking around today going, you see what I did last night, bro? I was in the game. Oh my God.
So I'm not even gonna say the guy's name because I don't want to give him any oxygen.
Here.
Right? But just know it's several syllables and it's exact. It sounds like what you would,
like if you were to make up a name, it's that.
Mr. Boombatso Yankees fan, right? So I'm gonna let's just say it's Capistrano, right? Mr. Capistrano. So this guy Jesse Rogers, who I actually know a little bit, not personally, but I've covered. I've seen his coverage for years, and I like him. He covers the White Sox and the Cubs for ESPN.com, and he covers Major League Baseball when those teams get eliminated. And so he was at the World Series, I guess. But like he went and either found the guy or did a big story with the guy. And he wrote last night, we'll call him Capistrano.
Meet Jackass.
The fan that interfered with Mookie. I was talking to him at a local bar when a bunch of other fans asked him to take a picture with him and for his autograph. He was a beaut. Story up soon at ESPN. And then they pull out, quote, if it's in our area, we're going to D up. First of all, I don't know what that means, okay? Second of all, I hate this person, okay? And I know hate's a strong word. I shouldn't say that. He stinks. Third, stop doing this, reporter. Stop doing this. Rather than getting your 4,000 retweets and getting that story out there and having it go viral, no. Stop giving this moron oxygen. Why do we do this? I don't understand why we can't all just agree. Let's all do a handshake and say, no one go find that guy and pretend like he's awesome. He's a beaut. No, he isn't. Did you miss the part where he grabbed the baseball player's glove? Did you miss the part where I know it sounds ridiculous. I'm sorry. Where they basically assaulted the baseball player? Are we allowed to is this the same standard or no? NBA players stop the game and drag a referee over and point 8 rows deep because some guy yelled, "You suck," whatever else. And sometimes they yell terrible things and they should be kicked out. But sometimes they're just giving them a hard time, yelling at them. And LeBron goes, "Oh, this guy right here, this guy, he yelled at me." And so for 5 minutes, we all wait while LeBron gets the guy kicked out and then they keep playing. Stupid Yankee fan grabbed the player. What would LeBron do? Oh, my God. If someone grabbed LeBron while he was playing and pulled him over the scorer's table and tried to rip the ball out of his hand. Can you imagine? Thank God for Mookie Betts, who is awesome. I love Mookie Betts. I've always loved Mookie Betts. Mookie Betts last night said, I'm not going to give this guy what he wants. He will get no attention from me. I'm not going to perpetuate this whole narrative. Everybody wants to make this the deal of the night. This is about the Yankees and the Dodgers. That guy stinks. I want nothing to do with him. That's not what he actually said. That's how I
translation,
took it.
yeah.
But this was Mookie Betts' postgame.
What happened with that fan? That follow up? It's irrelevant. We lost. It doesn't matter.
How is that man feeling? Because it kind of looked like, from our perspective, that your wrist kind of went a little bit back.
No, I didn't even know he grabbed my hand. So, no, it's perfectly fine.
Was that about as aggressive as you've seen fans in all your time in the game?
When it comes to the person in play, it doesn't matter. We lost. It's irrelevant. I'm fine. He's fine. Everything's cool. We lost the game, and that's what I'm kind of focused on. We got to turn the page and get ready for tomorrow.
Class act.
Mookie Betts, ladies and gentlemen.
Handle it better than I would have.
A better man than me. A better man than Joey from the Bronx, who grabbed him by the arm. Just a mensch and a class act, and one of the great players on the planet.
Yeah, he's a winner. I am not. I know I lost the game, and I would not have been able to contain myself.
If you
talking
yell
about
that Russell Westbrook's a loser, he's going to come over and get into an exchange with you and then get someone to eject you from the stadium. Mookie Betts is grabbed by 2 guys and just goes, I don't want to talk about that.
I'm fine. He's fine. We got to play a game tomorrow.
I got to win a World Series tomorrow.
Good for you.
Love that guy. But also, the fan stinks. So do me a big favor. Don't watch the interview that's going to be done with him on 83 places. Don't buy the book that he's going to put out about the time I was the story at Yankee Stadium. Because if we just ignore these people, they'll go away. I don't know what Sons and 4 guy is doing now, but he had his 15 minutes and then people stopped talking to him and he's gone now. We don't have to give these people oxygen to become stars.
It's such a good point. The interviewing him like he's a legitimate person.
How about that guy? He's a beaut.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
He's not. But
Journalist?
Let's not go up unless it's under the lens of you were completely wrong and a horse's ass. Why'd you do that, horse's ass? And then if horse's ass has a response, you can quote horse's ass in the newspaper or whatever rag you're going to print it in. The legitimization of it is if it's a reasonable bit of behavior. Oh, that's hard to deal with. But again, I can't. Speaking of LeBron, I'm doing the LeBron gif where I'm like looking over at my teammate who just didn't make the pass, who was wide open. I'm like why? I can't believe there's no stiffer punishment on the table. I can't believe nobody seems to want one or desire it. I can't believe people are just kind of going, yeah, that's right. He can't go to game 5. Tough for that guy. Like, oh my God, more. There has to be some sort of, that's like an even trade for that dude. A year of notoriety, months of not paying for a drink in the Bronx, or wherever that idiot is from, to not get to go to game 5 to watch the Yanks lose. Like, I would make that trade for fame and come do my podcast on the Horse's Ass Radio Network. Like, I'm so annoyed about that part. Punish people that suck. Punish this person. Money changes hands. He's got to shovel manure. Something.
Welcome back to Horse's Ass on the Horse's Ass Radio Network.
This is the Horse's Ass Radio Network. Give you 10 seconds for you to get out of my way because I'm going to D up.
Yeah, D
up.
I'm sure.
It's the D Up podcast on the Horse's Ass Network.
We're going to D up here. You're in my area. You came toward my seat, Mookie. What do you want me to do?
But if the professional ball player comes in here, you know what's going to happen. You already know what's going to happen.
Next time on the Horse's Ass Network, we'll show you how to eat a slice the right way. You don't put a napkin on it to get the grease on this network. You don't do that. You suck. You're the worst.
The worst.
Commander's Burner just tweeted.
Mm-hmm.
Not agreeing with his take. That's always my favorite. You always start with I'm not saying I agree with what he did. Bet you there's a butt coming.
Here it comes.
Bet you there's a butt coming. Here's my big butt.
There it is.
Not agreeing with this take. Hate the Yankees.
However.
But here's my big butt.
I thought I called it.
Hey, he was locked in to help his team. It's not his job.
Nope.
His job is not to help the team.
Clap.
So, if he really wanted to help his team, he would have just ran over Mookie Betts in the parking lot before the game. Then he couldn't have had any at-bats. I guess he didn't want to help his team enough, right? Just assaulting him in the outfield, not good enough. Why don't we run over Freddie Freeman to make sure that he doesn't hit a home run in this game? He's just trying to help the team. I just want to make sure we win the baseball match. Shut up. Stop grabbing people. Stop. Did you grab his glove?
Well, yeah, but...
Did you grab his arm?
Yeah, but I wanted to help.
Did you rip the ball out of his glove?
Well, sure, but...
You want to help the team?
Uh-huh.
This is how we've done it
just
for
like
decades.
Just like that.
This is how Grandpa did it. This is how Dad did it. This is how GP does it.
You take that right hand. You take that left
really
hand.
Help the team.
Yeah.
It's a big sequence, right? 2 strikes, 2 balls.
What do I do?
Right?
Yeah.
Helping the team.
You can clap and yell at the same time? That's a big deal.
See what I'm doing?
I did. That's
noise.
Dude, that's impressive.
Yes.
That feels like way more helpful than trying to assault a player.
You know what you don't do?
Huh.
Take a back to her knee, Nancy Kerrigan. Helping the team. Her what was the guy? Fat guy's
Jeff
name?
Galooly.
Jeff Galooly.
Jeff Galooly, bro.
Jeff Galooly. Well, look, I'm not a I am a Tanya Harding guy. I'm not a fan of Nancy's, but in fairness, he was just helping the team.
I wanted to help Tanya.
Get out of here. I am just so annoyed by all of the fame. It's coming.
Oh, of course it is.
Who does what podcast is he on first?
It's a Barstool one. Inevitably.
I think my guys, because I listen to Pardon My Take all the time, with Big Cat and our guy, commenter from the area here, PFT commenter. Maybe, but I don't see it.
It's what it feels like to me. Not theirs, but like whatever the Yankee one is. Because everyone's got their own little individual.
I think John Boy will tell them to kiss their butt. I hope. I don't know. It's a good question. You'll see him though. This guy covers the Cubs and the White Sox and is a radio reporter on the MLB. And he goes, "Read my story on why he's not.
That's what he's doing.
He doesn't sound like, but he might as well.
Might as well.
He's got his pom-poms out. This guy's a beaut. No, he isn't. You misspelled you get it.
Yeah, beautiful example of a horse's ass.
Right. Just the pits. Double play is next. We're giving away Caps Penguins tickets at the top of the hour. Our double play every day is driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Stop in for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. 10 minutes from now on Grant and Danny, when we start our Beltway Blitz, we will be giving away tickets to one of our callers to see the Caps and the Penguins.
Not a good night last night, Jeeps. Not a good night. Played pickleball in the morning. High-level pickleball game at the house. I'll refresh you. Robert came over. So did Dan and Cody. Best pickleball game we've had at the home court. I double dipped like a 10-year-old on a Saturday. Had a second sports activity. Did the show with my friend Grant. Went home. Got all all my accoutrements on. All the different sausage casings for my very flimsy musculature in the leg region. Played to pick up hoops. Ugly. Bad night. Usually I'm able to come up with my stats. I didn't even post my stats from last night. It got so bad after like my 10th turnover.
This gives credence to my point that you only post your stats when you do well.
There is something to that, honestly, because last night was so bad I didn't post them because I stopped counting. I got so pissed I stopped counting. So normally I'm really good at remembering exactly what happens because I'm very self-centered. And I like to remember what I did at all times and like, oh, how'd your team do? I don't really know, but I know that I did well or poorly or whatever, and I remember my numbers. I was 1 for a billion before I said, you know what, that's it. I'm not shooting anymore. Why don't I just, dribble and pass to people? I couldn't even do that. Just awful. Just a terrible, terrible night. So, not really sure where we go from here, to be honest with you. Next Tuesday, there's no game. There's some event going on in the country. So, like, we can't use the gym. Like, I don't even know what it is. And that's fine. But I agree with everyone, and I disagree with the people I'm supposed to disagree with. So, I don't know. Maybe I need a week off. Maybe I need some time to recover and recuperate.
Yeah, take a little break.
Did I go a little too close to the sun, trying to do the 2 sports in one day? Was that foolish?
I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
You're 46.
45.
45. I mean, we're enough already. Now, I'm proud of you. You're active and you're physically
trying,
like working at it. But you pick one each day and you do that, right? That's what the commercial says. 60 minutes of activity a day. Play pickleball or play basketball. Or you could play both and just not care if you play well. But if your goal is
the goal is to play well.
If your goal is to play well and show well and post your stats and have a productive game and have people pat you on the back and tell you you're good at the end, then you may not want to play a couple hours of pickleball with the A team before the basketball game.
That's not the way to do it. Now, I don't remember who won every single pickleball game. It's not like it was my team. It was, but and in terms of the basketball, like when you got to apologize to teammates in a pickup game, you know what I mean? Like that's the level we're talking about here. This was a struggle. This was bad. That's on me. I'm not going to look at the film. We're just going to burn it. I think that's how we're going to do this. This is my
do the football guy thing, the Dan Quinn bit, where you actually take the whole team out to a field with a shovel. You shovel into the ground, and you quite literally take a roll of film and you throw it in the ground, and then you pour the dirt back on it. You got to bury the film.
I mean, that's where we are. If there actually was any video of this thing, I'd demand it be destroyed.
Wow.
Unless someone wanted to hold it over me and like blackmail me later on. I'd be like, dude, you did this. When it's like, for some reason, I'm never going to do this. But like, if I was like 57, it's like, candidate Danny Rouillet had a terrible night at pickup in 2024. And they would show footage of me like punting it off myself.
Like, I couldn't vote for this guy.
Like, can you trust this guy with his finger on the button?
It's time for my double play. Credit where it's due. Kevin in Arlington about a week ago called in. Said that I needed to watch This Is the Zodiac Speaking. It is a Netflix documentary on the Zodiac killer many decades ago out west. I have watched 2 episodes. This is really high-end television.
Wheelhouse.
This is what Netflix is here to do. They are here to make documentaries. I still got a long way to go. There's been way too much good sports on. This is a tough time of year to get into a show. But it's all I think about is wanting to watch the next episode. Your boy's been busy.
Mm-hmm.
I went to Capital One Arena last night to watch Ovi score twice, watch Dylan McElrath beat Rempe's butt, and to watch the Capitals hang 5 on the Rangers in a win.
I know you're there and you're focused. You're locked in. You're on. You were high up in the stands.
Yes.
Like almost like you couldn't touch the glass.
Not important where I was sitting,
but fair. But from the glass, did that show cross your mind?
Absolutely.
It came like I know I'm not saying you didn't care, but it's like just for a second you thought about it.
I was following the World Series on my phone from time to time, kind of scrolling, checking in, and the whole time though I kept thinking like, is there going to be time when I get home after the World Series game ends to crank out one episode? And I was just a little bit too tired. I said, I don't want to not wake up, see the kids early in the morning before they get to school. Let's just get to bed, be responsible. But I watched the first 2 episodes this weekend. I haven't gotten back to it. There's been Monday Night Football. There's been NFL and World Series and hockey. And there's just something every single night right now. But this is the Zodiac speaking. I feel good about the fact because it's just the World Series tonight. I will watch another 2 episodes of this tonight probably. And I'll be over halfway home.
How many Buffys?
Actually, as I look at this, it's only 3 episodes.
You're almost done?
So I wonder, it looks like maybe I'm at the beginning of episode 2. So I probably am a
Gotcha.
third of the way through, maybe
Gotcha.
a little more. Awesome, though. The thing that always blows my mind about some of the worst people that have ever lived in society and the terrible things they've done is how normal they can come off as to everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the first episode of this documentary, is that this guy was named, he was just the local neighbor who you saw at the pool, who came by to help your mom put things away that she couldn't reach, who helped. I'll take the kids today, and he would drive them to school. He was a teacher. He's like doing, I think they're called ciphers. The things that he would send in the newspaper.
Yeah.
He was just teaching kids how to do those on the blackboard at school. Not part of his lesson, but obviously something he was fascinated by. But nobody knew. Still, after the fact, you can't believe it was him. Wild, man. But Netflix, keep doing this. True Crime Paulson says keep doing this.
It is their wheelhouse. That Nobody Bleeps with Cats, the documentary about I'm blanking on all the names because there's so many good ones where they end up making like a quote unquote funny movie out of it, and this thing wasn't funny at all. Where the explosive device around somebody's neck. I mean, all these different things. You're just like, these are so incredible and jaw dropping, and they make great documentaries.
My favorite ones are the ones I know a little bit about. And then it's enough that you're interested and kind of, I remember that part. Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
And it's like, I have 15 to 25% of the story. Now they're going to give me the other 75%. This is in that category for me. Caps Penguins tickets, top of the hour, head of the Blitz, right here on the Fan. Caller number 10, 800-636-1067 right now. Dial those numbers. You're going to win 2 tickets to see the Caps Friday, November 8th, right after the election. Capital One Arena taking on the Penguins. For tickets and the complete schedule, go to thefandc.com/events. That is a hot ticket. That's going to be a great atmosphere. Caps, Pens, always a lot of fun over at Capital One Arena. The DMV's football team has a very bright future, and it's time for you to consider yours. The sponsor of our show will help. That's the law firm, Condori and Murrah. They're going to help you update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family, schedule a free consultation for their estate planning attorneys right now at kmlawyers.com. Mention us, get a discount, kmlawyers.com. It is time for the Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the NFL, the Caps after a big win over the Rangers, and the World Series, Major League Baseball with Chelsea Janes, all jammed into one segment. So let's get to it.
We talked to our buddy Nate Davis to go around the National Foosball League. Nate, at this stage, is Detroit the best team in the NFC? And if not, who is?
No, yeah, I think they are, Danny. I mean, they're steamrolling people right now. I don't know what aspect of their offense is absent aside from the fact that maybe Jared Goff isn't much of a runner, but they're just totally loaded on that side of the ball, and so much so, particularly with as creatively as they get with game plans, that it seems like they're pretty well healed to compensate for the loss of Aiden Hutchinson on the other side because they're blowing people out. So yeah, they definitely got it going right now.
Would you consider the NFC West still San Francisco's to lose?
I mean, I think it's anybody's to win, Grant. I mean, obviously, all those teams are 4-4 and 3-4, I believe. I mean, I think the Rams are kind of in a really good spot to take off here, getting their receivers back, and they've got more reinforcements on the way with their offensive line. I mean, you can see the effect that it had on Matthew Stafford the other night. We'll see what the 49ers get when Christian McCaffrey comes back. I mean, it's unfortunate that they look pretty loaded in the backfield. I mean, I'd almost consider playing him more slot receiver a little more often, given the problems they have on that side of the ball. But I think it's probably anybody's division to win except Seattle. I don't have a whole lot of belief in that team, but I could see any of the 3 others going on a run here. But I think I might like the Rams, the best of the three at the moment.
Nate, Denver's won 5 of 6 against some admittedly pretty bad opponents, but still, you do that, and you a lot of times end up in the postseason. Right now, they're the 5 seed in the AFC. Do they make the playoffs?
I'm going to say no. I kind of see what you see, Danny, where they've beaten a lot of bad teams. I mean, I think we'll know a little bit more about them in 2 weeks when they play. At Baltimore this week, at Kansas City the next week. Let's kind of see where they are then. I mean, but Bo Nix has done a nice job as a rookie quarterback. I still think he's a bit limited as a passer. Maybe doesn't get the second reads or see open receivers as well as you'd want in a quarterback. So I'm gonna kind of hold back on the enthusiasm of Denver right now. I think I probably like the Chargers a little bit better than them if that division's going to send 2 teams to the playoffs.
The Colts have taken a lot of media blowback for benching Anthony Richardson, a top 5 pick last year. Are you part of that group that's annoyed by that decision?
Annoyed by benching him? I don't know that I would do it the whole year. I mean, I think there's something to the fact that you have to do what's best for the team. I mean, we've seen that happen with Carolina, and I mean, at some point you can't invest so much in one person that 52 other guys are paying for that. And in particular, when you've got a guy like Joe Flacco, who I think could take that team to the playoffs. I mean, we saw him do it last year. But I mean, there's a part of me that admires Anthony Richardson's honesty throughout this whole process. And I was a little surprised by all the blowback he's gotten from former players and whatnot for being honest. He needed to come out for that play. I mean, I get the optics aren't great. It's not like he asked out on the last drive or something. But we'll see where this goes. I mean, the other part of this is he does have a lot of development to do. I mean, he's not an accurate or efficient quarterback, but he does have some traits, Cam Newton running ability, that kind of thing that others don't. But I think this is probably the right move for now. I just wouldn't make it a permanent one, or at least box myself into that corner right now if I was the Colts.
Nate, I beat the drum pretty thoroughly that Baltimore is a Super Bowl contender, and I still believe that, but there are a couple now losses where you're going, man, what are you doing? And now they've added Deontay Johnson to the mix. Give me kind of state of the union on the Ravens.
Yeah, I mean, regrettably, I think I've been with you on this, Danny, and then maybe not with Grant on the Ravens, but I do think that they're the second best team in the AFC. I mean, I'm going to go with the Chiefs as number one until proven otherwise. And I think that I don't know if they needed Deontay Johnson. I mean, there's an element I wonder that if it's keep away from other teams like maybe Houston or somebody else that could really use him. But I mean, they probably moved down 12 slots in the draft to get him. I mean, I think at that price you got to make a move like that. You'd like to see them play obviously better defense, and you kind of wonder, is there going to be a move coming on that side of the ball? But to me, that's actually the most dangerous offense in the league ahead of Detroit, just because of what Lamar Jackson can provide that really no other quarterback can. But I still think that they're maybe the best team in the AFC. Certainly a legit Super Bowl team. Flawed, but I think that they can overcome all that.
At by Nate Davis on Twitter. Nate, NFC South, I was moderately impressed by Tampa without Godwin and Evans hanging with Atlanta for much of that game. But they did lose, and that means they're 0-2 against the Falcons and now a game behind them, and that's damaging. They also have the Chiefs and the Niners coming up ahead of their bye. Is it too early to say they're cooked and Atlanta's going to run away with that thing, or do you think it's going to be a two-horse race the whole way?
I think too early to say they're cooked, Grant. I mean, they're going to get Mike Evans back on the other side of that bye. Their schedule down the stretch. As you said, Kansas City and San Francisco the next 2 weeks, and obviously some personnel challenges therein. But they've got an opportunity to make a lot of hay on the other side of that Week 11 bye. And obviously they've won a weak division there a number of times. But I think people forget. I mean, this team is made the playoffs 4 years in a row. Obviously, won a Super Bowl with Tom Brady. But I mean, there are guys there that have won a lot of football games, even with him gone, and everyone I think is impressed with Baker's second act here. So yeah, for sure, I would count them out. I'm also not ready to say that Atlanta is good enough to run away with anything. I'd give them the edge, but let's not call that race just yet.
Yeah, and looking at it, just after asking you that, the Falcons have a much tougher remaining schedule. Dallas, Minnesota. Looking at games like even the Chargers or Denver, who are over 500, whereas Tampa, to your point, after their bye week, might have one of the softer schedules in the league, so they might still be alive. Nate, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Okay, take care, guys.
See you, brother. Hit that Capitol sounder, please. My God, that's Vogues' music. Mike Vogel, WashingtonCaps.com. Vogues, God forbid you hit some traffic yesterday and weren't in your seats in the first 5 minutes. Couple OV goals and some fisticuffs. That was a fun one last night.
It totally was. Yeah. Before the first TV timeout, I think 3 goals, a pretty good scrap. And within just a couple of minutes of that first TV timeout, there was another goal. Second period was the same thing, like early, just high event hockey, edge of the seat kind of stuff. And, even the third, there were no goals scored other than the empty netter at the end. But I thought, from puck drop to the final horn, it was one of the most compelling and entertaining games you'll ever see. Certainly in the month of October, it felt like it meant more than just a couple of points in the early season, and I think it did too. These are the guys that bumped the Caps out of the playoffs last year. They didn't make a big deal out of that, but I think deep down that rankles you a little bit, and that they're the team that everyone is picking to win the Metro this year. But for me, the big thing was just rebounding from a loss on Saturday night against Tampa Bay, coming back. The most important thing in the National Hockey League is just not letting losing streaks fester. Keep the points coming in. Points made now, points picked up now are just as important as those in February, March, and April.
Mike, it was great to see you yesterday at the arena, first of all. Good bumping into you. Second,
you too, Grant. Yeah,
that was cool. Second, the McElrath-Rempe fight. First of all, it was tremendous. A couple minutes into the game, literally center ice. I mean, the only thing that would have been better is if they turned the house lights completely off and just had a spotlight right over the middle like a ring for these two heavyweights. That's a big rig, Joby. Him and Rempe. I mean, those two guys going, just exchanging blows. Obviously, McElrath cuts him open, wins the fight. But my question is, I saw a lot of the media saying, "Oh, this was inevitable. We knew this was coming." What did I missed that memo.
I didn't know it was coming.
They were definitely going to fight. Is it just because Rempe was in the lineup and McElrath likes to fight? Like, what? I know they fought in the minors. What did I miss?
Well, yeah. So we talked to Big Mac a little bit today after practice, and it turns out they actually sort of planned this thing, and it was Rempe. Rempe wanted to fight, but this was planned during warmups. They did a little drive by, and Rempe, hey, will you go with me? Kind of a thing. He had been sent down to the American League a couple days ago, and then called right back up. Not sure whether the opposition had anything to do with that or not, but Rempe was the guy who wanted to fight. I think Mac would have been fine just playing the game, and honestly, that fight came about a minute or a few seconds before Jacob Chikrin went out for the night. So now you got McElrath in the box for 5 minutes, and I don't believe he wound up coming out until the middle of the first, because you can't come out, except at a natural stoppage. So they were essentially down to 4 defensemen for that period of time as well. So yeah, it was Rempe's idea. He wanted it. He was looking for apparently to, something to give his team or his coach a jolt, and McElrath being the guy that he is.
Well, and he did oblige him, and he beat him in the fight. But also, I love that guy. They made so many moves, Mike, that there was no room for any of the Hershey Bears really to make the roster, essentially. And he only is here now playing a bunch with the Roy injury and kind of some of the things that happened right there at the end of training camp, preseason, what have you. But he's the longtime captain, I think, of the Hershey Bears. And it's a great story that he's up here, and he obviously doesn't want to go back down.
No, he's a terrific guy too. Everybody loves him. He's won 3 Calder Cups at the American League level, and he was drafted in the first round, the 2010 draft. So he's a couple of years older than Tom Wilson. Last night was his 82nd career NHL game, so that's the equivalent of 1 full season. And this for a guy drafted 10th overall in 2010. His story is an incredible one of will, determination, and perseverance. A lot of lesser guys would have just bagged it, maybe go play in Europe or just accept their lot and play in the American League. But this guy has really worked diligently to make himself a better hockey player. And look, defensemen develop at a different rate than other players. And typically they say you don't know what you have with a defenseman until he's played a couple hundred games as a pro. So a guy like Martin Ferravari is just now getting to that point, and somewhere along the line, 200 games in, the New York Rangers, ironically enough, the team that he thumped Rempe last night, they're the team that drafted him, and they're the team that decided that they didn't want to hold on to him. So he's had a little bit of a Rand McNally existence since then, but it's great to see, and I hope you guys saw the 4-minute interview with TNT last week after the Philadelphia game. It's just riveting content where he was interviewed by Paul Bissonnette and the TNT panel after the Caps game against Philly last Wednesday night. If you haven't seen it, it's worth seeking out. It's great stuff.
Folks, thank you as always, man. Have a great week.
You bet. See you guys.
We'll see you, pal. Hit that MLB sounder. That's Chelsea James's music of the Washington Post. Covers Major League Baseball. Chelsea, I know there's the World Series going on, but I can't stop thinking about those 2 jackasses and how light their punishment seems to me for not only interfering. Fan interference, I get, you're trying to catch a ball. The grabbing of the glove and body parts and wrists and then trying to pretend there's some sort of invisible line that Mookie Betts crossed. I want way stricter punishments. Just give me your thoughts on that incident.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? I cannot believe how that played out. I mean, and I think too, Mookie didn't make a big deal of it later. He kind of brushed it off. I think if he had been more vocal, maybe it changes. But I think there's some feeling that that's assumed. But when you look at what happened, it wasn't just trying to catch the ball. It was mean, it could have really hurt him. And I am stunned at sort of the way it's being talked about, because I think it's a pretty dangerous thing, really.
Mm-hmm. Chelsea lost amid that controversy was what a storyline with Volpe, the Yankees fan growing up who hits the grand slam, who gets them another day of baseball and a chance to get back into this series now. I can't believe this. 24 World Series ever where a team's gone up 3-0. Nobody's ever played a sixth game. Only 3 times has a team avoided a sweep, so the Yankees are the 4th. But there's never been a team that wins 2 in a row to force a game 6. So I'm just kind of curious where you're at on tonight.
I was stunned to learn that too. You would think at some point that would have happened. I think there's a chance. I really do. I think the stakes are so high pressure-wise for the Dodgers at this point, and the Yankees. But in this moment, the Dodgers, that win last night was more than one. It was like a win and a half, because now it's Garrett Cole. You don't really know what you're going to get from Jack Flaherty. You can let Garrett Cole go till his arm falls off, and they probably will. So, I think I think there's a chance, and I think once it gets back to LA, anything's possible.
Yeah, tonight's the key, right? I think I was watching one of the shouty shows inadvertently. It was on just the room I was in. I try to avoid them, but they're shouting, so you can't. And they were legitimately talking about this, Chelsea, and it kind of made sense to me, actually. And I was like, maybe there's something wrong with me. Anyway, the point was, is this a must-win game for the Dodgers, right? Yankees, obviously, season's over if you don't. But for the Dodgers, to your point, like, if you drop 2 in a row, it's, the Netflix documentary about the Red Sox just came out. You know what I mean? Like there's like the ghosts of it maybe in your brain a little bit. Like, do they really need to close this out tonight?
I think there are teams for whom I would say for sure they were kind of so gritty against the Padres in their division series that I think they have like a little more fight than just kind of falling apart because it got a little harder. That being said, the one thing that's working against them is their relievers are starting to get really tired and starting to get exposed. And I just don't know if they can count on them to be as good as they have been in the first 2 series. And you don't know what you're getting with their starters. I mean, any of them. So there's a chance that, that if they go back, the Yankees have a little more juice left, but they're kind of running out of relievers too. So ultimately, I think the Dodgers win it. But, if they lose tonight, they're going to be in their heads, and the pressure is going to be higher than anything they've seen thus far.
Chelsea, excellent with us. Thank you, and enjoy the game.
Thanks for having me.
You got it. Be good. World Series Game 5 is tonight. The Yanks able to avoid the sweep. Let's make this thing a series. Let's go 7. The playoffs were so good, it would have been really anticlimactic if a sweep happened in the World Series.
I'll sign up for anything that doesn't include the Yankees winning the World Series. So
Okay.
if you give me a 6, you give me game 7, whatever, as long as it's like they're not playing like dun 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 dun, dun, like for the billionth time and everyone has to listen to it and they think the whole league revolves around them. As long as they're deprived of that, like what you want is for that guy that interfered with Mookie Betts last night to be happy. I can't live there.
If the Commanders do fall off in the second half of their season, why did it happen, do you think? What is the issue going to be that leads to them regressing? Let's get into that next on Grant and Danny. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Welcome back. Thank you for making the show part of your day. We'll be with you for 2 more hours until 6:30 on The Fan. We'll blitz the NFC East coming up at 5 o'clock right here on G&D. Commanders, first place, NFC East, 7 weeks running. They are 6-2 as we get ready for Week 9 football. We were talking at the start of the show about the fact that they are right now less likely to win the division, according to the ESPN data and the numbers they've churned out, than the Eagles are, a team chasing them in the division with seemingly a tougher remaining schedule. If they cave, if they fall apart, a lot of people think this has been a nice run, but it's not sustainable. If the Commanders fall off in the second half, how do you think it happened and what was the issue? We want to get into that. We can open up the phones, 800-636-1067. Where do you worry about them?
So worry may not be the right word, but this is in the back of my mind. The concern, I would say, right? Doesn't mean that I'm panicked. Doesn't mean I'm changing my behavior, but I'm thinking about this. Second half of Cliff Kingsbury's seasons when he's been in charge of offense. You're hoping that's been fixed. You're hoping that's been ameliorated with his year of personal growth and being away from the game for a little bit, working his way back up to this position, incorporating Anthony Lynn and some other voices, Brian Johnson from Philadelphia and others, that you're avoiding some of those swoons. But there has been a history of teams or other teams, opponents, kind of figuring out what you do, what you like to do, and how you do it, and then a way to counteract it. And then there's no counter to the counter, so to speak. I worry that this offense that has been, by any metric and measure, incredible, exceeding any expectation any reasonable person could have had through 8 weeks, becomes fine or pedestrian or even good at times or decent in spots. And then kind of the magic goes away. Then you're playing more of these, games like you just had, 18-15, and I wouldn't take my chances in those. I'd much rather get in some track meets with teams. The way this offense is built, the way this defense I think is starting to round into form, I'll take my chances there. To me, that's the path, is that this offense stops being incredible and starts to slide down the rankings a little bit, whether it's they're found out, whether it's an injury, whether they're tired. I mean, it goes without saying, you lose a couple key people. We know one in particular. It's not going to be the same team. But that's my only, I don't even know what to call it. Concern that may not even be that strong. It's hey, this happened before. That's something I'm mindful of. I'll say that.
I think that's very possible. It's certainly on my list somewhere. It's not near the top of my list. The top of my list as far as concerns about the second half of the season, I guess it's 2 things to me. If we find out right now somehow they missed the playoffs, which feels like it would be a really, really big letdown. I mean, they are 75 to 80% likely in a lot of places that do this for a living to make the postseason. It would have to be a collapse almost to not get in. But if they fall off massively, Jaden Daniels' health is one of my concerns.
Of course.
Is he not available? Does he get hurt? Is he not able to post week in and week out? Does this rib thing linger to the point where one shot costs him a half or a game and now he's on the sideline? That would be one of my concerns. I think it's a little bit of a cop-out because you could always go with health.
Of course.
But I do think it's different with him because it's a quarterback. There's a durability concern and question. We've been dealing with it off and on already this season. The second thing, though, and this is not injury related, this is just team construction and performance related. Can they stop the run? If a team that is good at running the football plays Washington and pounds the football on them, are they going to be able to stop that? If that team is leading or even with them to the point where they don't have to abandon it to play catch up, which has happened in so many of their games this season. I don't really know why the Bears went away from the run game to the extent that they did. I know they were always on the verge of about to be blown out, but they never really were. It was 9-0, 12-0 forever. If they would have gotten to 19 or 16 or to nothing or something at some point, it would have felt like you've got to get away from what you want to do. But I thought the Bears were able to run the ball. Look at the numbers for DeAndre Swift and what they did. Washington against the run defensively, as much improved as that defense is so far this season, 29th in the NFL at stopping the run. They have gotten to a point where they rank 23rd overall in yards per play, and they're actually 13th in yards per game, which is not a metric I care a lot about. But they are 29th, 5.05 yards per attempt on the ground. Are the Commanders going to be able to stop a team like Detroit in the playoffs when they're running the football? I think about that all the time. Before they get there, though, if you're telling me something's going to go sideways and they're going to lose a bunch of games in the second half, how does it happen? I think they get exposed and just can't stop the run. That's one of my big concerns with this group as it's constructed based on the 8 games we've watched.
Because I don't think I'm concerned about that. I think I'm kind of resigned to that they're going to have a weakness against running games.
Well, then that's a reason why it could go sideways for you too in the second half.
Yeah, but I guess my philosophy is different enough where I go, I've seen that. I've seen them give up 181 yards on the ground to Arizona when they scored 14 points. I've seen 15 points against when Chicago ran for 1 million yards. To me, when they've gotten knocked around, it's when quarterbacks are comfortable slinging it around the yard. See Baltimore, see Tampa.
They were way ahead in both of those 2 games. Those yards came early. Those teams got away from that and abandoned it and threw basically for the second half of the game.
Baltimore and Tampa? Or are you talking about the other 2?
The 2 that you referenced
where they ran
numbers.
They ran a ton?
Yes. They ran for a lot of yards, but they were down. The Cardinals, the game was 31-14 or whatever it was. The entire fourth quarter was a wash. Nobody was on the field anymore. I mean, those teams came out and ran the ball and had success. The problem was turnover here, sack there, whatever it was. The Commanders were out in front. And I think that's a bad football team, right? The Bears are much better, but same thing where I don't think it was ever a blowout, but both of those teams kind of went away from it. The Bears went a couple drives where Swift was a non-factor and they were going 3 and out throwing the football. I just wonder, Steelers with Najee Harris, who's been doing it.
They're going to try it. Yeah.
There are teams that are going to line up and do that. Can they stop it? Your point is no, and that's okay.
Pretty much. I mean, to me, a run is, you could be successful at that. I'll take my chances there. Like, I would much rather have a team settle for 5-7 than some of the big plays I've seen against them in the passing game. And that's been cleaned up to a degree of late. You know, a non-Baltimore division. But I will take a team settling for some power runs and some good first down yardage, et cetera, rather than shot plays or, stuff that's, designed up, or Caleb Williams scrambling, I think, was more devastating for the most part until DeAndre Swift ripped off that 1 yard, a long run for a touchdown. So to me, it's a compromise. Like, I don't think his defense is good. Like, the best ones can stop everything. There aren't that many of those, to be honest with you. Even ones that we think of as really good. Pittsburgh's excellent. The Giants moved the ball against them this past Monday. Kansas City's really good. The Raiders did what they wanted for the most part in that game. I don't think we've got a 2000 Ravens, 85 Bears in this game. The modern NFL really doesn't allow for that, I would say, to that degree. So Washington is kind of all right, we're going to try to pick one to take away. And against an offense that's anything less than excellent, I think they can now. So I think they've picked no big plays in the pass game.
I'm not sure if I'm ready to say they can. I mean, against a bad offense, maybe.
That's what I mean. So if you're Chicago or above, you're going to get them for something. Like Baltimore did whatever they wanted. When you took one thing away, Zay Flowers went 9 for $1 million.
Good offense. I think they're in trouble.
But I think they're good enough against a team that's mediocre or below in offense to take something away. And we've seen that.
Yeah, I guess the question in a lot of ways is, what are some of your biggest fears about this team that either have already been exposed but haven't cost them, or haven't been exposed yet and you think could become big issues? So your answer was
the offense gets figured out. Washington's offense gets figured out to a degree, as Kingsbury's offenses have in the past.
And there's no doubt about it. I mean, if that happens, they're in trouble, and it's possible. I mean, it's something playing at the level they have all season is going to be hard to sustain anyway, because there's like 3 offenses in 20 years that have done it.
Yeah.
So we're going to probably claim that they're regressing when just the natural order of things takes over and you don't score at the same rate.
What do you mean they're not scoring 37 a week, which they literally did in weeks 4 through 6?
It's hard to keep doing that. But my thing is not something that I'm worried about happening that hasn't yet. It's something that I've already seen and I don't think's been fully taken advantage of. Like the underbelly of this team that can be cut open for one reason or another, teams haven't enough, is I do think that you could come out and just dominate them on the ground and dictate the entire game. Styles make fights. And maybe play their game. Like take the air out of the football and kind of play a physical ground and pound kind of game against them. And I wonder what that looks like. If the Commanders fall off in the second half, why did it happen? How's it going to happen? What do they need to self-scout and get figured out so that doesn't take place. 800-636-1067 if you'd like to join us on Grant and Danny.
the precise nature that we do to get ready, it does allow you to get right back into it. All the things that we have to do on a Wednesday and a Thursday and a Friday. And so today we spend so much time on tackling and breaking tackles. And then tomorrow it's into the ball and ball securities and takeaways. Happy New Year. And then after that on to Friday, winning time moments. So we really work hard at that, John, to make sure the process of the week can take care of all the learning. So it doesn't leave you a lot of time for that. And then also tell the truth is a big part of it too, because to be a good team, you have to handle the stuff. And the stuff can be a lot of things, from injuries or a big win or anything that comes down the pike. And so handling the stuff, it's something that we talk about with them. I'd rather have the discussion about it than not. And so handling the stuff is part of becoming a good team. And you have to prove you can do that.
That's Dan Quinn earlier today. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back in. Thanks for listening to the program. We're with you until 6:30. We will blitz the division at 5.
So I heard that live, and then I obviously heard the clip. Does anyone else know what the Happy New Year bit is that everybody laughed at? Like, does anyone else understand that? Is anyone in on that joke?
I only know Happy New Year at that facility, is what Dan Snyder once said.
We said Happy Thanksgiving.
Oh, that's right. I was thinking it was Happy New Year at Thanksgiving. It was Happy Thanksgiving
In
after
February?
the New Year.
Yeah, sometime in mid-January.
So I've listened to the clip a couple of times now. I think something went off in the background. I don't know if somebody absolutely popped a cork or something. I don't know. It sounded like something either popped or dropped in the background.
Okay.
And he reacted by saying Happy New Year, and everybody laughed.
So I thought it was
Ooh, the
like
popped cork thing's a good idea.
So I didn't have that. I didn't have that data point, but I thought someone like came in late, and he was like, "That's how late you are. Like Happy New Year. Like you've. This is how delayed you are." I'm trying to figure it out.
That's not bad either. Play the clip again really quickly before we get to the phones. We're talking about areas where the Commanders make you nervous, and there's a chance they regress if they don't fix the problem that you have found. We'll get to that in a moment. But this was audio from today with Dan Quinn.
Tomorrow it's into the ball and ball securities and takeaways. Happy New Year. And then after that.
I think you're right, Darius.
So now I hear the pop.
Sounds kind of like a pop.
I heard the
I don't
pop.
think anyone actually did pop a cork. I guess it's possible you have like a. Because nobody's drinking wine or champagne out there.
Unless they're like, "This is a great Wednesday press conference." They pop.
Let's text our guy Ben Standig or something and see if.
Yeah, we'll get to the bottom of it.
Because you get sometimes you get like our buddy like a Chris Russell who's got 700 things that he's carrying every step of the way, always. Maybe he dropped an object on the ground and you get a sound and you get a Happy New Year.
Let's go to Chuck, who's in Crofton on Grant and Danny. What's up, Chuck? How
Hey,
are
Chuck.
you?
G&D, what is going on, gentlemen? Great to talk to you guys again.
Hey, buddy.
Okay, so I'm definitely with the run game. Yes, I'm somewhat concerned, and it could be me. I want you guys, also, to tell me if I'm tripping, so to speak. But they seem to be getting better in certain areas in the run game. Seem to be more aggressive, flying at the ball, coming viciously. Honestly, my main concern is, especially if you're in the game against the good teams, when you have these mental errors in the red zone. Because honestly, the Bears game should have been put away. The Giants game should have been put away. But now you have the Eagles coming up twice. You have the Cowboys. You have the Steelers. When you get chances, you have to put touchdowns on the board instead of field goals. So more than anything, that's what I'm concerned about if they regress. And without sounding like I'm drinking the Kool-Aid, I just don't think they do. I think this team is for real. Tough games coming up, but I definitely feel like you have to fix those mental errors. That would be, to me personally, the main reason why
things go
Yeah,
sideways.
that's a great one. Honestly, so you think about it this way. 25% of their games, doesn't sound like much, but it's 2 of the 8. They've had that sort of red zone, whoa, kind of like whether it's false starts, couldn't get the play in, kind of nightmare, didn't score
They're
touchdowns.
bottom 6 in the NFL in the red zone.
Yeah, and then
Through a half
against
season.
Tampa, it didn't really work, and that game was a blowout. So I almost like discard that. But so it's 2 of 7. They've had a real struggle there. If there's a regression, maybe you kind of keep that bad pace going. There was a game where they were great in the red zone, and I think probably Arizona game. They were great everywhere. but now you've got enough sample where it becomes like you're a guy that misses free throws, right? Where you've now missed a couple. You're a good shooter, but now you're at the line again. And, oh, no, I missed another one. Oh, I missed. And it snowballs a little bit. Maybe that becomes a thing. I mean, I totally understand that one.
So, yeah, I do too. I mean, that's definitely the bugaboo. It's what we talked about yesterday as the biggest issue kind of facing them coming out of the Bears game that they have to clean up. So it makes sense. I just view their red zone issues as more breakdowns, penalties in the moment that I don't think are linear.
Aren't a systemic.
Yeah, I don't think that is some sustainably incompetent area of the team where they're inside the 20, they're at the 16-yard line. So obviously Sam Cosby's going to get downfield. Or, oh, it's 1st and 10 from the 14. So pretty clearly Austin Eckler's going to start early or whatever it is.
Yeah, here comes the hold.
I just think it's what's happened.
Yeah.
Not what will continue to happen. And I'm looking for more sustainable issues based on personnel. Like he mentioned the run game. I think they've shown some signs of life defensively stopping the run. But DeAndre Swift went for $129 and a touchdown for the Bears on 18 carries this past week. So it's not like they've been awesome. I thought they were really, really good against the Panthers. And Chuba Hubbard, who I thought was going to have a lot of success, was one of the leaders in the league in yards per carry when he came to DC going back a couple games ago. It's a 40-7 game.
Yeah.
They can't run it that often. And when they do, they can't really commit to it. You know, you mentioned that the Ravens game was kind of a Lamar Jackson show. Derrick Henry ran for $132 and 2 touchdowns in that game.
All in the second half because they said, okay, we'll stop Zay Flowers. And then they couldn't stop them.
And that was when the game was decided.
Yeah, and that was
it.
it.
If they could have gotten a stop on any of those drives, they kept getting the ball, moving, scoring, they would have. The Browns game was another game where I thought they did a pretty good job on the ground. But you go back, Jerome Ford actually averaged about 6 yards per carry. They were just down by 100, so they couldn't keep running it. The Cardinals game, I thought they were pretty good against the Cardinals. James Conner, 18 for $104. Thank God that between him and Kyler Murray, they just eventually had to start passing it because it was 42-14. There's been a couple games all year. I think the Bengals game feels like they did okay against the run, but then I looked that up. Chase Brown, 7 for 62. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
So, I don't know. I actually feel like I would disagree. The numbers suggest that they haven't solved anything with the run game. Let's go to Nate in D.C. on the Fan. What's up, Nate?
Hey, what's up, Grant, Danny? How y'all feeling?
Good, pal.
Good.
Good. I'm basically, when you mentioned the word worry, it reminded me of, you remember Alfred E. Newman from Mad Magazine, What Me Worry? Like, we have 31 new players on our rosters, new coaching staff, new owner, new everything, right? We 6-2. Like, we should relax a little bit. Like, at the end of the day, look at it like this. Most of our division games are, like, packed onto the back half of the season. People are so afraid, seemingly, of the Eagles. We swept the Eagles with the worst team not too long ago. So at the end of the day, if the Eagles is the main threat, I'm not really worried about the Cowboys. The Giants, I mean, they are who they are. It could be a trap game, but if it's not, then it is what it is. I think we'll be fine. Like,
okay,
we
but
shouldn't
answer
worry.
the question for us, kind of on brand, on topic here. If they don't win the division and they take a step back, what do you foresee being the reason why they regress?
The reason why they regress, they lost too much ground in the playoff race. They probably lost to Pittsburgh. They may have lost either both games or split with the Eagles and split with the Cowboys. They may even have lost this trap game coming up with the Giants.
All right, and that's kind of what we're trying to figure out is how do they lose those games? Nobody's panicking, for the record. Just in case you jumped in during the conversation, I think they're in great shape. I think they're going to win the division. We're doing a self-scout. This is what the team does, right? They'll probably focus more on it in their bye week. But you look in the mirror and you go, we're really good. How do we become great? Or, hey, we're really good, and we're lucky that we haven't been exposed in these couple areas that aren't perfect.
Yeah, we've been fortunate here. There's a lot to build on. There's a lot that's been great. Great, by the way. Better than I expected. I'm having a blast. Nobody's saying I want to stop having a blast. This is just a fun little hypothetical. It may not be as much fun for you guys. Sorry, let's put our big boy pants on and have a little conversation. And it's this. If it doesn't continue to go well, what happened? It's pretty simple, right?
Blitz the East. Cowboys, Eagles, Giants. Latest on all three teams in the division. Grant and Danny on the Fan. as is occasionally the case with the local team's defense, not of late. There are times in life where we see our loved ones struggle, especially as they get older. The exclusive sponsor of our show is the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll guide you through the process of managing a healthcare or financial power of attorney, even securing guardianship or conservatorship for a family member. Schedule a free consultation with their elder law and estate planning attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Mention G&D sent you, and you'll get a discount. Go to kmlawyers.com. That's kmlawyers.com. It is time to spin you around the division and blitz the East. A division Washington's been owning here over the last couple of months, and still division leaders, your Washington Commanders. Down toward the bottom of the division, ahead of the Giants, is the 3-4 Dallas Cowboys. Let's check in on what is ailing the boys. And one of the guys we like to talk to down in Dallas about the Cowboys is Newey Scruggs, NBC5 Dallas Fort Worth. So, Newey, let's just start with 3-4. I mean, what is the temperature in Dallas right now?
Temperature's bad. Look, they can't run the ball. They're dead last in the league in rushing, 74 yards a game. And when it comes up to the run, only two teams give up more rushing yards than the Cowboys. So if you can't run it, you can't stop it. And the other team is controlling the ball for 32 minutes and seconds a game. That's a recipe for disaster. That means your weak defense is on the field for a full half and a 2-minute drill.
What's going to happen when Micah Parsons comes back? Like, how much difference will it make, if any?
None, because they still can't stop the run. Micah Parsons ain't Joe Green.
And seen. I'll take it. I believe you.
I believe you is funny. Have they had problems getting to the quarterback or anything that he will improve? I mean, I'd imagine getting a DPOY back on your defense is still going to elevate the club.
So here's the thing that folks got to go back and realize. What made the Cowboys good the last 3 years is their offense was good at getting a lead and they were playing ahead. And so when you're playing ahead, that makes teams one-dimensional. So, hey, go get the pass. That's not what's been happening. And you go and you look at how are the Cowboys losing games the past couple of years when they were losing 5 games. It was against teams who could run the football at them and neutralize their pass. And so getting Micah Parsons back, it'll help. But what he does best is rush the passer. Ain't much rushing you can do when you get whooped upside the head. And that's what's been happening in the 3 Cowboy home losses here. So I just think anybody, here comes Micah Parsons and here comes all-pro cornerback Deron Bland. It still starts up front. They can't stop the run, nor can they run the football. There's no magic fixes coming around here. This is not a good team. They can't beat good teams. They can beat a Giants. They could beat a team like Cleveland, which, right now it's going to mean they're going to miss the playoffs and probably be drafting, like in 14, 15, 16 area range.
And the Cowboys have lost 2 in a row. They got blown out by the Lions and then beaten by San Francisco with an extra week to prepare out of the bye. They've lost 4 out of 6, to your point. And the wins are squeakers here over the last month and a half against the Giants and the Steelers, a couple of offensively challenged teams at the time that Dallas played them. What about Dak? Watching them the other day, Dak struggled a little bit. He's got 10 touchdowns, 8 picks, completing a little over 60% of his passes. How good is he playing right now?
Not playing good. And then you start to ask yourself this. Let's look at what's around him. Offensive line isn't good this year. I mean, Hall of Famer Zach Martin is having his worst season. Looked like a guy who talked about this could be his last year. He's playing like it. The offensive line with Oklahoma, he's faced a murderer's row of pass rushers. He's been bad. Your running backs, my gosh. I mean, you talk about Ezekiel Elliott. They just promoted Dalvin Cook up for the practice squad last week. Nobody's scared of those guys. Rico Dowdle would be a third running back on most teams. On most teams, he'd be a third running back that you cut at the end of training camp and hope to get him back on the roster. That's what the Cowboys are playing with there. And outside of CeeDee Lamb, there's no wide receivers that are going to sit up here and make you say, oh, boy, watch out for him. You're not scared of Jalen Tolbert. Brandon Cooks has been hurt. You're not scared of Kevontae Turpin. So if Dak is not sitting up here playing with a roster like, let's say, Jared Goff has got, good offensive line, Amon-Ra St. Brown at receiver, Sam Laporta at tight end, and 2 good running backs. He doesn't have what that guy has in Detroit.
What's the Mike McCarthy vibe at this point? How are folks feeling about him? And I mean, I'm thinking of one folk in particular named Jerry Jones, but just in general, fans. What's the pulse on McCarthy?
You know what? The owner's never done the head coach a bunch of favors around it. Even when he kept Dan Quinn, he openly talked about his love for Dan Quinn. So Mike is on a one-year deal. The whole coaching staff's on a one-year deal. It just makes things tough, uneasy. Dudes are going to start looking for jobs here. So he's never done Mike any favors. So look, if I'm Mike McCarthy, the guy's top 20 and wins. He's won more football games than John Harbaugh, won more football games than Sean Payton in his career. He'll lose his job, his contract's up. He'll go somewhere else and work, and he'll be fine because you won't have to worry about the owner having a press conference when you're trying to do your press conference after a game, or going and spilling trade secrets on a radio show during the week. So, this thing could end for Mike, and I think he may be A-okay by it.
How much do they miss Dan Quinn?
Not as much as people think. I mean, I love DQ, but here comes the thing. The carpenter's tools. Dan Quinn took all the depth with him. So if Dan Quinn was coaching this defense and all the players left, he wouldn't be any better than Mike Zimmer. This thing is still about players, and that's not a smudge of DQ at all. I love DQ. He's a good dude, and he was a really good coach. But DQ took the depth, and the fact of them trying to pay other dudes, they couldn't bring other guys in. And then Aiden Dirty, who was the defensive line coach, became Seattle's defensive coordinator. He took a piece with him as well. So this thing is still about players.
Speaking of those players, is there levels of frustration or are guys like lashing out a little bit? I saw one local reporter, newsman, and I think it was Trayvon Diggs yelling at each other. I guess they made up
today,
which sounds good.
He brought him a can of peanuts,
which I guess is nice. But what's going on there? What are the players saying? How are they feeling?
Trayvon Diggs just got lured into a social media post from a guy who's always looking for clicks. That's what happened there. I was the one who actually filmed that got 4 million views. I was right there.
That was you.
Yeah, that was me. The problem there for Diggs, and this has been a problem when Des Bryant was here, Cole Beasley. You got dudes who go in the locker room who get on their phone after games. And, not exactly the most mentally, the thing you should be doing mentally after a game that you've lost is get on your phone and worry about what people say. But, this is what these guys are today. And for Diggs to come out of the locker room and do that, it's like, man, you can't do that. But he played it perfectly today, like a WWE character. You come out here, he got a press conference, he answered all the questions, he was very upfront. And then, of course, he breaks out the can of D's nuts and he gives it to the reporter and just said, hey, man, we're cool. But this just shows you, and I talked to Rodney Harrison and Coach Tony Dungy afterwards about this in San Francisco. This just shows that you're not mentally where you need to be, making the main thing the main thing. And that's a problem around here. But it also starts with the owner, who doesn't always make the main thing the main thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's hard to get upset at the player.
The apple doesn't fall or something like that.
About 2 weeks ago, Jerry Jones is angry about really reasonable questions on his weekly paid radio appearance, threatening to fire guys he's not in charge of. Newey, thank you. We appreciate you.
Guys, have a good day now.
See you, buddy.
Got it. He was fired up.
Shot out of a cannon. Love it.
He was salty about the Dallas Cowboys. I would be too. They're not very good. And he said that. That's a bad football team. All right, let's keep the blitz of the East going. Next stop, Philadelphia, the most likely team to win the division, according to ESPN's analytics department today. The Eagles are nipping at the heels of Washington. They're a half game back, 5-2. Pretty impressive record, considering they really haven't played their best football. Last time out, the Eagles looked very good against the Bengals, all really in the second half. They were down, looked like they were destined to lose in that game. And then they won 37-17. So don't look now, Danny, but a 20-point win over Cincinnati, a 25-point win over the Giants. They have gotten right since Nick Sirianni was yelling at fans after a 4-point squeaker over.
I was going to say, remember, everything is swirling, right? You've got Saquon Barkley dropping a ball that he would catch 1 billion times out of 1 billion to cost them a game against the Falcons. You got Nick Sirianni, even after a win, yelling at people. They dealt with the injuries to A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith and company. Dallas Goedert's nursing stuff, it seems like all the time and always. Jalen Hurts not playing his best football. And you look up and they're 5-2. You'd trade that, right? With all the problems and all the issues, here they are with a soft schedule out of the bye week. We talked about this when they were 2-2 after a bad loss to Tampa. Not bad because you lost to Tampa. Tampa's pretty good, but they weren't competitive in that game. They got blown out 33-16. Since the bye week, you escape against Cleveland. You beat the brakes off the Giants. You win by 20 against the Bengals. Now you got in a good spot with the Jaguars. You look up, they're very easily 6-2, just like Washington. You go 500 the rest of the way, that's a 10-win team, which, given everything the way they started, you might take that.
They'll beat the brakes off Jacksonville. I think they probably beat Dallas, and that could set up what will be a really entertaining game against Washington. They'll be 7-2 coming in. The Commanders, let's say at that point, could be 6-2, 1-1, 7-3. So that's a first place game hosting Washington in prime time on November the 14th. And we would be there for that game.
Indeed, we would.
In the stands, I think, at Lincoln Financial Field.
Wearing flak jackets.
I'm not thrilled about the in the stands part of that.
Yeah.
But here we go.
Here we go.
The Eagles. But you have, I don't want to say you've been on them. You've liked them more than I have for much of the season.
Yeah.
You always point out that they could have beat Atlanta. And I'm like, yeah, they could have lost to Green Bay. Like, it's gone both ways for them.
Of course.
They lost that game to the Bucks. I guess that one they got blown out. The Saints one's the one they won.
Yeah.
They could have easily lost that
Probably
one.
should have lost it.
But here's the facts. It doesn't matter anymore. Like, you're on to something. They're 5-2, bro.
Mm-hmm.
They got here. They might have just gotten through the worst part of their season. If they're good, they have.
Right. So maybe not in terms of schedule-wise, the most difficult part, but they got through it in terms of the turmoil part. Right. And think about what they were carrying from last year. There was all sorts of extra eyes and spotlights and how embarrassing is this and what a collapse, and we're changing the coaching staff, new OC, new everything, pretty much everything but Sirianni is new. Let's figure something out. And now they start off poorly. He's yelling at people, a lot of animosity, but again, now they're 5-2. So it seems like you're in an era of good feelings, and it helps to have an easy part, a soft part of your schedule there right in the middle.
Jacksonville 4:05 at home on Sunday for Philadelphia, a win, and they are 6-2. Keeps a little pressure on the Commanders as they are 6-2, looking for 7-2 against the Giants. Of course, the big storyline this week, Doug Peterson, the former head coach, led the Eagles to a Super Bowl, coming back to Philadelphia with Jacksonville. That is a bad Jaguars team, though.
They're bad.
They have won 2 of their last 4, so I guess they're trending up. But on the season, they're now 2-6 under Doug Peterson.
The most impressive game of the year this past weekend, probably. They gave Green Bay all they could possibly handle. I think it's their first non-London game. Numbers approximate. They always play in London. They just stay there for months at a time and just love playing in London for whatever
that
is.
2-week stretch there.
Yeah.
They were back home this past week in Jacksonville. All right, let's keep it moving. Let's talk about the New Yorkers. The Giants are pulling up the rear in the division. The only thing I would say that's notable about the Giants in the last couple of weeks is that their owner has come out, Mara, saying he does not expect to make any major changes. They think Joe Shane, the general manager, will last the season and will be back next year. And Brian Daboll, the head coach, will last the season and be back next year. I don't think that was a bad thing for him to come out and say right now. You can always change your mind if things go really badly the rest of the way. But I also think they've done enough, probably. There's enough progress being shown that those guys are worthy of having around for one more year, unless you just want to hold the Daniel Jones decision against them and blow them out for that.
Yeah, my axiom is always, this is not an offense that's talented enough to be in the top 5, the top 10, the top whatever. But you can't be the worst. You can't be where they are. And they had their best offensive showing, I thought, against a really good defense this past week against Pittsburgh. They moved the football against a really good Steelers defense for almost 400 yards.
Let's get the lowdown on the Giants from Charlotte Carroll of The Athletic, joining us on Grant and Danny. What did you make of Mara's decision to come out and say that not only are Shane and Daboll going to survive the season, but he anticipates them being in their roles next year as well?
Hi, how's it going? Thanks for having me on. I think the key word there is anticipate. I mean, he wasn't going to say publicly he's going to fire them mid-season, but then anticipate kind of leaves some leeway for some room for things to happen after the season. But for right now, they've got jobs, and that has to give the coaching staff and the GM some confidence.
Did they find something against Pittsburgh here? I know the point totals weren't outrageous, but I think that Steelers defense has some, pretty significant pelts on the wall. Really impressive, I thought, how the Giants moved the football for almost 400 yards.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was a weird game. There was so many things that were happening watching that. And the offense was playing well, but they just kept hurting themselves. So I think that's the key here is they were just so many self-inflicted penalties, so many just sloppy plays. So that's what I'll be watching to see what they clean up this next week.
Daniel Jones, grade for this season so far?
Back in school, I don't know, C. It's been rough. Apologies. The door is slamming. Love that at the facility, making random noises. But true noise of the season. But I'd go see. He's had some really high moments where he's looked very confident, but then he's had some really bad, poor performances. So it's just been very inconsistent and hard to evaluate.
So Grant and I were actually arguing about this a bit yesterday. I still think this Giants defense is good. The overall numbers don't necessarily bear that out, but I still feel like that's a group that can give you some problems, most specifically Dexter Lawrence in the middle. But I still think this Giants defense is good. Are they?
No, I'm with you. I think they are. It's the run defense where things get concerning, and that's where their big weakness has been. But as a whole, they've been a strong group, and they were really consistent coming into this Pittsburgh game.
So Washington could be in a situation here where left tackle could be a problem. They're down to their third left tackle this past week in Trent Brown. As of today, and we're still a long ways from Sunday against the Giants in the Meadowlands, but Cornelius Lucas, who splits time at left tackle, didn't practice. Brandon Coleman's just barely coming back from this concussion. And the third tackle's not a guy that you want out there against a really decent edge pass rush. Is that something that you would think the Giants could take advantage of and could be a game-changing situation? Like, what's Brian Burns been up to? How's he playing?
Yeah, no, it definitely is. We saw that in Philly, actually, or again in the Philly matchup where both left tackles, both teams were out. It was the first one, I believe it's the first game without Andrew Thomas. So the Eagles obviously exploited that matchup. And then just as they exploited without the Eagles, without Mulata being there. So that was key. So it definitely makes sense if they'll game plan around that and can use that to the benefit. And I think that works in the Giants' favor. Then my Commanders, I'm sure, are also planning for left tackle deficiencies on the Giants' offense. So I think we might see a repeat a little bit of that Eagles game from that perspective.
Big pass rush game, yeah. Malik Neighbors is obviously incredible, having great numbers here throughout his rookie year. I do feel like, and I'm thinking back to the Washington game this past week, there always seems to be one, are you kidding me, dude? Drop in there from him. Right, where you're too good to drop. Like, he makes some of those spectacular Beckham-style catches and then always seems to have a huge drop when it really matters the most. You know, just sort of, part and parcel maybe with dealing with a rookie. But what if coaches, what has he said about something like that?
Yeah, we haven't spoken to him this past week yet. We'll get him back kind of tomorrow, and he, is coming off a concussion. He's played 2 games since he came back from that. So it was just kind of something to see, and he had a big drop, obviously, this past week. So I think that's something to monitor. It's kind of like the one flaw to his game so far is that not necessarily obviously drops are to be expected with the amount of targets he was getting, but that they've come in really key moments. And not that he shies away from them. He's very competitive. I think that is something to watch. And I'll be curious to kind of see what he says about that. And I have to refresh what he's talked about in the past with it.
Charlotte, good information. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for putting up with the noise of the Giants.
Oh, no
worries. Not at all.
I'm trying to find a closet to talk in.
No, I have been there and done that on the beat. It is not fun. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Have a good one.
That was always difficult. Whenever I would go on with LeVar and Chad or whoever it was, like, there's so much stuff going on around you. You're trying to find somewhere quiet. Maybe it's raining or it's cold or you can't go outside for whatever reason. And then noises, it's the worst. But appreciate her grinning and bearing it there and getting through it for us. Sunday, Meadowlands, Commanders Giants. Next stop for Washington in their quest to continue to shock everybody all over the NFL. Has the first half of the season reinvigorated your fandom at all? I want to pass along a story from the Caps game last night when I was talking to some DC sports fans. I want to see if it resonates with anybody else. We'll do that next. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30 on G&D. World Series action tonight. That's about all I'm excited about on the sports front. The Hawks and the Wizards do play as well. That's a 7 o'clock tip at Cap One Arena. And the Wizards just beat Atlanta.
They did.
Maybe a chance to get to 2-2, although I don't love their chances. No Kyle Kuzma tonight. He was pretty critical in their win over Atlanta last time out.
He was fantastic the other night. They were figuring out a way to have him and Poole. Jordan Poole's handling the ball, so Kuzma wasn't as involved for a couple of games, but he was splendid the other night.
I'll watch some of that for sure.
Yeah. I just want to see the kids, man.
You got to see what Bub Carrington's up to, how George looks, how Alex Sarr looks. So I will definitely check in on the Wiz tonight. Locally, World Series, nationally. It's the best time of the year for sports.
Mm-hmm.
Got the kids
Every
getting
night.
ready to dress up for Halloween tomorrow. They're doing like a trunk or treat. They're doing this really fun thing over at Annandale High School tomorrow with a bunch of cars pulling up with candy. So that's easy. And then we're going to do the neighborhood trick or treat. They're fired up. They were carving pumpkins today at the house. I was unable to do it. I was a little bummed out. I got to say, we waited till the last minute, so they did it without me.
How did the carving go? For us, it usually goes almost 14 or 15 seconds before they don't want to do this anymore. And then they abandoned the pumpkin, barely even touched.
So my wife basically said something along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
She said it sounded like a fun time for everyone, and they really were into it, really wanted to do it, and then they just decided, actually, this isn't fun.
Yeah, this is hard.
I don't want to do it.
Well, your wife is so artistic and so good at whatever that is.
Yeah.
That I'd almost rather have that. Because now the pumpkins are going to look great and you can give each kid credit.
Well, but she's not doing her own thing on the pumpkins, right? She's not going to carve out she could do some beautiful
something
things.
amazing, yeah.
The kids are going to draw on the pumpkin what they want cut, and then she cuts their line, so it's their drawing.
Oh,
basically.
I see.
But yeah, as soon as they touch the goo that's in the pumpkin, they're done.
No, that's it for me.
As soon as they see that inside the pumpkin there's something that isn't fun to have on your hand, they're completely out.
Yep.
That's kind of where they are on that.
Smell what you're cooking. Yeah, it's one of those better in theory than it is in actual practice, but you have to do it because it's what you do.
Has the first half of this Commander season reinvigorated your fandom in any way? And how is your fandom evolving as the season goes on? I ask this because in a story that unfolded last night that almost felt like I'm making it up, I met this guy at the Caps game who told me that he has pretty much been the better part of out for going on 20 years. That for the last 20 years, his fandom's faded more and more and more, to the point where you just stop going to games, you stop paying for things and, looking for merchandise. He would even kind of casually stop watching games. And then he said on Sunday after the Hail Mary, he bought he and his son Jaden Daniels jerseys. He's like, I am excited. I cannot wait for the game. I don't know when the last time was that I said that, but I keep looking forward to Sunday. I cannot wait for Sunday. And this was a grown person. I don't know how old, probably 60 something if I had to guess. Not really sure. Had a kid who was out of college who was at the hockey game with last night. But I can't imagine this person's alone. And we've talked a lot about the fracturing fan base, the dissipating tent, so to speak, in terms of how many people are under the tent still being fans of this team.
Yep.
There are some diehards, some of the callers that we've had into Grant and Danny over the years that were watching every game every Sunday that are probably rocking, in their closet. They've got jerseys of Taylor Heineke when it was really bad, or a few years before that. They've got Jamison Crowder jerseys or whatever that stuck it out. And they've been through this the entire time. But I do wonder, and I want to take inventory on people that find themselves coming back. I know that I will say, without hopefully putting too much of his fandom business out there, my brother was a guy who pretty much checked out pre-name change or right around then, but it really didn't have much to do with the name change. I don't think it was a Dan Snyder thing.
Yeah.
There's enough straws that broke the camel's back that this isn't fun for me anymore. He had young kids that have activities, and it was just, I'm not going to keep making this a priority. It's not healthy for me. I don't get any enjoyment out of it. I'm not doing this anymore.
Yeah.
Which I don't think is a big deal. And that's perfectly fine. But he is all the way back in. His kid's got a Jaden Daniels jersey. He's buying Commanders hats and lids and all kinds of stuff. And he's texting me the other day, like, where's the post-game show? How do I watch the post-game show? And I'm like, oh, well, that's kind of funny.
It's funny you bring
there
that
isn't
up.
one.
Yeah.
You might want to turn on 106.7 The Fan. But he's back in. I just think there are a lot of people that have to be coming around because they're the elite offense. They're one of the best teams offensively in the sport, one of the best teams, most fun teams to watch. And right now, by way of record and standings, they're one of the best teams in the league.
Yeah, I was one of the last dudes in my group of buddies that I grew up with, that I've been friends with for decades, right? Who still gave a damn. Everyone else had moved on. They're doing everything that you're talking about for your brother, whether it's kids' activities or playing golf or doing something else with their Sunday. They're like, I'm not going to be miserable. I'm not doing this anymore. And our whole world revolved around whatever we did. It didn't matter. We got together on Sunday to watch the stupid football team, even when they were bad, but just because we had tasted it. All of the guys my age, we all lived through that 91 team. We all saw the parade and out for the 87 team. We did it. They hooked us forever, or so we thought. They all got driven away. Apropos of this, we didn't talk about doing this specific. I didn't know you were going to run into that guy last night at the Caps game. I got a voicemail. One of my best buddies who's lived in Massachusetts for years called me up. I couldn't answer the call because I was getting my kids ready for school, but he left me this lengthy voicemail where he's basically like, dude, I just want to ask you, can I believe again? Is it okay? Like, is my heart going to be broken?
Such a funny voicemail.
I played the message for you. And he's such a caring, wonderful dude. He's like, I just couldn't do this. I couldn't do it. I'm like, I have so much going on. Life is so hard. This wasn't adding to any enjoyment. But he's like, I'm watching it. I'm going, I feel again. I'm buying the stupid team names gear. Like, I can't stop. I'm in again. Am I going to get my heart broken? We had a conversation about it today for about an hour. Like, it is a real phenomenon. After that, hail Maryland or hail Daniels or screw you Tyreek Stevenson play, whatever. The texts flying around groups the last time we texted was a then Redskins game 14 years, not that long ago, almost 10 years ago in 2016. Like, that was the same group that was talking then, revitalized after almost a decade because of that play. It's happening.
Let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. Do you notice anything changing about how you feel about the team? You're interested in watching the games, going to games? Is that happening already halfway through this season? Or are you still at a point where you need to see more, where it's going to take a little longer? Owen's out in Ashburn on G&D. What's up, Owen?
Hey, Grant. Hey, yeah, I think we saw about all we needed to see. Me and my buddies, we were there watching the Hail Mary. And, there's magic, there's something happening. Jaden has that factor. So after we saw that, we saw the Bear fans pack away. We took ourselves over to the store and got ourselves a couple new jerseys, kept the tags on, and I think you found us on that picture.
Oh, is that you guys?
Oh, man.
Dude, that's us. That
no
tweet
way.
Is going wild.
So did any of the four of you already have a Jaden Daniels jersey when the day started, or were they all brand new?
So three of them were brand new. One of them he had just gotten the day before for his birthday.
So it was old. There was an old hat, that
That's
jersey.
So funny.
Yeah.
Dude, so you guys walked right in front of me, and I'm like, you guys were matching. You could just tell that the Daniels jerseys were pristine. And then you're all holding your Fanatics bags, and I'm like,
had the hanger marks on them.
This image isn't perfect for what just happened in this city. I mean, that euphoria. So you watch the Hail Mary, you're jumping up and down, hugging. You go straight to the team store.
Take my money,
right?
Yeah. Well, it was my buddy Steven, he just goes, I've got $150. This is it. This is worth it. This is happening. So
That's perfect.
and those ladies there working there, they drive a hard bargain. They're like, you're going to get it now because it's going to be a $200 jersey come to Christmas.
Right.
It's like, no question, no doubt. There's absolutely no reason we're leaving without these jerseys.
That's hilarious.
Phenomenal.
Well done.
And you got to love it. Yeah, you got to absolutely love it.
But let me ask you this. Did you own any Commanders gear before that? Were you like a holdout? Were you not really sold?
No, yeah, we had some WFT Heineke jerseys. I think I've got a Fitzpatrick WFT.
Oh.
We've got the Taylors. I've got a LeVar Arrington, a Chris Cooley. Yeah, I mean, I was underneath that jersey. I actually had a Darryl Green from my buddy.
Love it.
And we came out. I think another one of my friends, he was wearing a McLaurin jersey. So we came out in all different shapes and forms, every other name, right? So
that's awesome. Well, that was cool. And I'm glad that I don't know if we tracked you down. You came to us, but I'm glad I got to chat with you. For sure. Thank you, Owen. For those of you that haven't seen, you can check my Twitter at Grant H. Paulson. Yeah, that picture, I think, was everywhere. I mean, it's wild how many people found that as entertaining as I did, but it was right after the Hail Mary, and it was pretty clear.
Still had the hanger marks on it and everything, yeah.
The tag hanging out the back. They were ready to take to the streets in their Jaden Daniels gear. But that kind of goes part and parcel with what I'm talking about with this guy last night. He was embarrassed to admit it. He said, kind of got quiet. And he's like, I don't even want to say this, but I bought a jersey right after the game. And his son was like, yeah, you bought me one. We both, it was your idea. You know what I'm saying? And it was like,
yep,
we got Jaden Daniels jerseys.
It's like we fell for it.
You know how many people did? You think you're alone? I mean, the black one you cannot find anywhere. My buddy texted me last night. He's been trying to find the black Jaden Daniels jersey. It's been sold out everywhere for the last 3 days, 4 days, whatever it is. So it's definitely happening. People are getting in for sure. Vic and Akakeek, what's up?
What's up, brothers?
Hey, man.
So this is how I feel about where we are right now. When I was a kid, I used to really enjoy watching Mighty Ducks 2. Grant, and I've heard you talk about this before, and I know you were a fan of that show back in the day. And I just enjoyed watching. I knew nothing about hockey, but I enjoyed watching the Mighty Ducks win, and I was a fan of the movie. What I feel like now is we have our Gordon Bombay, and we have Gunnar Stahls. He just throws footballs.
Oh.
So I enjoy watching us play football just from that perspective and play it well and do it right. And I use the Gordon Bombay analogy because, remember, Gordon had to have a come to Jesus moment and have a reflection on his coaching. And our organization was able to do that and bring in a coaching staff as a whole that can really reflect on how we are preparing the players that are going on the field that the fans want to love and the fans want to be enthusiastic and excited about. And that's the biggest difference I see. We have better coaches. We have better coaches because we have a better organization. And that's what I've said since I called in the radio for over 10 years. We did not have good coaches, period. The conversation that we wanted to have, or the thoughts that we wanted to convey about the play and about the product, it wasn't going to matter until we had good coaches, because good coaches would then put us in a position to say, if we're not doing something well, we can fix what we're doing bad. And if we're doing something well, we can continue to do it because we do the little things.
Yeah, this staff
thank you, buddy.
is better and is doing a better job. And I think it's easier to endorse a product when you know ownership cares a little more about your happiness.
Such a huge thing.
The GM actually gives you a chance to be sustainably good and knows what he's doing. You're endorsing. It's like anything. You're opting into, what am I giving my money to? What business? What's their MO? What are they about? What kind of people run it, right? The coaches, you if it's bad, doesn't mean it'll be bad every week because they can fix it. The last guys didn't know how to fix it, right? So I think there's something to that.
100%.
Do you guys find yourselves already halfway through this season coming around and being more into this team than you've been in a while? That's the question on Grant and Danny. Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Commanders are a first-place 6-2 team. The only thing standing between them and a 7-2 record, which is unheard of around these parts, is a bad Giants team. I met a guy last night at the Caps game. By the way, they're also 6-2. If you're a DC sports team and you're pretty good, you're 6-2 right now.
Weird.
But the guy at the Caps game last night said, yeah, I just bought myself a Jaden Daniels jersey. And he kind of was like ashamed to admit it. I'm like, what are you ashamed about? In fact, Danny, I just got an Instagram post. Someone slid into the DMs and sent me a picture in my DMs of a hoodie they just bought. They said it's the first gear they have purchased in 20 years. It is a black Commanders hoodie. It says Commanders on it in yellow. It's like the one you always wear, actually. Although yours, I think, is Washington football.
Yeah, mine just says Washington on it.
But it is a black hoodie with like yellow letters like yours. It says Commanders. It's the version of that when they changed the name, I guess. But he said this is the first thing I bought in 20 years. I think there's a lot of people like that this week.
There's a billion people like that. Again, I was trying to use this as sort of a litmus test, but at my son's schools, he went to school in DC for years and now is in our neighborhood now, and you never saw it. Period. End of story. You saw Messi jerseys, you saw international soccer players. You're now seeing Washington gear. You see it.
And I'm not just asking, I don't think Danny's just asking right now, like, are you buying merch, which can be part of this for sure. But do you find yourself more likely to watch a game than you were 2 years ago? More likely, say, to listen to us breaking the team down on a Wednesday than you did a year or 2 or 4 ago?
Mm-hmm.
Is your fandom increasing, your passion, your excitement, your energy increasing? Omar's out in Ashburn. What's up, buddy?
Grant, Danny, and company, thank you for taking my call.
Got it, dude.
You got it.
So I've been a fan for a really, really long time, and I just got recently engaged. And one of the little gifts that I got from my fiance was the tickets to the game this past Sunday. And boy, do you guys have a new fan now. She went crazy for the Hail Mary. I was going crazy, and she's a new fan. She listens to you guys now. She messaged me at work actually yesterday saying, "Hey, I'm listening to Grant and Danny right now. Love it." And
amazing.
She followed the Commanders. She followed Jaden. She followed Terry. You guys have a new fan now. So yeah, that's all for today.
Appreciate you, dude. I mean, those are the kinds of stories, right? Not necessarily like us having anything to do with it, but that is the thing. That's how you win people over, right? You give them a great experience. Now, you can't always promise a Hail Mary win at the buzzer, but that great game day, that core memory, it's why I'm a fan, right? Like when I would tune in, they won. The couple games I got to go to at RFK, they always won. And the place was electric. It was this big family atmosphere. And you came into our house, you're going to get your butt kicked. It was the best feeling. And that's how, to the caller's point, you win people.
Let's go to Brian in Manassas. We were just out in Manassas for our Grant and Danny Friday field trip. By the way, our field trip this Friday will be in Fairfax. We are excited about our next stop, and it's been 2 for 2, Leesburg, Manassas. We're going to Craft House Fairfax on Friday from 2 to 6:30. What's up, Brian?
What's up, guys? Love the show.
Hey, man.
I'm kind of in the same boat. I'm in my 40s. I remember going to RFK. I loved the team. I refused to give any of my money to Snyder for the last probably 20, 25 years, give or take. I think the last thing that I bought myself was a Chris Cooley jersey when they had, the 75th anniversary patch, I think it is. But I went to the Carolina game, and I put a phone call in for season tickets. They did the whole schmoozing thing, got us up there, took us to the game. And I was blown away. It's night and difference between how it used to be. I mean, I haven't been to a game probably in 10 years. Night and day from how it used to be, to the point where I went ahead and bought the rest of this season tickets so that I could be in line for next year.
Oh, wow.
Because I brought my wife with me. She never really cared. I mean, I watched the games, don't get me wrong, and I listened to you guys, but I did it out of misery. You know what I mean? It was
exactly. I know exactly. It's spite. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Or out of habit. You did it because your mom and dad sat you down like me.
Yeah, I'd hate watch those Rivera games where I'm like, I get mad at positive plays. I'm like, I don't even know what I'm doing anymore.
Exactly. And it's funny because before we went to the Carolina game, my wife would watch me watching the games when we're winning, and she's asking me, "Are you okay?" Because we're winning, and I didn't know what to do with myself. I didn't know to cheer. I didn't know if it was going to go, sideways at the last second or what was going to happen. That's just what we're used to. And
So, but you got season tickets for the rest of the year.
I did, and my wife is now a fan. She could care less about him beforehand. She's now a fan. My kid, who never really cared about football, now all of a sudden he's a fan.
That's the other thing I get fired up about.
Yep.
And I'm experiencing that a little bit in my own life with my two kids. Now, it's not nothing to do that they hated, the fact that they lost or anything. They're just coming of age at a time where it's, I don't want to get like deep on this and everyone's going to say it's cheesy or whatever, but like, it was not a fun thing for me to think about introducing them and making this part of their life. It is not a healthy, fun thing. It has not been for me for a long, long time. And in fact, when Dan Snyder was still the owner, there's a toxicity to it and an opt-in. We were talking earlier about the Yankees fan and how that guy's going to be famous for doing the wrong things and acting like an idiot and going to get a lot out of that now because society is a bunch of silly geese. Well, I'm opting in every week to putting money in Dan Snyder's pockets. My entire gig is basically creating interest and having people get more into what Dan Snyder's doing. And do I want to put that on my kids? And you don't have to worry about any of that anymore. You really don't.
Right.
I mean, it's a whole different thing. It's a different name, different, going to be a different stadium, different colors for the moment, different ownership and GM and head coach and quarterback. And you're seeing a lot of the kids opt in and seeing a lot of those videos where the reaction to the Hail Mary, parents are jumping up and down, going crazy. They're lifting up their kids and their kids are in jerseys. Like, that is awesome.
Yes, it is.
Those little tiny fans might actually experience the thing that made my parents, my mom, such a diehard fan of this team when her and her dad were watching George Allen, or she was eventually grown watching Joe Gibbs win Super Bowls. So that's why she made me the fan I am. What was the reason for me to do that? I would have done it because I'm a crazy person.
Right.
But I think the average person wouldn't have. Like,
opt into this thing that makes me miserable. Come on, son, sit down.
the first time you ever took your kid to a game was at what stadium? Like, that's the whole point. You went to a Ravens game. And you should have, because your kid was going to have a better experience. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
People have been making those kinds of business decisions, speaking with their pocket for a long, long time. And this makes it easier to not do that. I want to get into the experience part. He said he went to the stadium, had such a good time that he bought season tickets. It's not the first time I've heard that. Now, the season tickets part is new, but people having more fun. Is the stadium that different? Is the paint and the carpets and the flooring? I'm not trying to knock what they've done. They've done some cool things.
Yeah, they've done as much as they can.
The blackout lights show that they had was a 10 out of 10. There's been a lot of things we could talk about. I think it's probably just that they're 4-0 at home. I think that's a lot of it. I think you get to go watch them blow teams out and you leave there happier. That's probably a big
complicated
part of it.
formula, isn't it?
G&D on the Fan. Everybody's jacked up for the Commanders, and they should be. However, we know there are folks around us that may have lost a friend or family member recently. The exclusive sponsor of our shows, the law firm Kandori and Murad, they'll guide you through the difficult probate administration process to help bring clarity and closure to a loved one's estate. Schedule a free consultation with their probate and estate planning attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them that we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Friday, we are on the road again. This field trip series has been way bigger than we could have anticipated, and we're jacked up about that. Leesburg showed out.
So fun.
One of the biggest events we've done. That was amazing. That was a blast. We then went last week to Manassas, and you guys absolutely answered the bell. Did a very nice job coming out, supporting the show. We appreciate that. Next stop is Fairfax. Where is Craft House Fairfax? Palace Way, Fairfax, Virginia. Where is that?
It's by Fair Lakes Mall, so you got to go like out a little bit where I think close to where 1529 had that weird little
It looked
intersection.
like Fairfax Corner on a picture to me. Is it in Fairfax Corner?
Sounds right.
All right. Fairfax Corner. We're going to be there on Friday.
We'll be right there.
Live show.
Live.
4.5 hours. Getting ready for the Commanders and the Giants as heavy favorites on the road. Trying to get the boys to 7-2. As the great Marv Levy once said, where else would you rather be than right there, right now?
Right here.
Craft House, Fairfax, stop number 3. It's the Grant and Danny Friday field trip series. Question at hand is your fandom evolving? Do you find yourself opting either back in, getting more in than you were at the start of this football season? I'm more excited for Sundays than I've been in a while. For years and years, the norm for me has been, all right, 4 more days till Sunday. There's a game that day. And now the way I feel is, all right, it's Wednesday. Come on. Sunday will be here soon. Let's watch these boys again. Let's see how they do.
Yeah, it was this is an obligation. It's in my blood. I can't quit. If I could objectively remove it from my life, I would have, in terms of my fandom. I mean that. It was as bad as it was. I'm going, no matter what positive happens, Bruce Allen's right over there. No matter what positive happens, Dan Snyder's right over there. Like, and you knew that this was all temporary or fleeting, and it was pointless. You were on a hamster wheel to nowhere. This doesn't feel that way anymore. That's all been removed, and there's a point to this. There's a reason for the exercise, and that optimism is warranted. And the process is good. It's not just good for right now. It's good, and that's the point. Whether they lose this weekend or not, they're still doing the right things, and that means you have a shot. And that's all I've ever asked for, and we're getting it.
Dad, you were a longtime fan of this football team. You didn't quit. You weren't out or anything like that. But how has your fandom changed since week 1 to now, if at all?
I would say, if anything, my confidence level has increased in the team. I've always been one of those fans that kind of has expected doom and gloom. I'm waiting for the leaves to fall. I'm waiting for the worst to happen. And typically in the last, 10 years, the worst usually happens.
But your energy hasn't really changed. I guess you went to game 1. You haven't bought Commanders gear, I don't think. Have you?
I've owned Commanders gear in the last couple of years.
No Jaden jerseys been purchased?
I haven't bought anything new yet.
Okay.
I do anticipate I will at some point before the end of the year, though.
You find yourself getting motivated to possibly.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm itching to get to Sundays more than ever now, for sure. I love watching this team now. There's an energy from the team that's infectious to watch now.
I don't know how someone couldn't just be more excited about the product. I mean, to me, that's a given. That is easy, right? It's gone from awful offense, just a slog of a game, watching because you need to, because it's just what you do, to this is must watch. This is the most exciting offense in the league.
Yep.
This group's going to hang 30, and the only question is, how are they going to get there? And oh, by the way, the quarterback that everybody in the NFL and everyone not in the NFL is talking about is yours.
You're going to see something special when he plays.
Let's go to John in Manassas. What's up, John?
Hey, nice talking to you guys.
You as well.
No, I've been a fan. I'm 60 years old, and I've been a fan since day one. And I've lived through the Joe Gibbs years, the Super Bowls, the Super Bowl parties. And when the team got sold to Dan Snyder, I said, okay, we're still there. And I thought Dan Snyder was doing some good things. He bought the ball for the indoor practice. They don't have to go to Dallas anymore. And then we just spiraled downhill. I mean, we went through coach to coach. And we went through, Jim Zorn and then Gruden, and then we got Shanahan. I was like, all right, now we're on the right track. We got Shanahan. That was a flop. Then Rivera comes to town. I said, all right, we got it now. We got rid of Bruce Allen. We're going to be on the page. And it was still the same outcome that I just stopped watching the football totally. And what put salt to injury is my wife is from Boston, and she's a big Patriots fan.
They're just in the Super Bowl every minute. Yep.
Yeah. And it was driving me absolutely nuts.
Well, how about this
to the
year?
Point, I'm very happy this year so far. I got a little nervous at the beginning of the year when they're putting everything together, and everybody was talking about Coach Johnson from Minnesota coming. He's going to be the savior. And he turned the job down. I said, oh, God, here we go. And they brought Dan Quinn in. I have to admit, he has done a phenomenal job.
It's been awesome.
Awesome job. And I told my wife, I said, unless the Commanders are up 40-0, I am not going to watch it because I know they're going to blow it. And that hasn't happened, and I'm finding myself watching more and more of them. I actually sat down and watched the whole game Sunday. And I'm thrilled. I went out and got a Jaden Daniels Commander shirt. It should be in today, matter of fact.
Nice.
Love it.
Appreciate
Thanks,
the
dude.
call.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's got that. Everyone did that. Okay, now this is the time. Okay, now this is the time. Now this is it. I mean, the one that broke me forever believing again was the Shanahan time. That was okay, now we honestly have an adult in the room. Whether I agree with the decision or not, at least it's thoughtful. And when it didn't work there either, I said it's never. I don't care who they bring. It's never going to work. Period. End of story. With this guy and this boobery that surrounds him, everybody had that breaking point, and now we're all kind of slowly emerging from our cocoons, man.
Let's go to Andy, who's in the district. How do you find your fandom changing as this season goes on?
It's growing every day. I mean, it used to be my brother and I would talk about the game nonstop, even in the middle of the game. And then the last couple of years, we barely spoke regarding how they were playing. Now we've been talking since Sunday to even today about the game because that's how much we enjoyed it. But for me, it was the experience. You were talking before one of the breaks, what about your experience? To me, when Dan Snyder came in, he went and he changed the environment of the whole stadium. It went from being a football environment to being a commercial environment where he would sell any and everything he possibly could. And again, I was always surprised that the cheerleaders didn't have, jerseys with, billboard advertisement on it because he would try to sell that if he could, and I just got tired of it and I stopped going.
Have you gone back this year?
No, I haven't gone back this year. My brother moved out he's moved down south. And so I have a hard time finding anybody else interested because, again, like you said, a lot of people lost interest. I mean, when we had season tickets, I could find 5-6 people to go.
Oh, it used to be so easy.
Yeah, it was like winning the lottery. One of your friends goes, dude, I got a ticket for you.
So I joke about this a lot, but I've told you. So the wife and her brother are season ticket holders together, and they're as part of this group. Well, back even as recently, I'd say as 15, 16, right? Like the Cousins, Jay Gruden years, they would have as many as 35, 40 people at their tailgate. Everyone would bring something. Hey, I'm stopping at Popeyes. Hey, I'm grabbing donuts. Hey, I'm, going to bring the grill. I'll throw burgers on the grill, whatever. And they would have 30 people easy, often upwards of 40 people at every game. And then since then, little by little, it was 25, 20, 15, to the point where it got to be like legit sad. There would be 3 to 5 of them sitting around in chairs. Someone brought the donuts, someone brought the cupcakes, but you only need to bring 4 or 5 because there's only 5 of us. Their tailgates, the last 2 home games, are back up to like 40 people. I mean, it was really legit fun going and stopping by and seeing them the other day. And they're kind of back with a big group, and a lot of the people are coming back to the stadium. But, the caller before the top of the hour had mentioned a point where he's like, I had so much fun at the game. And it was such a better experience that I bought tickets. Do I think that they have done a better job getting people in and out from a traffic standpoint? Yeah, I think they probably have. I think there have been adjustments made that work. I go there to every single game. I will tell you that going to one of the home games this year, I want to say it was the Browns game, was the longest it has taken me to get into my specific parking lot. That's just my anecdotal evidence. That's just my little thing. I'm not saying that's everybody, but that was one game where over any other year at any other point, it took me like an hour to go down Garrett A. Morgan Boulevard to get in, right? Leaving the game after the Hail Mary the other night was the longest it has taken me to get out of the stadium. I think it's because more people stayed till the end, and then more people I have to go do my media stuff and go to the locker room and do all that stuff after the game. More people, I think, were just hanging around than normal. It was the longest it has ever taken me to get home from a game. So I'm not saying the traffic is getting worse or anything like that. What I am saying is to say that traffic is way better or parking and all that stuff is way better is probably not that true. My point is, though, if you went to that game, watched that Hail Mary, walked out hugging your buddies and buying your jersey, then you sat and had another drink or in the parking lot eating or whatever, and then got in your car, then the traffic wasn't as annoying as if you just lost 27-13.
Yep.
Right? And I think that is a huge part of this. They have made valiant efforts. I went on a stadium tour. I saw a lot of the work they've done. It's incredible. Just the want to, what a little effort can do. We're quite literally a fresh coat of paint. Quite literally flooring. The press box is newly painted. Nicer seats to sit in that are more comfortable, easier on your back. There's new carpet. It smells new, right? All of these things are just, it's not cheap. I mean, they spend a lot of money.
Sure.
But they're easy enough fixes that are aesthetically pleasing that make it a slightly better experience. So I'm not saying there was no effort. The speakers have been massively upgraded. You can hear the PA a lot better. It's very loud now. It feels like a newer stadium in that regard. The light show that I talked about the other day, sick. Did you see my video of this?
I did. I've seen the video, yeah.
Yeah, I posted it at Grand H Pulse. I'm sure it's all over the place, but you could look it up. They did this light show where in the stadium, the lights go out and everyone's like, oh my God, power outage.
Oh, it's happening again.
Same old FedEx. Like, this is going to be embarrassing, whatever. And then after like a split second of it just being completely dark, with like the beat, there's a light show that happens in the stadium, college football style. LED lights, new infrastructure that they, like the Nats have to do their home run, lights. That kind of stuff's cool. But I refuse to believe a lot of it isn't just that you're having more fun. If you come to my house for a party and it's lame and the food isn't good and no one's laughing, no one's enjoying themselves, and it's awkward and it's small talk, you might not want to come back as much as if you come to my exact same house a week later and we just throw down and have the best
kegger of all keggers.
This is the greatest party ever. These parties are getting more fun.
Yeah, I mean, to the caller's point, I only got to go to a couple games at RFK Stadium over the years. Think about that. Like, I couldn't go, not because I didn't want to. There was no way to get tickets. You had to know somebody. And like somebody had to, like, I remember one game I got to go because my dad's buddy was having like nose surgery or something. It was like, yeah, sorry about that, but we'll take your tickets. You know what I mean? Like, we wanted to go, but we couldn't. Now, over the last couple of decades at Nubbs Field, people are begging you, will you please go with me? I got these $4 tickets in the seventh row off StubHub. Will you please go? And people don't want to. There's no buy-in. There's no reason to. And now you hear everybody's getting that experience, right? Where you go to this restaurant and the food is great, the service is great. You didn't have to wait too long, and the atmosphere is awesome. And you go, I think I want to go back and do that.
Let's go to Joe in Arlington on the Fan. Hey, Joe.
Hey there. Yeah, I think the answer to your question depends on why one became disaffected to begin with. Obviously, the folks that are back in, got frustrated with the dysfunction and losing, and now that's a better team. Sure. My issue, and I know there are others out like me, I was a season ticket holder for when the stadium opened until they changed the name. When they changed the name, I was a hardcore Redskins fan. When the Redskins name was changed, the emotional connection was severed for me. And also the people I keep in touch with that were former ticket holders that kind of have the same feeling. So no, I'm not getting back in. I don't even really watch games anymore because I just don't care. It's not my team anymore. And I don't, maybe if they had handled the branding differently and kept the legacy somehow, but they didn't do that.
So Joe, let me ask you this, because we've heard from you, and I appreciate your perspective because I don't think you're alone. I think you represent.
No, there definitely are some. Yeah,
a lot of people, frankly. So Sunday, were you watching the game when that Hail Mary was thrown?
No, I can't say that I was.
Okay,
I mean, I watched Caps games and Nats games.
Gotcha.
The football team, I've lost interest.
Do you watch other NFL games? Like, will you watch football, or are you not as big an NFL fan?
I was much more a hardcore Redskins fan than a general NFL fan.
Okay.
If I'm hanging out in the bar and the game is on the screen, I'll watch it, but I don't make it a point to check out all the games.
And I guess my point is, though, when you heard about the Hail Mary finish or whatever, there was no intrigue, there was no attachment in any way. It didn't move the needle for you at all.
I can't say that I've seen replays of it, sure, but I can't say it excited me or whatever. I'm just kind of numb to it because
it's like a different team.
Yeah.
It's I always used to joke, and this is obviously not the case anymore. But when the Nats originally moved to DC, so this would have been what, 2005, I was in high school. I was a diehard Baltimore Orioles fan. And people would always ask me early on those first couple of years, what is your fandom of the Nats like? I said, I don't have any. Like, well, what do you mean? You're from DC? I said, yeah, but they just came here. I have a team. And at that time, I would have assumed I would have just died a diehard Orioles fan who never cared about the Nats.
Mm-hmm.
But the way I always described it is, I would jokingly say, they are the Milwaukee Brewers to me. I don't have any negative affinity toward the Washington Nationals. The ballpark at the time, RFK Stadium, now I was from King George, so I had to get on a metro and go up to the games or whatever, and it was a terrible ballpark. But I would go to several games a summer. I would go to more Orioles games, but I would go to a game, and I'd watch the Nats and say the Reds or whatever. But I would just say they're the Brewers. It's just another Major League Baseball team. The fact that they're from D.C. does not resonate for me in any way. But you're a D.C. sports fan. You're right. And they never existed, and I have no affinity to them. I did not just immediately flip the switch. I would say as recently even as like 2012, the Worth year, I watched that. I thought it was cool from afar. I was not really a diehard Nats fan. I was not on doing this show yet where we talked about the Nats every day, which started to change it, where we're in the clubhouse and getting to meet all the guys. I was still like watching the Orioles every single night, primarily. But my point in saying this is I can relate to the idea of, even though they're in your backyard, different for him because he once loved them. Like, he's just, when he sees that Hail Mary, he sees the Bengals throwing a Hail Mary.
Yeah, just sees some team. It's like, I don't know how to, it's like a stranger.
And it makes it easier when they're wearing black and yellow, by the way.
Yeah.
Because that's quite literally not your team.
Right. I don't have it's not a great analogy here, but it's like you have amnesia in your home, and this woman's like, I'm your wife. And you're like, maybe. I don't really remember you. Like, I don't really know you.
So. My daughter, true story, gets out of bed. You can relate to this, parents. This is like 3 hours after she fell asleep or whatever. And I'm sitting there the other night watching Monday Night Football, would have been the Giants and Steelers. And she always does this thing if she runs out of water, where she comes over to the steps and she says, Daddy, I need some water and ice. Can you make me water with ice?
In the water.
They love it.
Oh, I'm so annoyed about it.
So I'm like, yeah, sure. One time she finally said to me, because I always, if I'm already upstairs, I'll just go to the sink in the bathroom where where their bathroom.
Sure.
And I'll just get the water, and I won't go down and get ice. So the other day, she's like half asleep, and she's like, and listen up, mister. You don't like going down to get ice. You better go down there and get me ice. I don't just want that water from the sink. I mean, she
giving you what for right there.
Wow. Right. So anyway, she's like half asleep, groggy voice, leaning over the steps. And she's like, can you get me water and ice? I'm like, yeah, no problem. Let me, bring me your cup. So she meets me halfway at the steps. I'm filling up the ice. She's kind of looking at the TV, and she's like, who are the Commanders playing? And I was like, oh, they're not playing tonight. She's like, who's that team? And she's pointing at the Steelers, and they're black and yellow in their Commanders jerseys.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, that's the Steelers. She goes, are you sure?
Yeah. Like, you're confused, man.
She doesn't know the difference.
Right.
But yeah, that black and yellow team that you saw.
All the tradition of an expansion team.
Let's go to Raymond in Baltimore. What's up, Raymond?
Hey, Grant and Danny, thank you for taking my call.
Hey, buddy.
You make my afternoon commute more bearable. Yeah, I'm more, back on the bandwagon. I'm in my late 50s, so I remember the glory years. And just to add a couple of points real quick, what I like about this current team, and I'm pleasantly surprised that they're turning things around so quickly with the rookie quarterback. I thought we'd be maybe about a year and a half away. But this new ownership group, it's a breath of fresh air. I mean, I was about to lose all interest because of the knucklehead with Dan Snyder and all that dysfunction. And, I will definitely buy more merchandise. I haven't. The last piece of merchandise that I bought, only because I didn't want to give my hard-earned money to Snyder, was my treasured Sean Taylor jersey.
But guess what, Raymond? You were not alone. I mean, people just stopped giving the money. Thank you for the call. They did not want him to benefit. And I don't think there was anything wrong with that. And by the way, I think those people in a lot of ways are some of the heroes of the story. Because if that didn't happen and everything didn't crater and fall
Yeah, it's all
apart,
part of it, man.
he's still probably owning the team. Tom's in Chantilly. How are you, Tom?
Hey guys, thank you for taking my call.
Hey, Tom.
I've been listening to you guys for years. First time I've called. So I grew up with my grandfather watching the Red Sox.
And now go.
Thank you.
Yep.
So I grew up watching it through my grandfather and my father, but never really watched it. At one point, I think I met Del Green. I know I met him. I think I got his autograph. I have no idea what happened to it. I'm going to kick my own butt for that. But as going through high school, he started not doing so well under Dan Snyder, and it just became completely disenfranchised. I went to a game maybe 10 years ago with my wife, my father-in-law, and my father, but I haven't been back. As I've had kids and they're growing up, I haven't been making a point to kick them off the TV to watch the game because I didn't feel it was worth it. The last couple of weeks, I've made it very clear on Saturday or whenever the next game is on. It's like, I am taking the TV. I'm going to be watching it on the main TV in the house.
You guys go elsewhere.
Exactly.
Yeah, you get the laptop, you get the iPad.
You get that second screen.
It's not worth that fight a little bit, isn't it? Ken Stafford, you're on Grant and Danny. How are you?
My name's Ken, but yeah, they did great. I mean, I tell you what, I'm excited about this team. This team is like 6-2, unbelievable. But I was at the game. I actually sat right below where London Fletcher was. The electricity in that stadium when that Hail Mary was caught was just outrageous, and it's got me pumped for Sundays.
I mean, you feel that energy, and you haven't felt it there in so long. I think you probably could tell through the TV, Danny. But
my God!
But there is no commercial that Jason Wright or whoever's running the things with him now, this Harris Ownership Group's group. There's no commercial they can make. There's nothing they can do to sell their product better than the feeling after that moment. If they could bottle that and sell it, there wouldn't be a seat to be had until the end of time. Everyone's chasing that high.
Yeah, we're looking to give you that experience with that feeling. You know what I mean? Like, and you all know it. You've all seen it. You've been there in the stadium when that great thing happened, right? You've all seen that incredible moment. Maybe not one exactly like that with a walk-off touchdown for Washington, but everyone knows that feeling, that instant blast of euphoria, and you chase that for the rest of your life.
Let's give Kendall the last word. I know people have been waiting patiently. Kendall, what's up?
What's up, fellas?
Hey, dude.
Quickly, man, when the lights went off, I was there. When the lights went off and they saw that light show, that was unreal.
That was sick, dude.
I mean, I just couldn't believe it.
Hey, I know what you were thinking because I was thinking, you're like, no way.
Did you think, oh, no?
You're like, at this stadium, they're doing this?
Right.
No chance.
Right. Exactly. It felt like Friday Night Lights or any given Sunday or something, like a movie. And so, yeah, man, I've been a fan since my father sat me in front of the TV, probably 76, 77, the Jack Pardee days. That's the first I can remember. And so I wasn't going anywhere. But yeah, you guys know, we've talked for years through this whole Snyder thing. And my enthusiasm level, man, and my disenchantment and my cynicism was that it changed, but it did change when we got that announcement that Daniel Snyder was looking for. It was contacted Bank of America. At some point, the light was at the end of the tunnel. And so once they hired everybody, and now, and even when they hired Dan Quinn, and that was felt like it wasn't our first option, and Kingsbury came with a whole bunch of, he didn't have a lot of success. So, but seeing it now, man, it's surreal. It's just that stadium the other night, man. You just can't describe it with words. And seeing Jaden do what he does is just absolutely intoxicating, man. So I'm through the roof with excitement for where we're going, where we're at right now. And the future, man, we deserve this. We as fans
damn right.
deserve this, man.
No doubt.
Appreciate you, dude. November 2nd, 2022. That's 3 days from now, the anniversary.
Not 2/2/22.
No, that's very different. This, by the way, this date in 22, with all due respect to 2/2/22, give me 11/2/22 every time and twice on Sunday.
Yeah,
when that little twerp said I'm out.
Big thanks to Money Metal Chris and Darius behind the scenes for their hard work. As always, Linnell's got overtime coming your way next. We're back at 2 o'clock tomorrow. Remember, on Friday, the field trip, installment number 3, our third stop. We're hitting the road. We're going to Fairfax Corner over at Craft House Fairfax. We'll be there for our entire show live on Friday. Thanks for listening to G&D on the Fan.
Thank you for coming.